Everybody, Big Hungry Phil here with a note of thanks to Opinion Outpost for sponsoring the Trial of Champions. Want to make some extra cash? Well, earn money through Opinion Outpost by just sharing your opinion. All you've got to do is fill out some surveys. You can make money while watching streams, queuing for a game, or even waiting for your teammates to group up for one final overtime push on the point. Use Opinion Outpost to get that skin you've always wanted. There's nothing better than treating yourself to some well-deserved loot boxes after a long competitive grind. Visit the link to start making money today. Everybody, Big Hungry Phil here with a note of thanks to Opinion Outpost for sponsoring the Trial of Champions. Want to make some extra cash? Well, earn money through Opinion Outpost by just sharing your opinion. All you've got to do is fill out some surveys. You can make money while watching streams, queuing for a game, or even waiting for your teammates to group up for one final overtime push on the point. Use Opinion Outpost to get that skin you've always wanted. There's nothing better than treating yourself to some well-deserved loot boxes after a long competitive grind. Visit the link to start making money today. Everybody, Big Hungry Phil here with a note of thanks to Opinion Outpost for sponsoring the Trial of Champions. Want to make some extra cash?
All of my time into this always. And to be honest, it kind of has to work out because my academic career wasn't amazing. Video gaming is kind of all that I have. So I don't really have a lot else to put, a lot more energy to put into it. It's everything that I can.
They say, do what you love, and I really, really like playing Overwatch. I make fun of the game a lot and, complain about balance patches and stuff, but I really do enjoy the game. I want to make a career out of it.
So I started playing Overwatch in October 2016. That was season 3. My first ranking ever was 900. So I started in bottom bronze.
Playing games for money and playing games for pro and going against really good people. And it's always a dream. Realizing that if I stick to it, this might be something I can actually do something with and be proud of.
When I was originally in Diamond, some guy in my Diamond game a while ago said, "We're never going to go pro, we're Diamond, why are we trying so hard?" And I basically said, "Screw you, I'm going to go pro."
We have now learned that we do have this potential and we need to use this. We need to continue practicing and working harder.
When you look at tier 3, a lot of us have been at the bottom of the barrel. We've been in the downs and the dumps of, the Overwatch ladder system.
I think as a team going into Trial of Champions, now we know we can do this.
Making it to Contenders Trials proves to myself that all the hard work that I'm putting into it is actually doing something.
I went to the Atlanta Reign homestand, seeing those players up on stage. That was the moment I was like, that's who I want to be. I want to do everything I can to get there.
Sigma, whoa, man, she's back with a
This is W. Oh my god! The wall to set it up, they had no idea!
The Overwatch League players already made it. They're as high as you can get. They're playing for money and they're playing for clout. But for us, in Tier 3, we're basically playing for our future. If we want to make it, we have to play every match our hardest.
The unique strats that you see in Overwatch League, they all start here.
I am making this dream that I've had for so long, a reality.
At the end of the day, that's what we're all here for, is to play the best Overwatch we can against the best players we can to prove that we're the best.
I'm putting all of my time into this always.
Hello guys, gals, and my many other pals. I am Septilins here with my good friend Ocean to bring you the third day of Trials of Champions. We are in store for what is guaranteed to be some fantastic games. Isn't that right, Ocean?
Yeah, let's lay things right into our schedule. Our first game is probably the game you're all here for, Self-Made, with some of your favorite Overwatch streamers are going to be leading us off. J3, Harvey, Samito, and CarQ all on show there in that game. They'll be playing Saturn Storm, who recently finished top 48 in Open Division. Then 1990X will take on NA Avoided later on. 1990X, a little bit new to the scene, finished top 16 in Open Division prior, and NA Avoided is just always a show to watch. So we'll see how this day of action is going to go today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, we've got a team that's coming up looking a little bit new later on tonight, and we've got a team that everybody's going to recognize coming up right away. I mean, like you said, we've got 4 or 5 content creators, and then Chopped on there as well, who may not be known for his content creation, but is known for his ability alone.
Yeah, I mean, all of these players do have ability, right? But they are a stream team. However, I mean, they are a stream team, and you might not be able to see like all these cutesy little plays that all the other teams will be doing. But some of these players have played on teams before. Harblue had a great spell in contenders with Grunto Esports, which was Chicken Contendies. Samito played on Triumph for a very, very long time. So yeah, they've got some players who have played in that contenders scene for a while, and of course, in the Trial of Champions, any sort of experience will help you.
Absolutely. Just having any kind of experience underneath your belt, whether that be other tournaments or just a game sense alone and your ability as a player, it's really going to come in handy and be a good back pocket tool for these teams going in.
Yeah, and let's have a look at these two teams. Anyways, on Self-Made, as we mentioned, J3, Samito, Harblue, Karku, Chopped as well, and Mattman as well, who used to play for Wave Check and Sandstorm. There's not many players that really come to note, but there is a DPS player that I have seen play a couple times, and that's Mystics. That's the person to keep an eye on Saturn Storm.
Absolutely. Mystics, Paranoia, and then there's Tay on there, excuse me, Panda Kai, and 2 for 1 Junba as well. I mean, like you said, they're obviously not going to look great next to these legendary content creator names, but that does not mean that they are not here to give it their 100%. And I'm sure we're going to see some pretty impressive games.
It also really depends how serious to Self-Made want to take this. I'm sure they want to prove that they are just not only creators, but awesome Overwatch players as well. So we'll see how that affects their morale going into this first game and their mindset as well.
Absolutely. Saturn Storm, I'm sure they're coming out here giving it their 110%, really looking to show you might not know our names right away, but we're here to make sure you do by the end of the night. I'm sure they're going to be just pushing it 100% of the time, ready to really go after the goal here.
Yeah, especially if I was like one of the lower open division teams and that got accepted into the Trial of Champions, I would be thinking, I want to take down them big guts. I want to take down Self-Made. I want to take down Last Hope. And I want to prove that I am an unreal Overwatch player. That's what I want to do.
Absolutely. To face this team of 6 might feel like a Herculean task, but to even make it this far as a player, as a team, even to make it to TOC is by no means a small feat and a very difficult thing to do. So no matter how any of these games go, every single team we have here should just be so incredibly proud.
I mean, like, if you win TOC, you're the champion of champions. This is the Trial of Champions. Every single person here is basically a winner. However, if you want to go down in the record books as an official winner, you got to get past the round of Ro32, and that's where our action starts tonight.
Absolutely. I believe we're going to take a look at our upcoming map pool or the map set coming in. So I'm very excited to see kind of what we can predict these teams might be running on these maps here in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we are running with Control first, the standard, typical Control map to open things up. Usually a little bit chaotic. Then we go to Escort, Hybrid, then Assault. I really like having that Assault in the 4th slot because Assault's always a crazy one. It can definitely hold your momentum and change a lot in this series, and I like having it in that number 4 slot just before map 5.
Absolutely. Assault can make or break for either team. Things are going to be intense for both of the teams moving forward and moving into these fights. So to maybe even get to that Assault that may win it for a team or force us to a map 5, it could be really a game breaker or a game maker for these teams. But I'm very excited to move into our first map type, my personal favorite. So it looks like we're going to start with Control, but we are apparently going to have a little bit of a game delay as we are missing a couple of players moving forward. But that gives us more time to speculate what we think is going to happen next.
I mean, yeah, obviously the mechanical skill of Self-Made is going to be unreal. But some of these Saturn Storm players have come from different open division teams with each other to make this Saturn Storm team, which is around mid-tier open division. Top 40 is nothing to slouch at. I mean, it's not top level, which is where a lot of these teams are in Travel Champions. However, it's still a reasonably good result. So these players are experienced in the team format where Self-Made, yeah, some of them have played in team formats before, but not recently. And now they're all coming together. Could be a bit of a risky one. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to hope for some good team synergy here, and it's going to be difficult moving in because, like you said, top 40, top 48 isn't necessarily the best of the best, but that's nothing to shy away from. That's still a very difficult place to get to.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because Control is a little bit of a more hectic map, which could definitely suit Self-Made. If they get some momentum going, you know how much personality these streamers have, that's definitely going to help them along the way. But this is why I mentioned Assault being our map 4. If Saturn Storm can get to Assault and kind of like slow the game down, slow any sort of momentum Self-Made might have, and just play a set team game, especially on that Assault game mode, which is so punishing, especially to players who like to go for big plays. That could definitely help them. And if you can hold their momentum going into map 5, then you have a chance of winning the series.
Absolutely. If you can halt the momentum, like you said, either on a control point, because that really can go either way, or on an assault map. Both of those maps notorious for turning games around, turning matches around for either the winning or losing team. And like I mentioned earlier, that can be the game maker or the game breaker that can force you into a victory or force you into a map 5 where you've really got it all down to that final line.
And one thing I like to mention with contenders teams, contenders trials team, open division, any of these sort of tier 2/tier 3 teams is at the highest level, control is a bit of an outlier in maps. You know, if you lose that control map, you shouldn't feel too bummed. But when you're not experienced in a team circumstance at the highest level, then sometimes you'll feel a lot more bummed than you really should be for control, because control is just completely different to the rest
Yeah.
of these game modes. You know, there's no static or dynamic objectives. It's just control. You know, you're trying to fight, you're trying to control space. It's just different. It's just weird. And that's why Overwatch is cool. Lots of unique game modes, lots of unique heroes, and that's why we all love this game.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like you said, control. I agree. Very much an outlier in map type and just a performance level as well. You play very differently on a control map as you would, a hybrid or an escort map where you're constantly moving and fighting on new terrain. Where a control map, you're fighting on an identical map the entire time. So it's not really a similar play style as we'd see on those other types of maps.
I like to think that when they were creating Overwatch game modes, some guy with OCD was like, no, 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 this all needs to be symmetrical, and it needs to be a crazy game mode, but symmetrical maps, and it's just perfect for everyone. So Jeff was like, I want chaotic gameplay, and he was like, no, I want nice, set, creative maps, and it suited everyone down to a T when they created the control game mode.
Yeah, the control game mode, I've got to agree, that always gives me a bit of a chuckle to see that all of these buildings or all of these maps are perfectly symmetrical, and then you get to literally any other map that's not control in the game, and there's no attempt at symmetry, there's no attempt at making it look pretty the same way a control map might be. And it's interesting to see that that's the only map style where it's really you're only playing on one terrain and you're only playing on one type of map, where escort, assault, hybrid, all of those, you're moving one way or another. One team is constantly shifting their play style and the way they're going to approach. Where control, I mean, you can choose to go left or right, but you've still got to end up in the same spot no matter what.
Yeah, that's another thing I like about control. You see a lot more teams that like you see that awkward moment where teams like they go and they're like, "Oh, I'm sweet, we're on this cool fight, we're gonna go to the right of point," and then the other team's done the exact same thing, and you get this really cool messed up brawl on the side of the point. And whoever wins the first fight of control is usually in the best position, because defending an objective is a lot easier than attacking. So that first fight of control is absolutely critical.
Yeah, that first fight always very chaos filled, especially like you said, if you run the same pattern, you run into the enemy team maybe a little bit earlier than you meant to, then it really boils down to who's just gonna find that first elimination, who's gonna flip it into that clean 5v6. And that's always a chaotic thing. It really doesn't come down to skill there. It comes a little bit down more to who's playing a slight bit sloppier than the enemy team and who's able to find an enemy out. And then, like you said, it really comes down to whoever captures that first point in a much better position than whoever has to attack once again.
Well, whoever usually gets that first pick, that's usually the clutch players. That's their time to shine. And if you're a clutch player, you can make a bit of money doing that in the future, by winning these tournaments. And another way to make money is opinion outposts. It's so easy. I was doing it just before broadcast, making a little bit of money. All you have to do is express your opinion on some surveys, and that's all you have to do. There's some links in chat, but that is our beautiful opinion outpost. Thank you for sponsoring this tier 2 event.
Yes, thank you again, Opinion Outpost. That was a great time to bring that up, absolutely. And that's a caster's favorite thing to do, right? Is give our opinion on things. So that's something that we all know and love very well. So thank you so much.
I think it's a bit odd, me advertising opinion outposts when I was already using it, because expressing my opinion is favorite thing to do.
You
it's
and
what
me
I do
both.
as a caster.
Yeah, most definitely. That's why we love casting. That's why we love doing what we do. We get to talk, which is my favorite thing to do, and I get to give my opinion, which is my second favorite thing to do. So it really is the dream job for me, and I'm sure you feel pretty similar about that.
And you get to make money while doing it. That's the other thing, right?
True.
Talk, make
True.
money, express your opinion. You can't get paid. Just go do it. Just go do it. Lovely sponsors as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We cannot do what we do without our sponsors, and we cannot thank them enough for that, for this fantastic opportunity. Both the staff and the players really get the love from these sponsors tonight, so that is a fantastic thing. And I just cannot express, we're waiting a little bit for this game to start. We're building up that anticipation, but I am just so unbelievably excited to jump into this.
I mean, I just can't believe this is like an awesome experience, not just to cast, but to be a part of, just to watch, to participate in a tournament where all the tier 2 and tier 3 scene is together. And we've also got some awesome streamers getting involved, showing their support, and even playing in the tournament, just as a little bit of a motivation for these tier 2 teams. If you could go and beat these streamers, that's definitely getting your name out there, getting your career started, getting into, some heads for getting into maybe some trial teams, contenders teams, whatever. Just try and prove yourself in this tier 2 tournament. Go and enjoy the moment. That's the advice I would definitely give to any of these tier 3 teams.
Yeah, and I mean, I am very excited, but we are unfortunately going to have to be cutting to a break as we wait for these teams to move in and get ready. So we will see you guys in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere because this is going to be an amazing match. We'll see you on the other side.
I'm just feeding because I don't want Tryout to be alone.
Yeah. Every time I feed like nothing, we chatter nothing. We just chatter.
Just make it look like we're throwing it on purpose.
Misery loves company, man. Misery loves company.
Didn't even notice the punches that you roll with. You got to keep it focused. You wanna say
man.
so?
I have a question.
Yeah.
You use Spotify?
Yep.
Please do not say you have the playlist TikTok songs favorited.
That's such a good idea.
You didn't answer my question, dog.
He's not really supposed to talk, I don't think.
Oh, really? Oh. No. Can you flash your mic?
Damn, I really hope that goes into a clip.
Alright.
Quick head count. Magic.
Yes.
West.
Yeah.
Sealder.
Yup.
Lyric.
Hello.
Queso.
When I say Ryan, you say Ryan. Ryan.
Rhyme.
Ryan.
Wait, you play on mute.
Yeah.
Leave Diva. I'm healing her. Don't worry.
Yeah, heal her.
I'm healing her.
Yeah, heal her. Keep going. Get heals.
I can build maybe.
Make her drown.
I see you guys won this game 3-0. It looks like it went pretty well for you guys. What were some of the issues that you had in the middle of the match, and what could you say about the other team that you saw was happening during the match?
Okay,
Honestly, I just didn't.
So Beacon was jumping in the back line. I'm
just feeding because I don't want to.
Uprising Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh!
And asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that line.
Impact se escucha debajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend. Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting until it's for sure lost. Winnable!
And welcome back, everyone. The break is over. The casters are back and the players are ready. We are going to be jumping into our first map, our control map. It's going to be Nepal, and I could not be more excited.
I mean, Nepal is one of those interesting points because Village, a little bit hard brawl. Shrine is one of them weird brawl maps where, you know, there's so much natural cover that is it really brawl? It's more of a it's like a mix of a brawl and poke. So Shrine's interesting, and also Shrine. If you win that first fight, you're in such a good position because you have that high ground. Now that statue to the left on the high ground from one of the perspectives, you have that nice little piece of high ground that you can use, and that's very, very effective for the defending team after you capture the first point of control on Shrine. And of course, Sanctum. It's just crazy on Sanctum. You have so many options. You're usually looking to control that top right high ground near the Mega Health Pack. That's what you really want to control, but Sanctum can go anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. As a Lucio and newly found Roadhog player, I adore Nepal Sanctum. It's just the map of maps when you play a character that has a boop ability or an ability like Hook. It's just a fun map. I get to do stupid plays on it that sometimes work out, but most of the time don't. I get to have fun doing it, you know, and that's what really matters to me is that I'm having a good time playing the game that I love. Nepal, all three maps, a lot of fun. Village, I love because it's that tight fight space. You know, those fights either have to happen on the point, or they have to happen in the choke. They have to be face to face 95% of the time. And that's really when we get the best out of these players, when they're in that down to the wire moment.
Yeah, you know, I thought we were vibing well, and then you said you were a Roadhog player, and I'm just a bit disappointed.
Yeah, I'm usually a main tank player, but recently I decided I wanted to spice things up a little bit, decided to maybe play an off tank, and I found out that Roadhog kind of fun. I've been having some fun with him recently. All things considered, I'm usually a support player, but I found main tank just to be a lot better. But, I mean, my main tank isn't going to be nearly as good as any of these folks here. We are going to jump in. It's going to be Nepal Shrine first. Things are going to be very interesting, and I'm excited to see what either of these teams can bust out here.
Yeah, I mean, the Nepal Shrine's always interesting because, again, a lot of it comes down to the first fight. So usually you want to make sure you get ready for the first fight, and it looks like we see a little bit of a change in the line. No Harp instead, but we have Flats instead. So yeah, even better at some perspective. I know we won't see any crazy off-tank play, but we'll see crazy Reinhardt play instead, which is going to be interesting, especially for this first map. And it turns out I'm a liar because Flats is going to play the Winston. And on the other side, we're seeing a little bit of a spammy-based comp, all Russian, all brawl from Saturn Storm. A little bit more coordinated. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah, hopefully it does work out for them. We've got this dive versus this brawl comp. The Lucio speed boost. Matman 909 making it to point in 6 seconds. The fastest person by a country mile there. Playing off the side. He's going to look for some big plays early. Try to do some damage pretty quick, but he's going to take a lot more. Almost down to critical condition, but Flats finds the pick on a 2-for-1 straight away. Now in that clean 5v5. J3 picking up Mystics after Mystics found the Doom. Right now, self-made. They're proving that they are self-made, and it has worked out. They are absolutely taking Saturn Storm to the bank here, sending them back to spawn, already forcing a lot of swaps as well. That fight's gonna be over pretty fast.
Yeah, it looks like that J3 flank in the back line, getting a couple kills, it's going to force a change on the Saturn Storm. They're going to not only take the Tracer, they're going to have the Torn War to try and limit the space J3 has on the Tracer in the back line, and that should limit their impact.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be great. Mystics takes out CarQ, and J3 going to drop the Pulse Bomb. Like you said, Paranoia got some really big shoes to fill here, taking J3 in the 1v1. No! But Samito finds Tai off the map. Tay is now booped off the map. 2-for-1 gone as well from Chopped. Back-to-back boops. And Akai sends himself down the well there. Flats takes out Mystic. You know, they had the early pick there. They had found the Ana, but that fight really just did not work out for them.
Yeah, they managed to get a really strong start in the fight. They managed to take down CarQ, take down the main healing resource, which is so important in this map of Overwatch. However, as soon as they got to the edge of that point, they were kind of just stuck for a little bit, and then eventually the environment kills were gone.
Here comes another early Pulse Bomb out of Paranoia, but it did not get much. Flats took the damage, but was healed right back up. Gonna be in this 5v5 now. A player missing from both teams. Chopped drops the beat, sings a happy song for the rest of his team here. The turret gone now from J3. The Coalescence just not doing enough. 2-for-1 doing their best, but J3 just doing a little bit better, putting in the work, taking out the team 1-by-1 here. Self-made, they're not looking great, but they are looking much better than Saturn Storm, who's currently missing both of their tanks. Flats and Matman just cleaning up right now. The minefield still online. Samito gonna have the ultimate here in just a second. The Nano gone as well, but I mean, they're in last fight territory already, and they haven't even broken a sweat.
Yeah, that's our territory, but they do have some ultimates coming online. They'll have the Soundbar and the Graviton Surge too, the most important ultimates, and they've just won the Tracer Duel on the J3, so they will have the flanks to themselves.
Yeah, that damage dealer now missing, like you said, they've got a huge advantage, but the minefield from Matman could be big. Both Tracers gone. We're in that clean 5v5, something that is pretty expected to see now. With Samito popping off on the Doomfist, able to find 2 eliminations before being eliminated himself. Mystic is on the Torbjorn, definitely non-conventional pick, but it's working out very well. Lats has to pop that Primal Rage to stay alive. Gonna juggle Ty all the way off the map. Very unfortunate. Tay will be gone today. Not looking great. Paranoia finds the Pulse Bomb kill on Kartu, and right now, I mean, Flats just has free reign to the point.
Yeah, Flats doing extremely well on that Winston. Samito as well, feeding in the kills, but Paranoia trying their best to keep Saturn Storm alive.
Yeah, Saturn Storm desperately trying to stay alive. Samito gonna have to be taken out, down to 48 health in the back line. Flats gone as well, and just when I said they weren't gonna break a sweat, the sweat will start flowing now. Saturn Storm in a really good position to flip this map in their point for the first time.
Yeah, and as we mentioned just before we had it in this run, it's so much easier to defend this objective rather than attack it. And there's no real ultimates online, apart from the support ultimates and the Pulse Bomb online for Self-Made. They will get that minefield in the next fight. However, no real powerful ultimates, and Twothorn will have the Coalescence, and Mystics will have that Molten Force, so there's resources available for the side of Saturn Storm in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Saturn Storm they almost got the resources, the Molten Core and the Coalescence. Minefield almost as well. They can really get aggressive here and move forward. Chop's gonna drop this ult very early, and one from Mystics, and Twothorn coming out as well. One ultimate traded for 2. The turret now gone. Matman 9%, make that 0% away from the minefield. Gonna send it out straight away. Chop takes out the alter ego here. Mel is gone out of this fight in a clean 5v6. Samito almost has the ultimate, but is taking insane amounts of damage. Point flip right back. Flats does take out Tay. It's gonna be another elimination from that just relentless Winston at this point. Samito on the Doomfist putting in the work, to say the least, and they are just gonna continue to get aggressive here as they're not really being punished for it.
Yeah, Samito and Flats trying to clean up those final kills, and it looks like Self-Made are gonna take this first point of Nicole Shrine, and just going to the analytics of that Self-Made, they're playing a very chaotic style, which does get favored on the patrol map. And Flats, J3, Samito, you know, you're showing how much work that they are doing in the kill feed. However, the hidden talent there is Matman on the Wrecking Ball, used to play for Wave Check in Contenders. Matman on the Wrecking Ball is creating so much space for those three to do whatever they want, realistically. And it's working out really well for them.
Yeah, I have to agree. Matman was just in that back line, I'd say 80-90% of the time, just finding pick after pick, finding huge value with or without the ultimates, just relentlessly staring death in the face and never finally meeting him. Death just could not get a grasp on Matman. I'm not sure he died. I think he died one time that entire map, so he really has had some fantastic opportunity to do some damage here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a small change in composition. We see the Reinhardt Winston coming up from Self-Made. A little bit of a chance to express some dominance and express some natural skill from Matman's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Flats on the Reinhardt running that double main tank against the Brawl comp here. J3 taking out Paranoia straight away. A very quick 5v6 once again for Self-Made. They're going to rip Saturn Storm to shreds here. That's already going to be 3 off the map. Make that 4. That fight's going to be a quick one as well. J3 just getting kill after kill on this Tracer.
Yeah, J3 just looked for the moment to get on the Paranoia and gets Paranoia instantly. Wasn't happy with losing a couple of Tracer Duels in the last round, and will assert some dominance there. And yeah, that Paranoia going down, the Reaper, who is extremely good at dealing with tanks, in particular main tanks in some sort of duels, would be the key for Saturn Storm in that fight. However, without the Reaper, they really were lost in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, the Reaper being gone, that's pretty much a fight ender within itself, your main damage dealer off the map. It's going to be really difficult to move in. Not missing the Zarya as well, the Moira gone. In this fight, there's not going to be much to talk about other than the fact these DPS are just uncontested. They are absolutely ripping the enemy team to shreds. We've got the full 6v6 with the kill feed is just Samito and J3 trading back and forth, taking out these enemies here.
One positive for Saturn Storm is that they will have that Blizzard online during this next fight. However, before they can even use that Blizzard, they're going to have to deal with J3 and his postman, which they already have dealt with, and Parky and Anonymous.
Absolutely, that's the biggest opportunity they've had so far. J3 missing, Mel now gone as well, losing the off healer and the speed boost. Flats is gone now too. They've got the opportunity to win this fight, but it's going to slip through their fingers as they're pushed into that back corner. They are down but not out. They're looking to go out with a bang. Instead of a whimper, McCarthy's going to find a nade in the final moment. Samito takes the headshot onto Paranoia. 60%. They've got maybe one more good fight before this map's over too.
What I really like from Self-Made is they have this strategy with their DPS. J3 tends to go for more aggressive plays, and what I really noticed from Samito was when they play for Triumph in Contenders is they usually just who pull pick out of nowhere. So that allows J3 to play a lot more aggressive, and Samido is just going to be looking for those picks mid-fight.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for picks mid-fight here. Coalescence is going to come on quick. The pulse bomb's not going to be big, but it's going to be big enough. Takes out the Lucio. They're going to get aggressive. Ultimates coming out from Paranoia. J3 just dropping pulse bombs off cooldown. Already 20% to another one. Just 10% left on the map, and it's really looking like this one's going to be handed to Selfmade as well.
I wonder if they can even touch the point. Mystic's already off the map. I don't think there's another option.
Yeah, I mean, Flats has the Shatter, but will he even have to use it here? It's 7% away, and there's nobody that can even, if they even can touch the point, they're so incredibly scattered. Chops takes out 2 for 1. They're just going to pour in 1 by 1 here. Flats drops the Shatter, but it did not matter. This map already was handed to Selfmade. Samido going to pop the Doom ult as well, but J3 picks up the double kill, puts a pretty little bow on the Paul, and that's going to be that for map 1.
Yeah, very quick map 1. Sanderson showed some glimpses of light when Paranoia was taking on J3 in the Tracer duel. Mystics looked pretty good on the Tormion because it was shutting out a lot of the space that the DPS wanted to use on Selfmade. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to shut down the DPS. However, they really weren't able to do that, especially on Village. Of course, they were able to find some momentum on Shrine. But other than that, not a great map for Fire and Storm. And Selfmade are really proving that these aren't just a bunch of streamers. These are a bunch of talented players as well.
Yeah, most definitely. I know that Selfmade people, a lot of people were saying, oh, why are these content creators allowed to come in? You know, they've got all these fans, they've got all this, but it's going to be, they're here to prove themselves just like everybody else tonight. And if they have the ability to do so, more power to them. They want to show we're not just here to make content. We're here to show that we can finish this game. We can compete at this higher level.
Yeah, and our next map is going to be Escort, so that's going to be an interesting one. They have the choice, losers pick for Saturn Storm, picking Dorado or Route 66, so that's what we're going to go for. What map would you pick if you were in that situation?
If I was in this situation, I would pick Dorado personally, because that's just a map that I'm more familiar with. I get to play a couple more familiar heroes. I get to play my Lucio on Dorado, and it looks like this map is going to be Dorado. So I accidentally did choose the proper map tonight. And like we talked about earlier, just because Saturn Storm lost that first map, control is much different than any other map in this game, any other map type. So we are going to see possibly a shift. Maybe they can afford to get a little bit more aggressive. Maybe they'll be a little bit more coordinated, but Dorado could be a whole different game than we just saw on Nepal.
Yeah, let's kind of slow this down and think about why they selected Dorado. Now, Dorado isn't really a map that has a lot of space for your DPS, has a lot of space for your tanks. You have to work that space. You have to try really hard to work that space. There are a lot of choke holds, a lot of high grounds that, block access to some of the space that you may want, especially on your offense. So just limiting the amount of output that J3 and Samido can have naturally is definitely a good selection for the Escort map, and I think that's what they are trying to do when picking Dorado here.
Yeah, that's definitely a great point, because honestly, no matter what map you pick, both Mapman and Flats, I mean, they're just both such great tank players that the map will not matter. They'll be able to adjust. But like you said, it really does impact the damage and the value these damage heroes may be able to get on this map. Dorado has a lot of tighter corridors. It has a lot of more up-close damage than we saw on Nepal. So then maybe they'll find an opportunity to maybe get a little bit closer up, maybe do a little bit more damage to that Tracer without as many pot shots maybe as we saw last time.
Yeah, and one thing I would like to see maybe on point B, where you have a little bit more open space, I would like to see Paranoia take on J3 in the Tracer drill, not just let that Tracer run rampant. Take the challenge to J3 on the Tracer. That's what you would want to do. You have this opportunity to express yourself in front of so many viewers in the Trial of Champions. Go and do it. Go and take on that big name. We'd love to see that from Paranoia.
I definitely agree. Paranoia, I believe at the beginning of Shrine was also on Tracer, so we saw a little bit of that 1v1 situation. They were getting slightly aggressive toward one another, but I mean, I'm super excited to see where this next map's going to take us. Dorado, like I said, one of my personal favorites. I get to bust out my Lucio here. I get to bust out my Reinhardt here. I get to play pretty much any tank I want, really, because this map is so versatile, especially on which point you're on. There's a lot of rotations coming through, and those are the maps that I prefer, where you kind of have to swap heroes to play to the best of your ability.
It is going to be interesting as well to see what sort of tank lineup they want to run with on Escort for Selfmade, because, they were running the Reinhardt Winston on Village, which isn't really a combination that you should be using. They're on the Winston Wrecking Ball. Of course, both Mapman and Flats are naturally main tank players, so that's kind of explains why we're seeing these main tank heroes, but we'll see. If they see something a little bit different on Dorado.
Yeah, I was shocked to see that double main tank coming out on Nepal Village there, but I mean, it worked very, very well for them. They absolutely rolled that map. I think the Reinhardt and the Winston offered a lot of damage up close, and then a lot of vulnerability and escapism from the Winston. He was able to constantly be around. He was constantly in and out of the fights without taking too much damage, and that gave the Reinhardt an even larger opportunity because the supports could just dump all their healing into him.
Yeah, I mean, and also Karku and Chop did a great job. I mean, apart from being out of position a couple times, Chop got picked off once. That wasn't really in the right scenario. Karku twice. But other than that, their supports did a really good job of enabling the DPS, enabling the tanks. Anything J3, Samido, Flads, and that man do is all because of their supports, and they're definitely showing their mechanical skill and teamwork abilities here in the support line for self-made.
Absolutely. You heard it here first, folks. Thank your supports. You couldn't do it without them. I know I couldn't, even though I'm usually the support. But I absolutely agree. And I mean, Chopped is one of the most aggressive Lucios I've seen in a very long time. He is constantly in the center of those fights, and then he constantly gets back out. Like you said, I think he died twice in between both of those maps. So I think he really had a great performance on that Lucio. And KarQ got an unlucky headshot from a Torbjorn on the first map, and I think only died once on the second. So like you said, support's absolutely popping off.
Yeah, Chop's one of those players that I like to highlight on the self-made team because it's not one of those big names. It's not J3, it's not Samido, it's not KarQ, right? But Chop has been competing in Tennis Trials, Contenders for recently, and has been doing extremely well on teams like Odyssey. So Chop is not a bad player, extremely good player in my opinion. In fact, and definitely a player to keep your eye on in the NA scene.
Yeah, absolutely. I could not agree more. Definitely a player to keep your eye on. Chopped, kind of a silent horse here, kind of an underlier, not a content creator, you know, maybe not as recognizable as the rest of his teammates, but absolutely putting his name on the map so far.
I mean, with a performance like that on the pole, can they continue it here on Dorado? That's the real question. It looks like, just from the defense perspective, we're going to see J3 on the Soldier 76. This is interesting because Soldier 76 just got that change. Of course, there is no spread left in Soldier 76's gun. However, there is recoil attached. And we'll see how like a hit scan player like J3 adapts to that.
Yeah, absolutely. J3 currently on the Soldier, and I mean, this is on the most updated patch of the game, and Soldier pretty much broken right now, can really find a lot of value, especially on maps like Dorado. A lot of free high ground, a lot of areas to run, and a lot of places to hide. So I think J3 could get a lot of value here on the Soldier if he plays his cards right.
Yeah, it looks like Thunderstorm going to opt for a more defensive style of offense, if you want to say that. They're going to be looking for picks from Mystics. They're going to play a nice slow style, and they're going to try and finish off by either a hook combo or a nice little bit of Tracer play from Paranoia.
Yeah, Paranoia back on the Tracer. This time won't have to go face-to-face with J3. Samido diving into the air and attempting to take out Mystics on the Pharah. But right now, Pharah's going to get some pretty good free reign if they can put the pressure onto J3. Yep, going to find a very early elimination. There's not going to be a mercy to res that either. So this is the opportunity for Saturn Storm. Now with a double kill coming out, almost halfway to that barrage already. This is where Saturn Storm can really get much more aggressive. If they can find that barrage maybe in the next fight, there's really nothing to stop it other than maybe a good sleep from KarQ.
Yeah, Samido is still in that back line, but will probably be taken out in just a second. And terrific discipline from Mystics on the far. I said watch out for this player at the start because Mystics is no slouch at this level. And Mystics do extremely well to hide away from J3 and eventually get that kill and then pick up a second one to pick up the first fight win for Saturn Storm. Going into the next fight, they will be building towards that Primal Rage and Barrage, but other than that, they're not going to have much online, so it's a pretty even fight.
Absolutely, like you said, an even fight coming in, but right now Mystics just using the versatility of these buildings and using the cover of these rooftops to make sure they're taking as little damage as possible. Paranoia doing great damage as well, not putting themselves too far forward, letting Flats come to him rather than getting aggressive into Flats. Gonna have a Pulse Bomb online almost as well, and this is the Saturn Storm I was expecting to see today. They are really putting the pressure on to self-made here. That's gonna be a quick barrage.
This is the more disciplined approach from Saturn Storm. This is a more disciplined map. They're playing careful, they're punishing their opponents, and it's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I agree. They're really putting the punishment down here, and they're letting self-made maybe get a little too confident, maybe pushing a little bit too hard. They're ready for them to push into Saturn Storm rather than pushing into self-made. Paranoia just absolutely ruthless right now on this Tracer in the back line, finding almost the double kill, got the Pulse Bomb to boot as well. So they're going to get super aggressive, and right now that's going to be 3 ultimates versus only 1 from self-made.
Yeah, ultimates a little bit in favor of Saturn Storm, but it's going to be more interesting to me how Mystics adapts to playing on point B, where J3 is automatically going to have this high ground and the advantage in hit scan versus forward. So we'll see how Mystics is able to adapt.
Mystics, like you said, gonna have to find that adaptation. J3 hits the melee combo onto Paranoia as the beat comes to an end here. It's gonna be big, the double kill, and for the first time, the map turning around in Selfmade's favor. Sumito getting very aggressive, currently all the way in the back line, trying to just deal some damage. He's gonna find it, takes out 2 for 1. Only gonna get the 1 for 1 though, isn't able to find another elimination there. Only gonna have to move back. Now they've got 4 ultimates to work with this Saturn Storm. Gonna have to push in here once again.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of a classic Salmon spawn with the mines. Let's see if this is effective.
The minefield, I mean, oh, and here comes the Nano Visor in the back line. Self-Made just holding Saturn Storm and Spawn right now. They're committing 1, 2, 3 ultimates. Make that 4 as the beat's gone offline as well. And I mean, they've got a stranglehold on this. They still have that primal for stall potential, and they can just really afford to keep getting aggressive here.
They're gonna keep going for this spawn hole like the crazy streamers they are, but they used a lot of ultimates there, and yes, they win a team fight, but do you really get that much value? You know, you're not really stopping them progressing to the cart, you're not really stopping any resources. I'm not sure that's the correct call right now.
I agree. I mean, they commit a lot of cooldowns there, but there's still 3 minutes on the clock, and if they lose one fight, it's going to be a lot of free space for Saturn Storm. But J3 right now just not letting up at that left click, just holding it down, finding head after head, click after click. It's going to be very difficult here for Saturn Storm to break out, but they're slowly building these ultimates. Paranoia's on that Widowmaker now, and they've really got to do something because over half of their time bank is gone.
I don't think I've ever seen this duel on the side. J3 and Tay are having an interesting duel here.
Yeah, interesting to say the least, but Tay is able to find that J3 on the Soldier. Mystic takes an elimination onto Karq. This is the opportunity Saturn Storm has been looking for. They commit every ult that they had, unfortunately, but if they can get the card moving, it will have been worth it.
Yeah, I think they are actually going to clean up this fight, and finally, they put herself made for that aggressive hold, and now they're going to reap the benefits. They're going to get a lot of space and a lot of control after a little bit of an interesting play from Self-Made as, you know, Tay was able to get the bug off of J3, and from there it really collapsed there.
Yeah, without a doubt, J3's elimination being all the way in that back line did not look good for Self-Made, and losing one of your primary damage dealers is not going to be great for the team as a whole. But right now, Paranoia on the Widowmaker, an unusual pick as so many members of Self-Made can dive into these. Gonna see an early beat come in here from Chop. Definitely an unusual thing to see, but it's gonna pay off. Finds a very quick elimination onto Paranoia, so they're really looking great. Batman has the minefield as well, and 2 minutes off the clock. They barely got this cart anywhere after a 2-minute full hold, and it looks like they might lose this fight as well.
Yeah, they're gonna soft disengage and come back in a second. Mystics 70% to the pros. That's gonna be what they look to win the next fight with. However, Nano Visor online for Self-Made soon.
Nano Visor coming online is going to be much more dangerous than that barrage, especially if Karq can hit the sleep dart on the Pharah. That will be the end of that fight no matter what. It's going to be 74 seconds left on the clock. Here comes the Nano Visor. Mystics and Mel already gone. It's going to be a very quick triple kill. Self-Made just looking for the TK at this point. They find 3, but the Nano comes through onto Tay. He's going to be 80%, almost to that primal. He's going to get aggressive in the Winston, putting in a lot of damage, but he can't save everybody. He will be eliminated by Flats as well as that Nano comes to an end. 60 seconds on the clock, and we're exactly where we were 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, this aggressive spawn hold is going to be back for Self-Made, and Saturn Storm, they don't have the ultimates to deal with this. Yes, they have their tank ultimates in the barrage, but they lost the Nano Base in the previous fight when they were losing to that Nano Visor. That's not an ultimate you wanted to lose.
They've got a lot of ultimates online as well, but so does Self-Made. We've got almost 4 versus 4 ultimates here. Getting very aggressive. Sumito drops to 70 health, but he looks like he's going to be able to make it out. He's going to go all the way to the rooftop. A very common strategy to see, and as he does, his tank's just cleaning up the offensive line. Finds the elimination on the Mystics. What a fantastic play. Very flashy of him to do, but it makes him look very good. 4 ultimates online for Saturn Storm. 15 seconds left on the clock. This has got to be the moment for them. They've really got to come back to life here.
Yeah, they have to get these ultimates off, and they have to get these kills fast because they're running out of time, and they still have to touch the point.
2 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to commit Primal just in a desperate attempt to touch the point. J3 dumps damage into Paranoia. Mystics finds Karq, but will be eliminated by J3 as well. Paranoia just doing their absolute best to put in the damage. Flats knocking people around with that Primal Rage. The Monkey just punching left, right, and center here, finding these eliminations. Paranoia does pick up an elimination onto Sumito as well. Mystic swapping to a Doomfist. Now the beat coming out preemptively from Shop. Nano coming out from 2 for 1 as well. They're just going to get as aggressive as they can, but right now, things are not looking good. Paranoia is kissed goodbye by J3 there. Matman finds 2 for 1 as well. Here comes another Nano Visor. This led into overtime. It is all but over for Saturn Storm here.
Yeah, J3 and Korku pairing up again for the Nano Visor. Oh, it's not quite over yet. Mystic's trying to help Saturn Storm.
Yeah, that's going to be it. J3, I think, found 4 out of 6 eliminations in that final fight and absolutely carried with the help of that support. Once again, thank your supports, as J3 should be doing to KarQ right now. Every single nano found value, and it was a phenomenal performance from Selfmade. I'm sure their attack's going to look just as good, if not better.
I would love to hear the calls for Selfmade when they're getting ready for those nano boosts, because not only are they just using nano boosts like in a casual rank game, they're not. They are actually setting up these nano boosts quite well, and you can see that by the effect it has. They're getting kills with this nano visor consistently, and that's important from the Selfmade perspective, not only for this game, but for future games in this tournament, especially when Soldier 76 just got this buff, especially when Soldier 76 might be meta later on in this tournament. That's definitely beneficial for Selfmade. However, for Saturn Storm, there was positives for them as well. Mystics was able to get some value out of the Fora until the high ground kind of loomed. So if they can find a map that there isn't much high ground on later on in the series, then maybe they can run that Fora yet again, and that could definitely help Saturn Storm to try and bring their way back.
Absolutely, Saturn Storm down but not out. I mean, we've seen holds much more aggressive here than we saw from Selfmade before, and that's if they are able to cap that first point at all. This map plenty of times gets stalled before that first point cap, so it could be something we see here. Saturn Storm, they're going for a little bit more of spam, a little bit more spammage than normal. They've got the Ashe, they've got the Junkrat, and they're going to look to do as much damage as they can as quickly as possible here.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one where we see Selfmade back on this Wrecking Ball Winston composition, so we'll see what targets they kind of prioritize. Will they prioritize Paranoia, who's kind of looking like the most important part of Saturn Storm, because that's their DPS duelist. When Paranoia is dueling the opposition DPS, that means that Mystics has the space to pop ball.
Absolutely, we got the Winston v. Winston getting super aggressive, and Flats is going to pay for the overzealousness once again, finds himself in the Junkrat trap, will be eliminated. Samito gets, hugs, kisses death there for just a moment, but will be healed back up, able to escape, drops down to 12 health, and they're getting a lot of free space here. Saturn Storm does not have a lot of room to work with, and they're just farming ultimates, but they're letting the cart move a lot for free here. They're already underneath the bridge.
Yeah, however, I think they're just going to stop them at this bridge and just take this as a choke pool.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're going to look to do, is they kiss both the DPS goodbye. Tay is eliminating Flats as well. Saturn Storm, once again, able to find themselves on top of this fight, looking quite good. They've got the tire, and that's going to have to be huge next fight. If they can find 1, even 2 picks, that could turn the fight in Saturn Storm's favor.
Yeah, they've already won this fight, and now the most important thing for Saturn Storm is they have ultimates online. Nano Boost and Rip Tear as well as Bob and Valkyrie will be online for the defense, and that could be used to stabilize and also play aggressive for kills to win fights.
Absolutely, and we've got the Nano and the Valk from Saturn Storm, Tire and Bob almost online as well. Here comes the Minefield, here comes the Nano from Selfmade. This is going to have to be huge, and it is big enough. Both J3 and KarQ taken out by Mystics. A very risky, but it paid off. Tire, very high risk, high reward. Paranoia takes out Flats as well. Resurrection onto the Diva there. Pandakai is able to be brought back to life, and just like that, the fight once again in Saturn Storm's favor.
Yeah, however, they used a lot of their resources to do so. They'll only have the tank ultimates in the next fight, and last 2 for 1 could go absolutely crazy on the Ono, build another Nano Boost. Selfmade are going to have an extreme advantage if they can get their DPS in the right spots.
Paranoia definitely not in the right spot right now, dropping into critical condition, desperately being healed up by the supports, and it looks like they may be able to make it out just barely. Flats now still trying to take out that Ashe, but will be trapped by Mystics instead, forcing out the beat from Chopped, will not receive onto Flats. KarQ finds the elimination onto Mystics, and the Rampage just did not get enough. Primal Rage not finding any value. Here comes the Doom ult, here comes the Diva ult, here comes the Soldier ult there, throwing out ultimates left, right, and center, but for Selfmade, it is going to matter. They will find 3, make that 4 eliminations, and it looks like they're going to be able to cap this first point.
It seems like both of these teams at points lack a little bit of discipline. Of course, Selfmade, they lack a little bit more discipline than Saturn Storm, because Saturn Storm's been playing over the region for a little bit more. So they've been a team unit, my man. Getting caught in the trap as well. It's the second time that's happened to tank on the Selfmade offense. But back to the point, oh Mal getting punished there by Jeffrey. But both these teams are a little less disciplined than I would expect.
Ooh.
Speaking of discipline.
Wow, J3 just disciplined aim, holds his trigger until he knows he can confirm those shots, finds a triple kill before being taken out by Paranoia, and that's really going to cost Saturn Storm here. They've got very little time to get back to this point before they lose this map, and that triple elimination from J3 in the back line may have cost them Dorado.
Yeah, and I mean, I just wasn't expecting that. There wasn't even a fight going. J3 just flanks and kills 3. And Southern Storm are now in a rush to get back to the point, and there's going to be a minefield that I'm not about to deal with.
Absolutely, and the minefield is going to be a dangerous one to work with and maneuver. Samito already gone though. Paranoia finds an elimination, has Bob online, going to make Bob hug the cart. It's going to be a great stall potential, but they're going to try to melt that Bob down. He's focused on the tanks, not dealing a lot of damage, but he's going to be able to get enough damage as Paranoia takes out Flats as well. The Dynamite comes in, and Paranoia 25% already to another one. Picks up a triple kill. Doesn't drop a headshot there, but will finally be eliminated by J3. The Ash simply cannot do enough on her own. Mel brings the Resurrection back up onto 2-for-1, and Saturn Storm somehow, a miracle today on Dorado. It looks like they are going to be able to stall this for just a little bit longer. 3 minutes and 3 meters. It's going to be a difficult uphill fight now from here on out.
Yeah, they have Paranoia there to fight for that. 3 kills for the Ash, however. They have to deal with J3's Pack Visor in the next fight, as well as Chop Soundbar, and they don't have anything for themselves.
And speaking of ultimates, here comes one quick. Matman takes out Mystics. We're going to see the Beat Visor combo come out as well. Karq doesn't have a nano online, but so far it doesn't matter. A double kill already coming out from J3. Going to be melted down by Panda Kai, but Panda Kai instead, they just didn't have enough peel. Just like that, Dorado's going to be over. They're eliminated one by one. Selfmade sneaks the cart in, hits it with the putter just a couple more meters, and drops it in. That's going to be another win for Selfmade here.
Yeah, and that's them 2 up in this series match point as we are in a first 2-3 format. Our next map choice will be hybrid, however, before then there will be a quick break. But first, let's dissect the action of this map, because Dorado is crazy, and mainly because of this player in particular. J3, not only on the Soldier 76, but with Karq on the Ana, they were a magical pairing on defense. On the offense, it was just the J3 show.
Yeah, I could not agree more. J3 picking up kill after kill, without a doubt, gold eliminations at the end of Dorado there. And like you said, Karq playing a fantastic Ana on that map, dropping the nanos when they most mattered, Chopped dropping the beats in an aggressive sense rather than a defensive sense, and the team really benefited off of those. I think, once again, the support's the unsung heroes here. Well, J3 and Flats and Matman, while they're lighting up the kill feed, right now, Karq and Chopped are just finding the perfect healing opportunities, the perfect anti-nades, the perfect beats, and just putting on a phenomenal show so far.
Yeah, and I want to bring up something that I always bring up in Tier 2 to Tier 3 broadcasts, because it's something that a lot of Tier 2 to Tier 3 teams lack. Teams in this sort of high level of Tier 2, they are very reactive. They always are responding to something. And usually, in anything, if you're playing the game, you're casting the game like we are, you want to be proactive. You want to be proactive and stay one step ahead, because if you're always reacting to things, you're always behind in the game. And that's exactly how it feels for Saturn Storm right now. They always feel like they're behind Selfmade. They're always reacting to what Selfmade are doing. But if they were proactive and came up with their own ideas, they would be able to take the lead in this series and take some initiative and maybe fight back.
Absolutely. We see Saturn Storm, they have opportunities to get aggressive. They end up winning fights, but I absolutely agree. They're being reactive rather than proactive. They're living in the moment and looking for early picks rather than strategizing on how to get those picks. And I think if they could flip that switch and kind of find the opportunity to say, okay, who do we focus on next, rather than just waiting for someone to find an elimination, they really could flip this series in their favor.
And to flip that series in their favor, they're gonna need help from Mystics and Paranoia. We've seen glimpses of them 2 DPS being able to pop off. We're gonna need to see if they could do it even more. I believe we have a quick break.
I'm just feeding because I don't want Tryout to be alone.
Yeah. Every time I feed like nothing, we chatter nothing. We just chatter.
Just make it look like we're trolling on purpose.
Misery loves company, man. Misery loves company. Didn't even notice the punches that you roll with. You got to keep it focused. You wanna say so.
I have a question.
Yeah?
You use Spotify?
Yep.
Please do not say you have the playlist TikTok songs favorited.
That's such a good idea.
You didn't answer my question, dog.
He's not really supposed to talk, I don't think.
Oh, really? Oh. No. Can you flash your mic?
Damn, I really hope that goes into a clip.
Alright.
Quick head count. Magic.
Yes.
West.
Yeah.
Sealder.
Yup.
Lyric.
Hello.
Queso.
When I say Ryan, you say Ryan. Ryan.
Rhyme.
Ryan. 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 Ryan.
Wait, Papega, I'm mute.
Yeah. Leave Diva.
I'm healing her, don't worry.
Yeah, heal her.
I'm healing her.
Yeah, heal her. Keep going, good heals.
I can build maybe.
Make her drown. I see you guys won this game 3-0. It looks like it went pretty well for you guys. What were some of the issues that you had in the middle of the match, and what could you say about the other team that you saw was happening during the match?
Okay,
honestly, I just didn't.
So Beacon was jumping in the back line. Feeding. Our Reaper was shooting a Diva defense range the whole time.
Okay.
Our Moira was holding right click the whole time.
Okay.
Diva was only using her pistol and baby form the whole time, and then Muffin Man was booping him. Speed only.
Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh!
It asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact, se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend. Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting until it's for sure lost. Winnable!
And random teammates want to put your team to the test against opponents of similar SR?
Go.
Ever been told to get good, but felt like you were never given the chance? Introducing our Get Good tournament, open to PC and console teams in NA and EU region. Our goal is to provide you with an environment that will push your team play and individual skills to new heights and an opportunity to make new friends along the way. Our divisions range from beginner to unlimited, and the tournament will start off with a 5 to 6 week group stage in Swiss format, ending in a 2-week-long playoff bracket. You can even be showcased live as we stream matches with talented casters every week on Twitch. The winner for each division is crowned champion and will get a fancy champion's role. Get Good signups will start on October 5th, with the tournament starting on the 23rd for PC and the 24th for console. And if you don't have a team yet, but would like to experience playing in a team, fear not. Solo player signups is a team building service offered by Elohell Esports in preparation for our Get Good tournament. Sign up on your own and you will be put into a team of 6. Solo player signups are open right now. Go to elohell.gg/getgood for more information and to sign up for the real 6v6 experience. Tired of the competitive grind and random teammates? Want to put your team to the test against opponents of similar SR? Ever been told to get good, but felt like you were never given the chance? Introducing our Get Good,
only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elohell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just oh my god, it's huge! Oh! Kill! Let's go.
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need top. I'm with you. Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elohell Pickup Games Discord and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Everybody, Big Hungry Phil here with a note of thanks to Opinion Outpost for sponsoring the Trial of Champions. Want to make some extra cash? Well, earn money through Opinion Outpost by just sharing your opinion. All you've got to do is fill out some surveys. You can make money while watching streams, queuing for a game, or even waiting for your teammates to group up for one final overtime push on the point. Use Opinion Outpost to get that skin you've always wanted. There's nothing better than treating yourself to some well-deserved loot boxes after a long competitive grind. Visit the link to start making money today.
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elohell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just oh my god, it's huge! Oh! Kill! Let's go.
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need top. I'm with you. Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elohell Pickup Games Discord and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Welcome back from the break, everyone. I hope you're as excited to be here as I am. We've got Self-Made on game point against Saturn Storm, and I'm stoked to jump back into it. What about you, Ocean?
Yeah, I mean, we have to sort of address something because everyone was expecting to see Horribly today. However, it turns out just when they were warming up, Carq misfired a sleep dart, and Horribly is currently sleeping, so we have Flats instead today.
Yeah, apparently Hardblue got slept a little bit too hard. The cooldown hasn't woken him up quite yet, so we're going to move in with Flats. We're going to be sticking with Flats apparently for the rest of the series tonight. Self-Made, the series might not be much longer. They're 1 game away from taking it home.
Yeah, and as Chat said earlier, that they thought Self-Made was going to win, and yeah, you got that prediction right. But unlike us smart fellows here, you didn't get the question right. We got the Zerado's touch question right. So we're feeling pretty good about that. We'll see if you can get a little bit closer next time, chat.
Feeling pretty great. I knew it before anybody else even voted, even though I literally guessed. I knew I had a 25% chance, but Ocean thought the same thing, and we were both right. So
oh no, I looked at the answer sheet.
Oh, okay. Ocean cheated, but I guessed, so we beat you on that one, chat. But we are going to be moving into our next game. Our next map, I believe, is Hollywood. So that's a great map. There's a lot of mobility for that, especially the first point. A lot of high ground, so I'd expect to see J3 on that soldier still.
Yeah, I feel like this does favor Self-Made quite a lot, because especially on point B, there's so much space for J3, for Samido to work around, and on point A, lots of high ground, very difficult to get hits guys off with this high ground, however. Although it can favor J3, it can also favor Paranoia on the Ashe. Of course, Paranoia showcasing brilliant Ashe play on Dorado, so you can see a little bit more of that.
Yeah, very true. I think J3, high ground advantage. Samido, Hollywood is just a pretty good Doomfist map. There's a lot of mobility. There's a lot of open space. There's a lot of place to drop high meteor strikes or drop high seismic slams or anything of the sort. So he can dance around the map pretty much uncontested, as he has so far on every map we've seen relatively. And right now, CarQ got a lot of opportunity to hide in the back. Matman and Flats can afford to get really aggressive here too. Probably going to be on a Winston ball would be my best guess for at least their offense.
Yeah, that's definitely what I kind of expect from the Flats Matman duo. And just to highlight one thing, as we're seeing J3 on the Soldier, we talked about, yeah, Soldier got buffed. But what exactly did they change about Soldier? As I said, they did change that there's no spread, so there's no randomness in Soldier's fire anymore, making him a lot more consistent here. They also buffed his ammo from 25 to 30, so you can get more consistent fire rates. However, they did lower his damage from 20 to 19. So we'll see how this new Soldier plays out here on Self-Made. And as I say that,
as we say that, we've got a decent surprise. Yeah, we've got a decent surprise here. J3 on that Genji, Samido running the Soldier instead, so no Doomfist online. And if you're just joining us, we've got Self-Made here versus Saturn Storm. Self-Made on game point 2-0 over Saturn Storm, and Hollywood could be the last map of this series. So I'm very excited to see how this goes. We've got an intense-looking defense here coming from Self-Made, so I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. See if they can reap the benefits of it. However, they get teleporter. They actually
teleporter up is going to be difficult. J3 and Samido caught on the high ground there. Teleporter has been destroyed, and it looks like they may even come out on top of this somehow. Vandekai dropping very low. J3 and Samido both making it out with plenty of health in their back pocket, not even dropping low enough to be considered at risk there. Putting in the damage. Mystic now playing the Junkrat as well, so it's going to be hard for the Winston bubbles, but there we go. Matman and Ty both gone. Samido gone as well. The attackers now have that spawn and player advantage. We're in the 5v4. They're going to afford to get aggressive here, but it looks like a res from Mel is going to put them in a 6v4 situation. This is really Saturn Storm's fight for the taking.
Yeah, Flats did get a pick on the tail with the pin on the Reinhardt, however, that's all they really got, and then now Self-Made kind of struggling after the early hold.
Kai gets the revenge kill onto Flats, takes out J3 and Matman as well with the help of the teammates there. Getting super aggressive on this Winston into the back line. CarQ gonna get bullied here. Does land the sleep dart, gets a little bit of revenge there. Ty finding a triple kill amongst that fight. Saturn Storm in the best possible opportunity position here to cap this first point with a little under a minute on the clock. A very efficient push from them.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have to use any ultimates either. They're just slowly building up to those ultimates. So they have the Riptide, the Ball, the Nano Boost from Rage, and the Valkyrie online for next fight. So not only have they kept the point extremely fast, but they will have a small ultimate advantage. And that can definitely give them some damage.
Absolutely. Bob from Paranoia coming out early just to put more pressure on Tygan to drop that Primal Rage as well. Mystic's taken out by takes out J3, excuse me. Another elimination. Batman on the Roadhog isn't going to matter quite yet. That's going to be a triple quad. That's going to be a triple, making a quadruple as this Winston is all but going to fall here. They've got 5 minutes, and right now Saturn Storm has come to life. They are absolutely rolling Hollywood.
Yeah, they win this fight. However, now the defense have built up some ultimates. They will have Dragon Blade, Earth Shatter, and both of their support ultimates. We'll see what they can work around with that. However, Saturn Storm have the high ground, they have some momentum, they have the cart rolling. We'll see what they can do from this position.
The Tire and the Nano Boost versus 4 ultimates on the enemy side. They've got a lot to work with. Our defenders probably going to Nano Blade. Yep, here it comes. Say his name and he shall appear. But the sleep from 2 for 1. He's woken up straight away. 2 for 1 lands the sleep of a lifetime onto J3, but the team just not in coordination wakes him back up and will cost 2 for 1 his life. Very unfortunate to see, but a fantastic sleep dart nonetheless. Perfect opportunity for Self-Made to turn this back around.
Yeah, we talked about being proactive and reactive in the break, but just before the break actually, and that was a very proactive Dragon Blade play. They saw their opportunity and they went straight for it, and well, Saturn they were playing reactive, but they couldn't react to play at that high speed, like Self-Made just made, and they just couldn't win the fight.
Yeah, that was just not a great play from Saturn Storm. They played once again reactively rather than proactively, so the Genji got woken up straight away. Sumito gonna drop the ultimate in the very, very back line. 2 teammates already gone, and the Mine gonna ruin the punch. Now stuck in the back line with no cooldowns for at least 3 seconds here. Will be eliminated, will pay the price for it. A very well-timed Mine from Mystics, and I mean, it was a sloppy play last fight, but Saturn Storm look like they've turned this fight around once again.
Yeah, Saturn Storm, they identify a plan, they're going to create space with the self-destruct and then get kills with their other ultimates. And once they have a plan, and once they're actively planning to get kills, to get fight progress, to get space, that's when we see Saturn Storm at their best.
Absolutely, but it's going to work out for them just as well here. Mystics takes out Sumito once again in a clean 5v6, drops a single shatter onto Ty there. The Winston is going to survive just a little bit longer. Another great sleep from 2-for-1 does help find flats there. Going to be in a 3v6 right now. Right now, Saturn Storm, 3 minutes on the clock, and they're pretty much in a cap second point without another thought here.
Yeah, 4 minutes on the time back as well, which means Saturn Storm, yes, they have all their ultimates now, but even if they don't get a clean fight with all their ultimates now, they'll have another opportunity to use them all again, and you know that's definitely going to help them. They've got 2 massive pushes at this to at least finish your time on the clock, and that's such an important thing on our hybrid map, because if you finish your time on the clock, that means you can drive your opponent down to overtime, and you'll guarantee an opportunity to kill again.
Absolutely, they've got almost 5, make that 4 ultimates. Mel pops that Valkyrie, Ty pops that Primal Rage as well. They're just trying to put as much pressure down as they can. Matman drops a minefield onto the card. It's going to be enough to stall the card at least for a moment. Paranoia going to drop the Dynamite, committed to eliminating that very card. And Mystic's going to find a kill on a J3, drops the beat to try to keep him alive, but it won't matter. Wait, that was a nano-bladed J3. I didn't even realize it had come out, but no, the blade and the nano both gone. 2 ultimates traded for 1. Mystics on the Junkrat, an unconventional pick to say the least, but a very beneficial one so far.
No one can hide.
Yeah, Mystics running low, so Saturn Storm, they're going to disengage now after DPS changes himself, maybe to try and switch the fight back in their favor, and it does. Sumito on the Widowmaker already built in for sight, and J3 is swapped over to the McCree. We'll see what these 2 hit scan geniuses can do.
Yeah, like you said, 2 hit scan geniuses to say the least. Paranoia gonna send in a hit scan genius of his own. Aimbot Bob flying into the fight. Not gonna find a lot of damage, but he's gonna stall nonetheless, help the enemy team, help the attackers here really get the opportunity to keep pushing forward. J3 hits some crucial shots, but he's not able to find any eliminations in the fight. Batman 909 flies into the backline. Here comes a Diva Bomb from Panda Kai. Not able to find any eliminations, but J3 now being forced out by both Ty and Panda Kai. They're gonna get very aggressive as they move forward into this cart. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and they are mere meters away from 3-point capping Hollywood.
However, there's ultimates online for the defense down. Mines and Nano Boost available.
Yep, Mines, like you said, and Nano Boost available. They're going to pop Primal Rage here from Flats, and that's going to be a double kill, make that a triple straight away. 2 minutes left on the clock, and if Saturn Storm win or lose this fight, they are still in a very good position to take Hollywood home here and cap all 3 points.
Yeah, that's all they need to do, and so J3 is going on a little flank to try and get this Deadeye setup, crouched up in this corner, emoting for the fans. But Saturn Storm, they have 4 ultimates available, so they're going to be looking to set up this fight. Oh, the Winston just avoided it.
The Winston walked right past him. He had no idea with his feet through the wall. He couldn't do enough. But the D-Matrix, that's talk about great reactive there. Panda Kai eats the entirety of the high noon. J3 will be eliminated for the risky play with a high risk, no reward play. Flat's able to find a double kill already, drops to 20 health, will be eliminated as well. J3's high noon play could have cost his team the fight there.
Yeah, a little bit greedy, a little bit aggressive when the spotlight is on J3. Matman getting trapped on the point as well, however, gets the minefields on there to try and make things a little bit more difficult for the offense.
Oh, here comes the Nano Boost, and the minefield will not matter. Already been eliminated. Panda Kai is going to take out the McCree as well, but I have now lost my feed, so honestly, it's going to be a surprise for all of us what comes next.
Feed pixelating out, and seems like we've got a couple issues, but it doesn't matter. I mean, we can discuss what we've seen so far.
We can hypothesize what's going on there. We are going to have to throw to a break right away. Talk about a cliffhanger there. They were seconds away from capping Hollywood, but we are going to have to send it to a break as we work out these technical errors. So please bear with us, and we'll see you on the other side.
I'm just feeding because I don't want Tryout to be alone.
Yeah.
Every time I feed like nothing,
What a
we
self-
chatter nothing. We just chatter.
Just make it look like we're
Bro,
throwing it
misery,
on purpose,
misery
you know?
loves company, man. Misery loves company.
We're making
Didn't even notice the punches that you roll with. You got to keep it
No.
focused. You wanna
Nothing,
say
man.
so.
I have a question.
Yeah?
You use Spotify?
Yep.
Please do not say you have the playlist TikTok songs favorited.
That's such a good idea.
You didn't answer my question, dog.
He's not really supposed to talk, I don't think.
Oh, really? Oh. No. Can you flash your mic?
Damn, I really hope that goes into a clip.
Alright.
Quick head count. Magic.
Yes.
West.
Yeah.
Sealder.
Yup.
Lyric.
Hello.
Queso.
When I say Ryan, you say Ryan. Ryan.
Rhyme.
Ryan. Ryan.
Right. Wait, you Papega, I'm mute.
Yeah.
You leave Diva, leave Diva, leave Diva.
I'm healing her, don't worry.
Yeah, heal her.
I'm healing her.
Yeah, heal her. Keep going, good heals.
I can bin maybe.
Make her drown, make her drown.
I see you guys won this game 3-0. It looks like it went pretty well for you guys. What were some of the issues that you had in the middle of the match, and what could you say about the other team that you saw was happening during the match?
Okay,
Honestly, I just didn't.
So Beacon was jumping in the back line. Feeding. Our Reaper was shooting a Diva defense matrix the whole time.
Okay.
Our Moira was holding right click the whole time.
Okay.
Diva was only using her pistol and baby form the whole time, and then Muffin Man was booping on speed only.
Big! Uprising Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh, and asking.
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that line.
Impact se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting until it's for sure lost. Winnable!
Hello once again, all my guys, gals, and other pals. We have returned to Hollywood. We apologize for those technical difficulties, but the things of note that you may have missed once the stream was cut is that they were able to cap points. Saturn Storm did end up capping all 3 points, and we are now in the, I believe, the attack phase of Self-Made. So we will be moving into that in just a few moments here.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to know because we don't know yet if Saturn Storm were able to capture with time, which is of course a critical factor on our hybrid maps, because if you capture with time on hybrid, that means you will guarantee get to go again if both teams capture all 3 objectives. So critical to get some time in that time bank.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, fingers crossed. If I'm not mistaken, they had a little bit over 2 minutes when the stream was cut out, and I believe they capped relatively quickly afterward, but you know, I could be completely wrong and they could have been in overtime. So we're going to go in a little bit blind on that ourselves. We're going to find that out together as a group here. But Hollywood will be moving back in. Like I said, Self-Made now on the offense. Saturn was able to cap all 3 points, and that's kind of going to be back up.
I think they will. that Self-Made have, then they can get into that final control map and potentially have an advantage. So Saturn Storm down, but not.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Saturn Storm down but not out. They definitely have the opportunity to turn this fight around and work together as a unit here. And I think that halftime did them more good than it did bad. They came back much stronger. We saw much more efficient team mobility and movement and their cooldown usage. A lot of things that were just little things that they were losing the initial fights for. They've started utilizing here, and it's really showing for them.
Yeah, and what a worry with this most tier 2 and tier 3 teams is sometimes you go at halftime and you're down, the mindset just drops, it just drops.
Right.
But this seems like a positive reaction to the mindset. And we have been talking about being proactive rather than reactive. And there was, midway through that map on point B, there was a switch. After the fight where J3 lodged the Dragon Blade and that fight was over, that's when we saw a switch from the side of Saturn and Storm. They were now the proactive team. They were forcing their opponents to react. And that is where the momentum shift has happened in this matchup, and we'll see if they can continue that further on to the series, or will Self-Made and this gang of streamers who are popping off day and out, not just in tournaments, but just on their streams. And it's awesome to see these personalities come into fruition and help out the tier 2 scene. So we'll see if they can finish off the series, or will Saturn Storm fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. Could not have said it better myself. We're going to be jumping right back into Hollywood, though, so we're going to have to see. Can Self-Made put their money where their mouth is? It looks like they were able to cap that first point. There's 30 seconds left on the clock for Saturn Storm as well, so they will get another attack attempt. Right now, it's going to be a 5v5 as we will see both a Winston and a Lucio are gone. It's going to get super aggressive. Paranoia being bounced around by Flash, but let's see if he's able to make it out by the skin of his teeth. Sends Bob down the main line there. Mystics finds Samito with the tire as well. Paranoia just dumping in the damage that can be dumped before they lose their life. Right now, Mel on the Mercy just hugging Paranoia in that final moment. Helps Panda Kai find a double kill as well with a damage reveal on the duo. And Mel gets a resurrection as well. 3.5 minutes. Oh, but J3 finds that crucial pick onto Paranoia. 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. And right now, Saturn Storm looking pretty good on this defense.
They're looking pretty good. However, now they don't have their hit scan to control the high ground with, but J3 is going to have a little bit more of an open sight line. Samito's going to switch over again. She did try and push this attack forward.
Yeah, it's going to be unfortunate. J3 did find the elimination onto Mystics, but I have once again lost my feed, so we're just going to have to hypothesize a little bit more on where that fight's going to take us. Right now, Self-Made, they're up 6 versus 4 over Saturn Storm there, so that fight probably going to end in their favor.
Yeah, it looks like we have another small issue, however. Self-Made, they're fighting back a little bit on Hollywood, however. Let's appreciate Saturn Storm here. Just appreciate, because they're down 2 in the series. They're having to face one of the toughest challenges in this tournament, because not only are you facing a team of incredibly mechanically skilled players and awesome personalities, you're facing a team that a lot of people are coming to support, a lot of team are coming to watch, and these are big names to play against. And for a top 48 Open Division team, it's very impressive that they are able to stay in this series, stay concrete, and try and push back. And they are pushing back so far in Hollywood. We can see if they can keep that. That would be awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. We should give a lot of appreciation to Saturn Storm, because right now, both their offense and their defense on Hollywood are possibly the best we've seen them all day. They at this point on Hollywood, they had a much larger time bank than Self-Made has right now. And they've got at least one more good hold before that cart makes it to second point. I think they're in, arguably, like I said, the best position and best performance we've seen from them all day.
And another thing is, Self-Made have been great. They've been absolutely fantastic. The mechanical skill on display from the streamer, and just players who have played on teams before. We've mentioned it before, Samito, Horblue. And, they've got team experience, of course. Matt Man's played for Wave, Check, and, of course, Chopped is the big name on this roster to me. And I actually look at this roster, you see all these big shares, but Chopped is the highlight on the Lucio on that main support, recently playing for Odyssey. And that's awesome to see, these streamers and players coming together to make a formidable team. However, what we have seen as a weakness from Self-Made is they've definitely struggled when it's a little bit less chaotic, when it's a little bit more controlled. Like on First Point Dorado, a little bit more controlled, a little bit more difficult to deal with. First Point Hollywood and Last Point Hollywood, where it's a little bit more controlled, a little less space to work with. You have to force that space, you have to make that space, and that's been a little bit difficult for them. However, when more open points, like our first map of Nepal, like Point B Dorado, where they were able to flourish with J3 on the Soldier 76, and Point B Hollywood, that's where the Self-Made roster shines, when they have space and they're able to pop off as much as they can.
Yeah, most definitely. I definitely agree with that point as well. We've seen a lot of value coming out from Self-Made when they're in the driver's seat, so to speak, and when they have the wheel. But the second Saturn Storm gets the opportunity, the second they find the pick, the second they stop that ultimate, once they flip the script onto Self-Made, that's really when we've seen the cracks in that team comp. Is once they've lost a single player or they've lost the positioning they wanted, Self-Made, they get a little bit sloppy, and it usually does end up costing them fights.
Yeah, and this Hollywood map, I think, is make or break for both teams because Self-Made, obviously, you win this series if you win this Hollywood map. However, Saturn Storm win this, you've got some momentum, you're heading back, you're heading into, again, a map where you are able to control a little bit more. It's a more controlled team play style. You're heading on either Volskaya Industries or Temple of Anubis, but that's what we're going to be seeing. So we'll see if that actually does benefit the side of Saturn Storm. If they can bring us back to 2-2, that's the momentum on their side for the final map.
Yeah, absolutely. Winning this map keeps them in the game, and that's all they're really looking for at this point. No matter what, they will be down a game. They will be down a game no matter how Hollywood ends out if they're able to come out on top, and it's going to be important for them to Well, this play doesn't necessarily work out for him. The Soldier one really did, but I think it's the play that ended up winning this a lot.
I think those two plays are the epitome of what J3 likes to do and why it works at times. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes you don't have to feel that how to play off. Sometimes you need to be a bit more patient. But going for a bit more aggressive plays, points work for him and sometimes doesn't. That's just the nature of being a more aggressive player. And this is exactly what we saw point 3 being captured before the offensive Saturn Storm. So that's an interesting take we weren't able to see before.
Absolutely, some great ult economy there from Mystics and Panda Kai. They used the 2 immediate death ultimates as they juggled the tire around the cart and sent the bomb straight up, so the cart was in that moment untouchable. It was a very easy time for them to walk the cart in the spawn there.
Yeah, Paranoia went for the bulb in this previous fight before we saw some technical issues going on. So Paranoia is back on fire on the Ash, and that's lovely to see. So let's talk a little bit more about something else that's lovely to see, and that is money in my bank account. And you can get some money in your bank account with our lovely sponsors here, Opinion Outpost. Yeah, all you have to do is express your opinion on the internet and you get paid for it. I mean, why not? Opinion Outpost, there's going to be some links in the Twitch chat. Points Opinion Outpost, it's brilliant, Make money, express your opinion, do some surveys, it's awesome.
And we've all seen Twitch chat, and we know Twitch chat loves nothing more than sharing their opinions, so this is the place to do it. And like you said, it puts money in your bank account, so there's really no downsides here, and it's just something that you should all look into because it is phenomenal.
And just the highlights that we are seeing from the Self-Made roster in particular has been nice to see, and hopefully many more throughout the tournament. But first, if they want to advance in the tournament, they have to finish off this match against Saturn Storm. Of course, we are still in single elimination, and the winner of this will head to our top 16 double elimination bracket. So there's a lot to play for there.
Absolutely, top 16 is when it really comes down to the wire. That's when you want to know, you don't want to hold the thing, and you want to get very aggressive and give it your 100%. It's something you want to make. That's your first goal, is to make it to top 16, and then your second goal is going to be to make it, one step further. And then from there on out, it's just each game coming up. And I think that Self-Made will come out on top of this because of that thing we keep mentioning, that proactive mindset rather than the reactive mindset. I think that's going to give them a huge advantage in this tournament.
Yeah, that's definitely going to help them, because the problem is with a lot of tier 2 teams, as I said, they are reactive rather than proactive. And the proactive nature is so natural for Self-Made. They are naturally proactive players. They're naturally going on flags. They're naturally trying to make pop-off plays for their Twitch streams. And that's exactly what they're doing in this match. And it's definitely helping them because, yes, it's in a more controlled environment. And yes, that's helping enable their players, enable their plays. And it's really difficult for these other tier 2 teams to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. And tier 2, I mean, you're playing against arguably some of the best players in the world on this team and on any of these teams. These are players that's names you will recognize from these higher games and these higher ranks. And like I've said 100 times, all these people are here to put it on the line. They're here to give it their 100%. And if they've got the specific mindset, like a preactive mindset, that's going to put them 10 steps ahead of these teams that are only going to play with that reactive mindset.
Yeah, and of course, this is the Trial of Champions, not only to get some cash money for winning this tournament, but top 2 teams will get their slot in Contenders Trials North America. And that's awesome because you get your name out there. You get to play in that OPR setup. You get to play in Contenders, and that's super awesome. Not quite Contenders proper, but Contenders Trials, that's at least one step of the way there.
Absolutely, Contenders Trials, like you said, it's one step closer, and that at the end of the day is what matters, is to get your name out there, is to make it that one step further. And that, some of these players, is probably even more important than that prize pool. That's probably what a lot of people are here to do, is make it to that NA Contenders Trials, because that's the hot seat right now.
Yeah, you want to progress. I mean, we're on that same journey. We're on that path to pro, and that's why this speaks to us so much, this tier 2, tier 3 scene. We want to get up there. So do these players. They want to get their name out there. And that's why like tournaments of like Trial Champions, like TOC, like Open Division, like just Contenders or Contenders Trials, it's so special. So supporting tier 2 really does mean a lot.
Absolutely. We saw recently Overwatch did put in both those skins and the player icon for tier 2, and that is just one step for the community as a whole to make it that one step further. Everybody's here to constantly be moving forward and improving ourselves and improving our abilities that we have at hand. And it's just awesome to see all these players coming out, all these producers, all these casters, and everybody coming out today, all these viewers even here to support the tier 2 scene. We could not do what we do without you guys. So thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, and a quick reminder, if you watch Overwatch Contenders via the Contenders website, you can pick up, well, if you watch 7 hours of Contenders, you can pick up a Symmetra skin for Contenders, and if you watch 15 hours, you can pick up that Mercy skin. I know I'm going for that Mercy skin, not because I play Mercy, but just because it looks so nice. And of course, supporting Tier 2 Overwatch is one of my favorite things.
Absolutely. Supporting tier 2 is just a fantastic thing to do nonetheless. It just helps a lot of people live their dream. That's what everybody here is to do. And we're going to get right back to watching these players live their dreams. We are now at the second point, Hollywood. 17 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a really difficult thing for Self-Made. They've got the Nano, they've got the Primal, they've got Minefield, they've got the ultimate advantage. But Mystic takes the player advantage. He finds a double kill in the back line. 6 seconds left, and this is once again the best Saturn Storm has looked all evening.
Imagine touch the play with Matman.
Yeah, Flats is able to make it to the point primals, but it's not going to be enough. Matman will be eliminated by the Bob. Overtime timer's going to tick away, and just like that, Saturn Storm takes Hollywood.
Yeah, we're back into the series. We got thrown back into the thick of things, and Saturn Storm, they don't let that pause affect them. They managed to take and finalize Hollywood, take the series back to 2-1. Our assault map will be up next, and that's so interesting to me. They're able to fight back on the highest stage, and that's an impressive skill for any tier 2 Overwatch team.
Absolutely, tier 2, any Overwatch team, like you said, Saturn Storm coming out of the rough there, chooses to go out with a bang instead of a whimper. They are able to make it one more map. They're going to push it into map 4 here, which, like you said, will be an assault map, and as we talked about earlier, is a rather unique map type.
Yeah, it's a unique map type. It's a little slower, it's a little more controlled, and that's definitely not going to fit the playstyle of the Self-Made role. So I'd like to be a little bit more proactive, a little bit more chaotic. That's what they like. And Saturn Storm, that's going to suit them down to a T. Hollywood is very similar to a lot of control maps, assault maps like Volskaya Industries and Temple of Anubis, which are our 2 assault maps in the map pool. So whichever one of them they pick, yeah, they're going to have an advantage. And if they do win that assault map, as I said earlier, they're going to have the momentum heading into map 5.
Absolutely. Winning 2 maps back-to-back, putting yourself 1 map away from a reverse sweep is going to really shift the mental of what we've seen so far. It's going to put Self-Made on edge. You know, they were so close to that greatness, but if Saturn Storm is able to win this assault map as well, we will go into that beloved map 5, and that's really going to be where all these players put it on the line.
Yeah, map 5, it is control. So Self-Made will be feeling even if they do lose assault, they're kind of like, oh yeah, well we want control out there, so that's not a big worry. We also really like playing control. It fits our play style. That's awesome. But Saturn Storm, they'll also be feeling themselves because they'll have won 2 maps in a row. However, we're speaking too much about map 5. Let's get back into the present. Our next map is assault at Saturn Storm. They've got to push themselves, push their authority, push their proactions, push their brain power into this to try and keep themselves in this series, because Self-Made are still a match point.
Absolutely, Self-Made. They are this game, they are this map away from taking this series home. And Saturn Storm, even if they lose the series today, they've got to be stoked that they took a map on Self-Made, a team of some of the most recognizable content creators in the game. And fingers crossed they're able to do it again, as our assault map will be a fan favorite, Volskaya Industries.
This is my favorite map in the game, so I'm absolutely buzzing with this map choice, and I think it's the good map choice for Saturn Storm. Yes, they could have picked Anubis, and Mystics has been really, really good on the Junkrat, and Junkrat is kind of a staple of Temple of Anubis play, so that definitely could have helped them. But I think Volskaya Industries is just, your control play is going to be sitting. Anubis can get a bit chaotic, and Self-Made, of course, like that style. So something a little bit more controlled, where you're controlling high grounds, controlling sightlines, controlling space, yes. it's not quite control as a game mode, it's assault, but the objective's still the same.
Yeah, as you were surprised by my Roadhog comment earlier, I'm surprised by your Volskaya comment now. I've never met someone whose favorite map is Volskaya Industries, and I must say it is arguably one of my least favorite maps. So to have that dynamic here today, I just don't like the assault play style. I don't like the map type, but Volskaya Industries is an infamous map for going into extra rounds, and I would not be surprised if we saw that here today.
Yeah, and one thing that's really important here on Volskaya Industries is that you play slow on your defense, however you need to engage first. Because engaging first on Volskaya Industries lets you claim high ground, lets you claim space, and that allows your DPS to pop off and take fights and makes fights happen as fast as possible. And the faster you win the fights, the better. Or, of course, on defense, you want to play slower to try and make that time bank dwindle down, because, as you said, Volskaya Industries usually goes to extra rounds. So engaging first is the key for both these teams. However, you want to draw that out on the defense, and that can get dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to draw these things out and get aggressive, and we're going to see how aggressive these teams can get starting right here, right now. We're going to have, once again, Selfmade on that defense and Saturn Storm on that offense.
Yeah, it's a good idea, actually, if you just want to record some highlights user.
While doing highlights is a fucking
So
nightmare,
we'll
dude.
see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll
We
see
are
how
going to have to
that.
wait just a moment longer there.
Yeah, we'll see how this Volskaya Industries sets up. Of course, as you said, because Selfmade on the defense, they're going to look to try and close out the series. Now, they're kind of annoyed. They're mad because they lost that whole liquid map. They had the brink of this series on their hands, and they want to prove that they're not just streamers. They're fantastic Overwatch players as well. So winning and getting to the top 16 of Trial Champions would be the first step of that. So they've got to hold on here. And that defense is going to be critical for them, because if they can full hold, they'll put a lot of pressure under Saturn Storm to even keep themselves in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Selfmade's going to look to end it right here, right now. It's going to be as simple as they're going to try to full hold that first point, because Volskaya is still infamous for that snowball effect as well, where if you cap the first point, you are so much more likely to cap that second point in less than a minute, less than 2 minutes. So they're really going to try to hold it. First point right there in that moment, because if they let go of that first point, it's going to be much more difficult for them to win Volskaya.
And this is where we have to highlight Flats here, because if Selfmade have been practicing, they've probably been practicing with Horribly, but Horribly got slept up early, and it's going to be down to Flats, because Flats is going to be the one that has to engage for that defense. And it started off well because Jeffrey was able to get a kill on the Widowmaker and force Saturn Storm back to spawn and make a change to the Widowmaker of their own.
They're going to push in with a 5v6 here as well. A dangerous thing to do with Flats. Caught up behind them, but they're not putting any pressure onto. Instead, they're trying to find the high ground. J3 just sending Paranoia back to spawn once again. He's going to get Paranoid to poke his own head out if he keeps it up at this rate. J3 back-to-back headshot kills onto Paranoia. Makes it very difficult for this team to move in. Missing their sniper is going to be really difficult as they can't cover any back lines. And J3, 5% away from having that sights as well, which could really help Selfmade find this enemy here. Already a minute off the clock, and it looks like Mel going to be gone once again. And so it's going to be difficult. They're missing one of their supports. The sniper's going to come back just in time for a nanoed monkey. And even though they're missing their Mercy, Saturn Storm's going to keep pushing in here.
Yeah, they're going to try, and they're going to get the kill. Samito and Chop down, and now we're at an even fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty even fight, as Ty was able to take out 2, and Matman finds the Winston in a moment there. So it's going to be super easy. J3 pops the sights as well. 80% on a tire from Mystics. Drops the trap, wakes up the Primaling Monkey. Not a great play to see from Mystics there. It's going to be difficult as he tries to farm this tire, but they're pushing into a constant 4v6. It looks like Pandakai going to drop the bomb on point, not find any value, but gets the free mech because of it. Ty now in the back line forces that transcendence from KarQ and has to Dancer on the point in a desperate attempt to stay alive. Going to prop a Primal Rage from Ty and a tire from Mystics. Ultimate after ultimate here. Flat slept on the high ground with the headshot kill from Paranoia. The monkey now gone. Paranoia picking up a double kill onto KarQ. Madman 909 takes the elimination, and it looks like Selfmade is going to give up this first point.
Yeah, Selfmade finally lose that first point. It started off well for them because they kept getting picks in that Widowmaker versus other hits down Jill, which is very nice for them. And I was able to get them a lot of time off the clock. And another thing that really helped them is when the opposition were trying to push through onto that high ground, they weren't budging. They weren't. They had their diva on the high ground. They were controlling that space nicely. However, that all changed because of a proactive play from the Winston Tay on Saturn Storm, diving the opposition high ground and forcing Matman on the diva to peel away. And that meant that the rest of their team could take that high ground. And that's the proactive play that we're looking for from Saturn Storm to break Selfmade.
Absolutely. Saturn Storm has a fantastic opportunity to find some opposition as the Winston, like you said, started attacking that back line. The Diva had to peel, and boom, the high ground belonged to Saturn Storm. And the high ground, arguably the most valuable part of that point on Volskaya there is if you own that high ground, you own the point. You can afford to get much more aggressive. You can afford to cover the entirety of the point, and it's a great opportunity to find very early eliminations.
Yeah, and as I said on Sky, you have to engage first, but you also have to do it smart. Like, if you're just going to dive into the backline, you're going to get killed because those supports at this level are just going to be able to discourse you, sleep you, grenade you, do anything, and you're going to get destroyed. However, a smart engagement from Time meant that Diva had to peel, and that high ground was there for the taking. And once they got the high ground, the advantage was there for Saturn Storm, and they were able to take points.
Absolutely. Saturn Storm just looking infinitely better than we saw pre-Hollywood. Before that halftime break, they were getting kind of walked on by Self-Made, but now Saturn Storm, they're here to cause a ruckus. They're here to create a storm of their own. They are going to get very aggressive. They took Hollywood, and they're looking great to take Volskaya right now.
Yeah, they're looking in a great spot. However, this is the most important fight. This next one, the snowball fight. They'll have some ultimates and some resources ready to go. However, well, Sky Industries can quite often be a game of time banks. If you don't take your best chance, which is your snowball fight after winning point high, then you could be in it for the long haul, maybe get a lower time bank, or even just capture an overtime, or even not capture at all. And that could get a dangerous game for Saturn Storm if they don't get that snowball fight. And that could play right into Self-Made's hands because they all know exactly what their win condition is, and that's the benefit.
Absolutely. Defending first. Yeah, you know exactly how far you have to push yourself. You know exactly what part of the map you have to get to. And I think the most dangerous player to look out for on this snowball offense here is going to be J3. He found some insane eliminations on that Widowmaker early on, and I wouldn't be surprised to see possibly some jump shots, some trick shots onto them as they approach point B. He gets the opportunity to be in the sky for just a moment, get some really cheeky angles on that Widowmaker, and a single elimination completely crumbles that snowball push. So they're really going to have to watch out for that Widowmaker.
Yeah, especially when you've got such talented players, especially in the DPS role, who like to play chaotic, who like to go for those sneaky kills, especially when we see J3 on the flank. We'll see if that pick happens, and if it does happen, does it dismantle Saturn Storm? And if it doesn't, what brings them through that? That's the exciting part of Overwatch. You know, when we're in these little break moments, we're speculating about what might happen. However, we just really want to see what is going to happen.
Absolutely, we are all very excited to see what's going to happen on Volskaya B. Saturn Storm in a possible position to push this into extra rounds if Self-Made's able to double cap, or Saturn Storm in a position to win the map completely if they full hold that first point. And it's looking very likely we could end up on a map 5 here, depending on how Self-Made is able to turn this fight around.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's so critical, this fight, and we're all looking forward to it. And I just want to get into this Overwatch action as much as you do, but whilst we're waiting, whilst we're in these post breaks, as I said, I'm going to plug it once more because our lovely sponsors exist. Opinion Outpost. You can just do some surveys on your phone while you're watching some Overwatch, supporting Tier 2, making some money. I don't really think you could argue with that.
Absolutely. If you're not watching on your phone, you could do a little game. Every time we cut back to cams, you give your opinion on something. You do one post and there you send it back, and there you go. Then you're making money, you're helping us make money, and things are working out. You're helping our sponsors, you're helping us, and you're helping yourself. And that really, at the end of the day, is what it comes down to.
I mean, I've been really enjoying it because it allows me to get some caster snacks like this Frutella I have. By the way, we're not sponsored by Frutella. I'm pointing it out because I want to make you jealous. But yeah, I'm able to get some caster snacks because of Opinion Outpost, and that's why it's my favorite up, and that's why I plugged it 3 times instead of twice.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to give it that extra plug. We want to show some extra love, right? And that's what it's all about here. I am just incredibly eager to get back into Volskaya, and it looks like we're going to right now. So I'll catch you guys over there. Here we are, and it's going to be Chopped and CarQ on the supports. That Mercy Ana, I believe, a swap to the Ana from the Zen. J3 looking for those cheeky shots, as mentioned beforehand. Going to get very aggressive. We see the Diva Bomb and the Valk online from Self-Made. 2 for 1 and Paranoia gone. Make that a triple. Mel gone as well. So it's going to be 3 gone. Make it 4, and just like that, the snowball push will be no more. Saturn Storm going to have to get back to their spawn and try again. They've got 4 minutes, though. They've got plenty of time to push into this.
I think Saturn Storm, this is where, their integrity is going to be on the line here. Are they a top 40 open division team? They've got to prove it now. They've got to make sure they play it smart, go for picks, and play whenever they invest these ultimate smart, because both teams are in even footing right now. So they've got to know what fight is there for the taking, what fights are not for the taking, because of that defensive respawn advantage. And it's just throwing a dragon straight into tail right now.
Yeah, absolutely. This fight will not be for the taking. Ty going to be taken out by some pretty cheeky dragons from Samito there in the 5v6. Can't push in without your Winston, arguably the most crucial member of the team to have there.
Don't get
Yeah, I think it's not going to get anything right now. Both Widowmakers activate the infra site. This is information central for both these teams. So that's a bomb.
Oh,
going
what a
from Matt
bomb
for the Widow.
Batman 909 commits a Devo Bomb just to take out the Widowmaker, who does survive. Again, a cheeky play here. Selfmade having a little bit of fun with these ultimates. Trying to show a little bit of cheekiness here. Ty gonna get nanoed from 2-for-1. It's gonna be an aggressive nano trying to find some damage. Samito on the Hanzo. The double sniper comp just dumping in damage onto Saturn Storm here. The nano came through. They could just not find the damage. Pandakai sending in a bomb. Gonna pick up none, but gonna make a little bit of space for the team to move in. Cartoon commits the nano boost. And right now, Samito in the back line. Looking for some cheeky shots. Trying to find some value. Vlad's just dropping on the enemy team. Trying to find some eliminations. Gonna drop to half health already. Pushed back. I mean, 2 minutes already off the clock. It's gonna be difficult for Saturn to move in here.
I mean, we talked about respawn advantage and why the snowball fight is effective, but they haven't even got a chance to get a fight in Saturn, so they're just getting picked off. That's gonna be a stagger onto the D.Va as well, and it's they're actually getting polar staggering the D.Va, and this is looking really, really bad for Saturn Storm now. Like, even if they do cap, I think Selfmade will be able to stall at least for a couple minutes here to get it to overtime, and that gives themselves a win condition. So not looking good for Saturn Storm right now.
Absolutely, and Paranoia went for a trick shot there, but J3 landed a trick shot of his own, took Paranoia out very late game, very late fight. There's going to be sights once again, and it's going to be difficult to move in, but they're trying to DM J3 as he really is the fight ender. He's found very early eliminations every time, and Samito taking a lot of damage early and dropped to 1 health for a moment, but survived just barely. Has those dragons online, but fantastic supports were able to keep him alive. Samito's dragons get eaten by Pandakai. That is a huge window of opportunity to move in here for Saturn Storm. Chop for committing the Valkyrie instead as the dragons didn't find any value. Right now we see Ty in the back line just punching around both Widow's top sites simultaneously, and now nobody's got any secrets left on board. Everybody knows where the enemy team is, and it's going to be difficult. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Saturn Storm is running out of time. It is a now or never moment for them.
Yeah, the problem is with Whippy, you have to win fights cleanly to even get in there because of the defensive respawn advantage, and they're not winning a fight right now, never mind cleanly.
Yeah, they barely had that fight. It was a 5-for-5 for a moment, but Batman just diving all the way into the back line, picking up a kill on a 2-for-1. Right now, Saturn Storm, they have a Transcendence and a Bomb, but winning a fight with those ultimates is going to be much more than a Herculean task.
Yeah, let's slow this start before we head into most arguably one of the more important fights is Matman. Trying to survive Will Spy on that Wrecking Ball and get points, but we'll have the Primal Rage for the next fight, and it's really going to be on Saturn Storm because they have the Transcendence, and that's the big ultimate in this next fight. It's going to be going to 2-for-1. Do you want to be a star? Do you want to get to the last 16? Well, it's going to be on that Zenyatta's Transcendence.
Absolutely, the Transcendence is going to have to be an insane one to say the least, but with the Winston falling straight away, you've got 30 seconds to regroup and give it one more push. Really give it your all to cap this second point, because winning against Selfmade on this map, only capping 1 point is going to be a very difficult thing to do. Saturn Storm has to give it their all right here, right now. It's going to come down to this last 10 seconds.
And they were picked to do so that home, so Samito is going to a lot of damage. Not there, and they still that Transcendence, that critical tool, that critical ultimate is still there.
That's 2 eliminations, but they have to touch the point. They make it on there, now up in a 4v6 with Samito returning on the Doomfist. A minefield comes down from Matman 909. Pandakai found Carq, and Saturn Storm, they waited plenty long, but it looks like they're going to be able to get pretty aggressive here. They haven't capped even a single tick yet, and it's going to be difficult to do so. Mystic takes a lot of damage from Samito, but if he can find the elimination, which he does, it's going to be a fantastic opportunity to continue getting aggressive. They found 1 tick. They're looking to make it 2. It's going to be very difficult for Selfmade to group up now. They're going to have to keep pouring in 1 by 1 and stall for as long as they can. A second tick secured for Saturn Storm. They are here to put it all on the line. That last 10 seconds is exactly what they needed. Saturn Storm caps that second point in overtime.
Yeah, they will get it in overtime, which is good for Selfmade. They now know their win condition. Capture with over a minute. Both points of Volskaya Industries, and then set up for your next offense. However, Saturn Storm, they're being stubborn here. They do not want to let go of this series right at the brink. They knew it was their time to shine. They knew that Transcendence was what they needed. They knew Misfit had to pop off. They knew Paranoia had to pop off. And that's exactly what they did to keep themselves in the series. And now we have an absolute scorcher of Volskaya Industries on our hands.
Absolutely. Saturn Storm, they know they are on the brink of extinction here, and they're going to have to give it their absolute all to hold Volskaya for as long as they can, because if they secure the win on Volskaya, we will go to that unknown 5th map, that make or break tiebreaker 5th map, where they can really put it all back on the line.
Yeah, and I want to ask you, because we're kind of in a little bit of a break, so how would you feel right now if you're self-made? Because you're a bunch of big personalities, and you're being put under a little bit of pressure in this last map, and the map previous. How would you feel going into this map? Because I'm not entirely sure.
I'd be nervous to say the least. Having such a solid security on this map, you win the first 2 maps with little to no resistance, and then Hollywood comes through, the enemy team wins, you're suddenly 1 game away from being tied, but you're 1 game away from winning. This is really going to be it for Self-Made and Volskaya. They land that 2nd point cap in that overtime. I mean, Self-Made, they know exactly what they have to do, but I'm sure at this point they're getting pretty nervous to do it.
Yeah, it's weird because you're actually winning the series, but at this moment you're not currently winning the game, and it's like one of those weird deluded sets that it's hard to get a real thought process of it. You see, Samito and J3 can
Absolutely. Mystics now back on the Torbjorn. We haven't seen that since the initial control point earlier on tonight, so hopefully it works out for them once again. Wow, J3 finds an absolutely crucial pick on the 2-for-1. The off support now missing in an unresable position as well, but it looks like they're going to have to work with a 5v6 here. One of your supports missing. J3 finds another elimination on the tie. Right now, this Widowmaker just making the absolute difference in this fight.
And not only are they making a difference in this fight, it could be this map, because they're going to tap point A so quickly, and not only are they going to capture point A and set themselves up with so much time for point B, they're going to have a severe ultimate advantage. The snowball is well and truly online here for the side of Self-Made. Can they finish up this fight? Can they finish up this series? We'll find out.
Absolutely. It's going to be a tough one. Chopped even commits the resurrection onto flat so they can push in with the full 6 onto this next point. 6 minutes on the clock. I talked about feeling nervous, but right now Self-Made has to feel on top of the world. They have 6 minutes to do something they have done thousands of times before, and that is cap Volskaya B.
Yeah, we'll see if we'll see how much damage it does and
does some damage, but doesn't find any eliminations. 2-for-1, the first to fall in fight once again. Matman909 finds an elimination. Flat's gone as well. Resurrection onto 2-for-1, and Mystics and Paranoia gone. They are desperately trying their best, but Self-Made is just steamrolling through Saturn Storm right now.
Yeah, they're steamrolling, but they still have to clean the fight up.
That's going to be 1 tick already, almost 2. The Winston returns. Mystics commits the Torbjorn ultimate as well. Here comes the Molten Core onto point. Matman909 going to commit the Mind Field. A little bit confusing as a lot of those mines will be destroyed. Samito finds 2-for-1 with the Dragons. Bob on point from Paranoia. J3 takes out the Bob straight away. Hardly finds damage. That's going to be 2 ticks already, almost a 3rd as Pandakai will roll onto point. Mystics will be resurrected as well. Flats is just trying to make some space here with this ultimate. It's going to be a little under 5 minutes on the clock, and they are trying to stall for as long as they can. Tie, even committing the Primal Rage. Got 4.5 minutes left. Even winning this fight would be an impossible thing. It would be very difficult to do, let alone to stall for 4.5 more minutes against some of the greatest Overwatch players in the world. 4.5 minutes on the clock, and no more ultimates online for either team as the Valkyrie is committed. This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a very long fight as well, with the spawn advantage for our defenders here.
Yeah, McCarthy's picked up 2. Even with the Sling Dart, this fight's right back in Self-Made's favor.
And just like that, nobody's able to touch. 4 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock. Saturn Storm now on the edge of their own demise here. They are going to have to perform a Herculean task of stalling first point, first tick Volskaya for almost 4.5 minutes.
I mean, this brings me back to the first match I ever casted, where Volskaya Industries were in a situation like this, and a team, to draw and keep themselves in the series, they had to hold for 5 minutes and 16 seconds on point. Volskaya Industries, and they did it. Can Saturn Storm repeat the same fate? We'll find out. They're gonna have to. They want to advance that double elimination top 16 bracket, but they're playing against Self-Made, some of the greatest players, some of the greatest streamers, some of the greatest personalities that Overwatch has. It's not gonna be easy, but it's definitely possible. Self-Made are gonna show a little bit of a new look.
Yeah, absolutely. Self-Made. You know, we talked about a minute ago. They maybe were feeling a little bit nervous. Right now, they've got to feel on top of the world. 4 minutes and 18 seconds. Like I said, do something they have done hundreds, if not thousands of times before. It is going to come down to how well they can do this. And unless Saturn Storm can get J3 off that Widowmaker, things are looking bleak here.
I mean, I like the composition Saturn Storm is going for here. This is a positive for them because they're going for a pick-based composition. Mystics and Paranoia, if they can just keep getting kills, this is well and truly not over. Because Self-Made, I doubt they're going to go for like some EMP strats to try and just win a fight with 1 EMP. That's not something Self-Made, it's not in their DNA. It's not something they're going to do. So Saturn Storm going to try and take the pick wars, take the sniper jewels, and that's how they're going to attempt to try and full hold this full sky point and keep their trial champions' hopes alive.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really where it's going to come down to. And if a single pick comes out for Self-Made, that's going to spell disaster for Saturn Storm. And just like that, Panda Kai loses the mech. Straight away, D.Va will be eliminated as well any moment now. And even if she's not out of mech, D.Va is going to be a very difficult thing to get any kind of value on. Putting the pressure on, J3 finds Panda Kai, but Matman 909 gone as well. Now the off-tank missing for both teams, or the off-tank position missing for both teams. It's going to be very difficult, but nobody's on point right now. There's going to be half a tick already for Self-Made. The resurrection comes through onto 909 with time missing as well. Finds an incredible headshot. Samito does onto Paranoia. It's going to be a free tick, everything but. They're going to get very aggressive. Mystics finds an elimination. Karki as well. Resurrection comes through from Mel onto Paranoia. Dragons from Mystics, I think, no, right through the little cubby here, right through the small health pack. Karki eliminated. Flats rolls through Paranoia, and that's going to be pretty much it. They are seconds away from taking Volskaya home. Panda Kai is able to touch for just a moment, but even if Panda Kai dies, it's going to be very difficult. Saturn Storm's really going to have to give it their all, but they are seconds away from losing.
Yeah, they held up for now. However, soft disengage is going to be there for the offense, and they've just got to pick out of the Valkyrie Mercy. It's not over yet.
Absolutely. Samito right now on the Hanzo uncontested, just dragging Absolute out of his mind. Sends the Dragons down. Matman 909 picks up a double, and the Nanoed Soldier comes back in, but is knocked off point. It's going to be a secured first point cap for Self-Made, and they will win the series 3-1 over Saturn Storm.
And I mean, credit to Saturn Storm. You know, they fought their way back into the series. They managed to win Hollywood against a team that is a lot higher ranked than them in this series and the season. And like they finished top 48 in the open division. No, they're no slouch. However, they are playing a team that is above them today. You know, this Self-Made is number 7. A team in this tournament for a reason. They're a bunch of good players. And they showed it today. However, Saturn Storm, they showed incredible mentality to get back into this series and even make this series a fight. And that's very impressive and very positive coming from them. So looking forward to seeing more of Saturn Storm in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. The score may be 3-1, but that by no means represents how hard Saturn Storm fought tonight. They really, every single map was incredibly close. They were constantly just a couple of kills away from winning those fights, and they gave an absolutely incredible performance. So fantastic job, Saturn Storm. And of course, fantastic job, Self-Made, who absolutely dominated the game tonight and were able to clutch out Volskaya in that extra round and secure the series for themselves.
I mean, let's talk about this, because we have our opinion outpost, our MVP. I don't know why I was assuming that, but anyways, we have our opinion outpost MVP, and that's what we have to highlight. Sorry, I was gonna say man of the match because that's like our traditional sports thing over here, and I forgot we are casting esports. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. And who would you give it to? Because so much stack potential on that Self-Made roster.
Yeah, honestly, Self-Made, just every single one of them putting on a phenomenal performance. But the two that come to mind right away is going to be Matman 909, especially on his wrecking ball throughout the evening, just constantly finding those backline picks, massive minefields, massive eliminations. And then I was also going to say Samito on the Hanzo, just relentlessly pick after pick after pick. I mean, I could give you a reason why every single player out there deserves to be the MVP, the Opinion Outpost MVP of the evening. But I mean, it's really going to come down to what the fans believe.
I mean, for me, it's either Karki or Chop. That support duo was on fire the entire round. Yes, they struggled a little bit on the poll, but they won the poll, so it doesn't really even matter. And I mean, Karki was the one that came up with those 2 kills on Volskaya Industries to push the initiative for Self-Made to capture point B, and that's important for them in that perspective. So Karki and Chop would be my two shots for Opinion Outpost MVP.
Yeah, Karki definitely up there for me as well. I debated between choosing him and Samito because Karki just put on such an incredible performance. He's a personal favorite streamer of mine. I love all of his content and everything that he puts out for other players to improve in Overwatch. So to see him really execute those skills and put on a phenomenal Ana performance as well as the Zenyatta performance we saw tonight. Wouldn't be surprised if Karki came out on top of our Opinion Outpost MVP of the match vote tonight.
And also, that would be an absolute privilege, if you Karki during
I
our
could
Channel
not agree
Champions.
more.
But quick reminder, we have more games after this. So once we get to finish this interview with our MVP, because that's what we do. Opinion Outpost MVP will be interviewed by our caster. It's gonna be a lovely experience. But after that, we will take another match. We'll have another great team to watch in NA. Avoided they'll take on 1990X.
Looks like we are going to be moving into our interview coming up in just a moment. Apparently our interview winner or interview possibility will be J3, I believe, which is quite exciting. It'd be an honor to interview anybody on the Self-Made roster. So to have this opportunity is baffling, breathtaking to say the least. But as Ocean mentioned, we've got another game after this. So please stick around because I'm sure it's going to be a great one.
while we're trying to.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Outpost MVP interview of the evening. I am Septilence once again with Ocean. We're here to interview the man, the widow, the legend, J3.
Hello, what's up, everyone? I just want to let chat know, I don't care about what you guys want. You guys want car Q, so you guys can get away from me, okay? You guys are a bunch of foreheads.
What if I told you I voted Karki as well? What is?
Okay, well, you're a forehead too. No, there's 3 heads.
Actually, there's 5. It's a 5-head by technicality.
Don't worry, I voted J3 in my heart. I didn't vote in the chat, but I voted in my heart.
Yeah, anyways, we have a couple of questions. So, first of all, we'll start off with mob 1, Nepal. And, how great did it feel, not only, I think this is one of the first times you're competing in one of these tournaments, you open it up with a bang and finish that first map pretty cleanly. How did that feel?
Oh, it felt pretty good. It was our, we scrim a lot together, actually. I think we, actually, we didn't scrim at all. So it was, it was our first time playing with each other. But we played with each other a lot in Comp Q, I'm just showing, I wanted to come into this tournament showing that, even old people who are losing their hair can still pop off.
Alrighty, okay. So I'm gonna ask you, since you of course you aren't scamming each other and you're more used to that comp mindset, how did it feel when you lost Hollywood after being in such a tight control of the series? Taking Hollywood, was that a negative mindset, or were you just able to bounce back quickly?
Well, for Hollywood, since we were up 2-0 and we needed one more map to win, my team, well, in my best interest, I wanted to go Genji because chat, I'm pretty sure can vouch for my Genji. They see my Genji. It's kind of lit. I think, puts, Shadow Burn to shame. But so I wanted to try the Genji. I think I got 3 nano blades. I averaged I think it was 1 kill or maybe 0.3 kills. So after that, I said no more, and we just started going back to our normal characters. We had Samito, I think, on Widow too. That's kind of a weird champ, but we brought it back after a loss the next map.
Yeah, it was awesome to catch you guys. But so going into Volskaya, after finishing that map, I want to talk about winning a Volskaya Industries, in a tournament format, where you're a bunch of streamers. Is it the same reaction, do you reckon, to other teams who are playing in Open Division and Contenders Trials regularly, or do you reckon this is a unique experience to winning in this tournament?
I think every tournament's kind of unique because you're playing with different players. Well, in my instance, you're playing with new teams, new players. It's always fun to play with friends and whatnot. So I think every win that you get, or every yeah, I think every team that wins a different, so it feels different. I mean, we were all hyped, so I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, it does. It does. I just wanted to know how hyped that the Discord was. Yeah, when you took the victory. But yeah, thanks so much. Do you have anything you want to plug, advertise? Before we get.
Oh, I got 2 things. I just want to let chat know that Amazon Prime, you can sub to your favorite streamer for free every 30 days. And also, did you know that you can use code J3 to save 10% off on Corsair, Elgato, and G Fuel? And my favorite character is the Reaper guy. You especially when you come from the side, 3 to 4 shots. Very special, powerful move, 2 revolvers. Chat will understand that.
Yeah.
J3, I have to ask you one more question before we go. Are the rumors true? Did Harblue sleep through the game today?
Harblue was sleeping through his alarms, the DMs, yeah, everything.
Harblue was in fact schnoozing. You heard it here first, chat.
This man thought, actually he thought it was tomorrow, but we were gonna say he's sleeping.
Nice. Real clean, Harblue.
Nice,
real
very
clean.
cool.
Thanks so much for answering our questions. It's been an honor to talk to you, honor to interview, and honor to watch you play in this tournament. Thanks so much for the entertainment, and hopefully we'll catch you again later on.
Thank you.
All right, I think that wraps up our interview with J3. Zeppelin, do you have any thoughts before we close up this match and we get into our next match this beautiful, beautiful day of Overwatch?
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better, Ocean. We've had a beautiful day of Overwatch so far, and I'm sure we're going to have a better one, even just as entertaining as the night goes on. So stick with us. We're going to cut to another quick break, but when we get back, we've got a whole new game, 2 brand new teams, and it's going to be a great one, so stick around.
fire.
We still My ultimate is charging.
Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh!
And asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact, se escucha de baja gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting until it's for sure lost.
Winnable!
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this. Which then leads to this. And, oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh! Kill! Let's go. Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need top. I'm with you. Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Everybody, Big Hungry Phil here with a note of thanks to Opinion Outpost for sponsoring the Trial of Champions. Want to make some extra cash? Well, earn money through Opinion Outpost by just sharing your opinion. All you've got to do is fill out some surveys. You can make money while watching streams, queuing for a game, or even waiting for your teammates to group up for one final overtime push on the point. Use Opinion Outpost to get that skin you've always wanted. There's nothing better than treating yourself to some well-deserved loot boxes after a long competitive grind. Visit the link to start making money today.
Like, I'm putting all of my time into this always. And to be honest, it kind of has to work out because my academic career wasn't amazing. Video gaming is kind of all that I have. So I don't really have a lot else to put, a lot more energy to put into it. It's everything that I can.
They say, like, do what you love, and I really, really like playing Overwatch. I make fun of the game a lot and, complain about balance patches and stuff, but I really do enjoy the game. I want to make a career out of it.
So I started playing Overwatch in October 2016. That was like season 3. My first ranking ever was 900. So I started in like bottom bronze.
Playing games for money and playing games for pro and going against really good people. And it's always like a dream. Realizing that if I stick to it, this might be something I can actually do something with and be proud of.
When I was originally in Diamond, some guy in my Diamond game a while ago said, "We're never going to go pro, we're Diamond, why are we trying so hard?" And I basically said, "Screw you, I'm going to go pro."
We have now learned that we do have this potential and we need to use this. We need to continue practicing and working harder.
When you look at tier 3, a lot of us have been at the bottom of the barrel. We've been in the downs and the dumps of, the Overwatch ladder system.
I think as a team going into Trial of Champions, now we know we can do this.
Making it to Contenders Trials proves to myself that all the hard work that I'm putting into it is actually doing something.
I went to the Atlanta Reign homestand, seeing those players up on stage. That was the moment I was like, that's who I want to be. I want to do everything I can to get there.
Sigma, whoa! Oh man, she's back with the
This is W. Oh my god! The wall to set it up, they had no idea!
The Overwatch League players already made it. They're as high as you can get. They're playing for money and they're playing for clout. But for us, in Tier 3, we're basically playing for our future. If we want to make it, we have to play every match our hardest.
The unique strats that you see in Overwatch League, they all start here.
I am making this dream that I've had for so long, a reality.
At the end of the day, that's what we're all here for, is to play the best Overwatch we can against the best players we can to prove that we're the best.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Trials of Champions. We are jumping right into a second game between two teams, maybe not as well known as Self-Made, but two teams that are going to impress us nonetheless. I am play-by-play caster Septilence. I'm here with my color caster Ocean, and we are in for what is bound to be a fantastic game. Looks like Ocean may be muted.
Apologies.
There he is.
Anyways, it looks like our next game in this schedule is going to be 1990X taking on NA Avoided. Both of these teams having pretty good results in North American Open Division recently. Of course, 1990X just placed top 16, so that's going to be an interesting one. And NA Avoided, they're going to look to replicate their EU Avoided brethren who have just been making Contenders finals as of lately. So, they've got a lot to live up to. And can they do it against pretty difficult opposition?
Absolutely. I mean, both these teams really going to have to struggle to come out on top of this fight. And I think we could see arguably an even closer game here than we saw last time. So this is going to be an interesting one nonetheless.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, I want to talk about 1990X because when I look at their roster, I see a name that I'm very familiar with. And all console players will be familiar with, and that's Doomed Godot or Doomed for short. Incredible console player, plays a lot of DPS heroes, namely Pharah, namely Genji, and is insane at basically any hero they touch. In my opinion, the best player to ever come from the console scene, other than maybe Tencent Hopeful. So, incredibly talented player, and we'll see them on stage here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I know somebody on 1990X as well, and it will be actually their team manager. It's going to be my dad's debit card, also known as Debit. I work with him in pretty much any league that I work in. I can't get rid of the kid no matter how hard I try. So tonight we have to cast his team, and we're going to, like we talked about, we're going to have 1990X going up against NA Avoided or Na Voided, and they've got quite the roster as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a very deep roster, as expected for any team that has a sort of avoided style / one trick team style. It's going to be very, very chaotic, and that's what we're going to lean into our map pool, where, on Control, this is definitely going to favor the more chaotic style. So, and I avoided, they have the chance to take an early lead in the series on a map that is closer to their style. And we saw in the last series how important it is to be good on Control.
Absolutely. Control sets the pace for the rest of the game. Whether or not you may come out on top or on the bottom of a control map, the winning team's going to feel great and the losing team going to be a little bit scared already starting the series 0-1. So it's going to be a difficult trip for both of these teams, but I'm sure they're both going to give us a pretty great performance here. We're going to start with our first control map of the evening. And it looks like it's going to be Lijiang Tower, a map that I'm sure we are all very familiar with. One of my favorite control points, back to the Lucio comment I made last game. You get a lot of playability for Lucio here. You find a lot of great places for beats and boops and everything in between. So it's really going to be a good map for these teams. And with Hammond Main being on NA Voided, I think he's going to have a pretty good time here.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, Control favors the chaotic style a lot. And I avoided, they're going to be busting out their wrecking ball as much as they can. Of course, this team also is the famous Bastion main and Aquamarine, so we could see a lot of Bastion and Junkrat in there. We've also got a couple of other options in their DPS pool, but we'll see if we see those later. I haven't quite seen the starting lineup, and that's going to be exciting because we have no clue what this NA Avoided team is going to throw out. As for 1990X, they've got some options on Lijiang Tower. You're playing against a chaotic style, so you could run something very similar. You could go for something like just traditional brawl comps, traditional dive comps on Garden and any of the other maps, and realistically just play your own game and try and not let what NA Avoided is doing really bother you.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing your own game, arguably going to be the most important thing on a control map. You can let the enemy team get into your head. If you let them decide the things for you, the way you're going to perform, it's going to be really difficult. If you let them choose your momentum or your speed, it's going to be really hard to break into these control points. But if you're able to push in at your own pace, look for an elimination, push in slow like you need to or fast like you need to, that's really going to be how it comes down to your performance tonight.
Yeah, and a lot of this, again, control, opening fight control is so important because it's easier to defend an objective rather than attack objective. That's why defender's advantage is so important in Overwatch. So winning that first fight, you're holding and controlling that space. It's so much easier than aggress and going for those chokes to get into that space and capture the point you want. So first fight's going to be critical again here.
Yeah, absolutely. First fight, like we talked about last time, is the most important thing to see. It's going to be who finds that first elimination, and that's going to make or break that team fight for you. So if you find a support or a tank or a DPS missing any of those three roles that early on in a fight is going to spell disaster no matter what.
Yeah, and a part of Lijiang that's really interesting to me is you kind of have three very different maps. You have a slower brawl style on Night Market. Slower brawl style, you have to be a little bit more patient. You can run the dive compositions as well. You've got a little bit more versatility on Night Market. You've got a hard brawl style where you usually see two different styles. Usually in my scrims that I've been seeing recently at the highest level cons, I've been seeing a lot of May Doomfist versus May Junkrat matchups. The Doomfist tends to work a little bit better with the Moira because you're not aiming for longer fights. You're aiming just to go in and get picks and win and play a hard fight, fast brawl. And once you're running other heroes like a Junkrat, you're usually aiming to play slower with an Oma and win fights late on. Just pressure and poke teams down. So you see two different brawl styles on Control Center, and of course you've got the dive map itself, the chaotic dive map. This is definition of chaotic dive and Lijiang Garden. So we'll see how Lijiang Tower suits both of these teams.
Yeah, pun fully intended here, but I'm sure Hammond Main's going to have an absolute ball on both Lijiang Gardens and Lijiang Night Market. I think he's going to find a lot of high value in that Hammond play, and I think it's going to be a great opportunity. If he comes out on the Hammond, this could be the biggest bamboozle of all time, but something tells me maybe sticking to his guts on that one. But I think Hammond and Winston both get insane value on arguably any Lijiang map, but I do agree that Control Center specifically is a much better brawl map.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. But of course, we won't know until we get into the game. And that's the magic of Overwatch, the magic of the Tier 2 scene. Any team can have something crazy up their sleeve. You never know. And that's the exciting part of Tier 2 Overwatch. Some of these teams have crazy identities, and it's always lovely to see.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams are just ready to give it their all and bring out what they can that they find to be an efficient play style, something that will work out for them. And like you said already, so I won't repeat it too much, but all three of these maps arguably call for three different compositions or three different play styles. So we could really see a lot of shifting between these players and these teams as a whole, rather than just one team winning everything because they're running the same comp over and over.
And one thing that we haven't even talked about, right, at all is because we had a crazy chaotic stream team before, and we got the same again with NF, but the standard meta composition right now is a Reaper Sombra, Dive, Death Ball type thing. It's a little bit of a mix to Elysium Moira, and we haven't really seen that at all so far in this tournament because all these teams have such a unique identity, something new to bring to the fray, and that's the magic of the tier 2 scene, the magic of the Trial Champions. It's not about meta, it's about the biggest identity, the biggest personalities, who can get in there on the moment, and that's so critical to any of these tier 2 teams, and it's lovely to see. But now got to focus on the matchup because the winner of this will head to our double elimination top 16, and that's where you can fight for your slot in Contenders Trial.
Absolutely. Like you said, none of these teams really have cared about the meta. None of these teams have cared about the best way to play the game in its current state. They have constantly been switching out. And I think we saw a Sombra one time at the end of Hollywood, which we technically didn't even see. But I think in one of the highlights, we saw that there was a Sombra. And that's the only time we've seen her today. I think we saw a Reaper at the beginning. But so far, these people are all playing heroes that they know they are good at rather than heroes they are supposed to be playing. And I think that has really worked out for everyone so far.
Yeah, I would like to see a team that is comfortable in that meta composition. Shut's team was down with that. That'd be nice to see a nice solidified unit, but we haven't seen that so far today. I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing in this matchup. This is going to be another crazy and chaotic one, and it's going to be so much fun to count.
Absolutely, and I could not be excited about Lijiang Tower. Like I said, it's a map that I love. It's a map that I think playing Lucio on is just fantastic. I love playing Hog on the map as well. I love playing Reinhardt on that control center. It really is a versatile map that allows for a lot of different play styles and a lot of playability. And I think either team could come out on top of this depending on who just happens to play their heroes a little bit better.
And a lot of it is going to be those matchups. You know, when you see NA avoided, you know, okay, right, we'll run the Sombra, we'll get rid of the Striking, we'll get rid of that threat. You know, they have a Bastion player, they have a Junkrat player, let's play some hit scans, let's play some double sniper comp. You know, that's what they're going to want to do. But they're so good at these heroes. They're so good at getting value out of these heroes. That's why EU avoided it so much success. But now, NA avoided, trying to replicate EU avoided success. Let's see if they can do it. Starting here, the Trial Champions, round of 32.
Trials of Champions, like you said, round of 32, and they are all fighting for that spot to be in that round of 16 double Elan tournament coming up. And it's going to be a tough one as we see NA voided or not voided. They're going to get super aggressive here. But, you know, 1990X has a little bit of an advantage because the players' names Bastion main and Hammond main. I mean, that kind of gives away a little bit too much information for my taste, so it's a little difficult to work with, but we're going to see a Hog Ball versus a Hog Sigma. I mean, Ocean, what do you think really comes out on top of that fight there?
It's a little bit interesting. I think we're going to be seeing a Mercy Stand composition from 1990X. This Lucio is just going to beat them out of spawn. It's pretty interesting. I wonder if they're just going to Sigma teleporter straight to point for NA Avoider, and then we can look at the matchup between Doom Godoa and NA Avoider. Can Doom Godoa get that spam damage in and put that symmetric teleport composition under pressure?
Yeah, Doomed is going to have to find some pretty valuable rockets right here at the beginning of this fight. Very high in the sky, and talk about valuable rockets. This Lexia taken right out. And it looks like all the turrets gone as well. The turret trap just not set up as quickly as it needed to be, and Doomed kind of has free reign right now. Bastion may not set up in a position to put some damage down. James does take out Impunity, though. The Roadhog takes out his counterpart there, one Roadhog to another. Bastion main just looking to dump in the damage, but they're playing really well around it. While Soul takes out James, Hammond main takes out the Sigma, and right now it's looking like NA Voided is able to come out on top of this map here.
It was looking so good from 1990X. They were able to get that first hit in the point. However, point control and just the presence on the point was already there for NA Void because of that symmetric teleporter. And as I said, it's easier to control space rather than take it, and that's exactly what NA Void were able to do. That being said, already Doom Control is causing problems for this NA Voided team, and that's something they're going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point as well. Doomed is just dumping in the damage right now. 82% to a barrage, but Gorilla's going to find the shot. It's going to be a fantastic opposition here. The Ana takes the Pharah out of the sky, but the resurrection will come through from the Cybertex. The Mercy pays her life for it, though, so the Pharah survives, but at what cost? Immediately being eliminated as well. But James picks up a double whole Hog as well. The Nano Hog just back-to-back insane plays from both teams, but it looks like James just absolutely carried his team to win that fight there. They're going to hold on to the point here.
I love that duel between Bastion and Doom Godoa on the side of the map. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. Look at the symmetric teleporter strat. Bastion going into the backline here, around this enemy team. Okay, just gonna teleport back, and teleporter's gonna go down. So nothing too crazy going on here. And a nice strategy at the end of that fight for NA Void to clean it up with that Nano Boost and full Hog combo.
Absolutely, Nano Whole Hog, a rather underrated combo, one that we don't see often, but We haven't seen Roadhog gameplay all day today, so I'm very excited to see it. Doomed now has an ultimate that could doom the enemy team here. It could be huge if he can find the eliminations. Bastion Main taking a lot of damage up front. Gonna come in an ultimate pretty early on with an elimination on the both hogs coming through. Bastion Main just dumping rockets in the air, trying to find the Hail Mary shot onto that Mercy. Will not be able to do so quite yet with Impunity's Resurrection coming through. Hammond Main dancing around the back of the point as well. 80% already for NA Voided, and as long as they just regroup and communicate on what they want to do next, they're one good fight away from taking home this first point.
Yeah, however, yeah, they managed to get this point. However, like it's a bit of a staggered fight right now. Everything's getting big chaotic. Couple members dying for each team, and that chaotic style just favors NA Voided's combat. See if they can get in here and take this point.
A big hook coming out from James here. It's going to be great, but it's not going to stall the Gravitic Flux, which does pick up 3. It's going to eliminate that. Ana, no, she is able to survive just barely. James now putting the pressure onto Finn. Fidel, Lost Soul takes out Gorilla, and there goes Bastion Main as well. Just when 1990X had a stranglehold on the fight, they are going to lose 2, making that 3 players as Dyslexia is taken out by Fidel as well.
Yeah, they are going to clean up this fight, and it looks like a strong start to the fight. Trying to avoid it. However, that Gravitic Flux from Fade able to translate it back over to 1990X, and now they're in a pretty good position where they're controlling space nicely. It's hard for this NA Voided team and composition to take any space, and 1990X in the advantage right now. However, NA Voided one fight away from taking Legion Garden.
And they avoided, like you said, one fight away from taking it, but 1990X getting dangerously close to that last fight potential as well. Bastion Main once again with these Hail Mary shots, just looking for any kind of value, isn't able to find it quite yet. They've still got 2 more ultimates to work with. It's going to be another Nano Hog if they can land it. James gets caught around the corner and absolutely obliterated. Not sure a Resurrection can come through safely onto that. Hammondman going to have to full send it here to look to that minefield. It's going to have to be a valuable one. Doesn't take anybody off the map. Almost takes himself off the map. Would have been a very unfortunate thing to see, but Dyslexia pays the favor instead. Jumps right into that pit to avoid the death. Now, we've seen 1990X take the lead here.
Yeah, both teams, last fight territory, both teams got ultimates available. It's going to be an absolute clash of the Titans here on Legion Garden.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult thing to do. It's going to be 5% left on the map. That's 5 seconds of value here. Doomgata absolutely just taking value in the sky, putting an insane amount of damage. Oh, with a huge ultimate coming through. Takes out Dyslexia. Bastion Main finds the Doom, but it doesn't matter quite yet. We see the Transcendence coming out from the Zenyatta, and they had the fight, and they had the damage, but they were not able to make it to the point in time. So that first point, believe it or not, should go to 1990X there.
My favorite thing that our observer caught there was Bastion Main looking around to see who was touching point, why they didn't even get a chance to take that last fight. 1990X, they won't complain though, because they're in a position where they've already taken the first round of control. Map type that favors NA Voided, and they're in a really good position in this series, and they're going to play more of this double off-tank style, which is really unique to me, something you don't really see in Overwatch, except for, oh no, never mind the middle layer out of me. And it looks like NA Voided, they're going to stick with what they have.
5, 4.
I'd love to say I'm surprised NA Voided's going to stick with what they have, but when a 30-year team has predicted names like Blank Main, it's relatively obvious what they're going to be playing for the rest of the game. So we're going to see that Diva Rhine, the very aggressive brawl against what's going to be the Ball and Hog. So it's going to be very difficult to get aggressive against that, especially if Hog is able to land these hooks. Impunity is going to have a shield, but for brief moments per fight as the damage is going to be dumped into it relentlessly. Lost Soul onto the Junkrat as well. Arguably Junkrat's the best map. Legion Power Control Center. Probably going to be able to find a lot of value here.
Yeah, this Diva over this Zarya here is providing a lot more value. However, that Diva is now to max. That defense matrix, that defensive utility is going on NA Voided. With Bastion Main on the high ground, they're going to take this turn.
Absolutely. Bastion Main gets the high ground advantage and just rips 1990X to shreds. Picks up a triple kill uncontested on the high ground. Nobody is there to deal the damage necessary. Very impressive to see. Hammond Main, they pick up a kill onto the Moira late game as well. Very impressive to see. Dyslexia, cheeky teleporter with the Bastion strat, but if the Bastion gets caught for even a moment, that's a free elimination for 1990X.
Yeah, 1990X made a strong start to that last fight. They were controlling where NA Voided was sitting. They were making sure that they couldn't capture the objective. And now look at this rotation with this magic teleporter. They now have control of the point.
The Sim TP coming from Doomed, a very risky thing to do, but it worked out. Like you said, that's free control of the point with only 26% behind the belt. I mean, NA Voided definitely in a bad position. Here comes a tire, but it's going to be immediately destroyed by Dyslexia. A perfectly timed alternate fire. James now got the nano boost, but it's not going to deal enough damage as he has to reload. DMAC does come through onto Fidel, and Bastion Main again just putting in the work, holding down that left click. The sleep from Gorilla keeps Bastion Main alive. Absolutely phenomenal time to sleep. Hammond Main, they pick up a kill on the Doom. Bastion Main finds the first ultimate kill of his game, actually. Gonna make that a double as he picks up Impunity and Cybertex. A lot of damage coming out quick. Ocean, I mean, 1990X is gonna have to do something, but right now, NA Void is just demolishing the point.
I think 1990X is trying to stall this out for as much as they can. This fight is lost. They're trying to get as much as possible. Smash teleporter on the point as well. But in the end, NA Void is gonna camp, and now looking at this, Ultimate's in favor of them as well. The Photon Barrier and Rally is on. Thank Ultimate's and Nanobo's building up, so they're in a little bit of a better position. 1990X, they have some tools to work with, so not all hope is lost, but it seems a lot of the value they're gonna get is gonna rely on either a cute Smash Teleporter or a Lost Soul Riptide.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a massive Riptide. It's going to have to be a lot bigger than the last one, which got no value. Wow, a fantastic hook from James there keeps Fidel off the Bastion Main. Bastion Main is able to hold that high ground just a little bit longer. James has the whole hog as well. He's going to try. Oh, he takes out Lost Soul's Riptire with a melee shot combo. It's Lost Soul. That's going to be 2 tires that are lost. This poor soul here. Bastion Main being ripped apart by... ripping apart Impunity, excuse me, has the Symmetra wall and a teleporter to boot, and right now, I mean, this is Bastion play at the highest possible level, and I mean, Bastion Main's here to show it off.
I just love how the best Bastion is here to Bastion, and I think that's hilarious. And it's really, really interesting to see the dueling Symmetras. That's not something you usually see. Usually, if you see Symmetra, it's either a teleporter just starting to spawn, or it's just one team running a unique combo. Both these teams dueling, and James getting caught out on the flank. Good punish from 1998.
Absolutely, that's going to be the third fight. James is the first one to fall very early on, and missing your off tank in this position is going to be really difficult to deal any kind of damage. Bastion Main just teleports back before the turret is destroyed, but a fantastic hook from Impunity brings him right down to the ground. Everybody now on the same level. Doomed now on the Echo. Insane versatility so far. This is, I believe, the 5th or 4th hero we've seen Doomed play on Lijiang Tower alone. But it's working out already. It's going to be a double elimination, putting a lot of pressure on the Hammond Main as well, who just has pushed it into overtime, but the point will cap back the 1990X here.
Yeah, crazy fight that was. And Unity manages to catch James on the flank, and they're able to get that punish, and then also punishes Bastion Main after breaking the teleporter, seeing Bastion Main after power back to the high ground, knows where that teleporter is, gets the hook on the configuration time, and they're able to win that fight, and going forward into the next. Only Photon Barrier online for NA Void.
Yeah, and Photon Barrier can only do so much. It really doesn't put out any damage, but it affords Bastion Main to get a little cheekier, a little more damage heavy. A very early beat comes out from Cybertex. Doomed hits the mines on the Bastion Main, but Bastion Main, fastest hand in the West, immediately eliminates Doomed. There's the Echo already gone. Insane damage coming out from this Bastion in turret form. Even in recon mode, hits several headshots there, but a double dragon from Lost Soul is going to be huge. James picks up the whole hog hill onto Fidel. Bastion Main just relentlessly dumping in the damage right now, and it's really looking like this map's going to go to NA Void. They're going to push it into overtime a little bit further as a couple members from 1990X are able to touch. With that, that's going to be the second map, and we're going to go into map 3 here for Lijiang Tower.
What interesting final fight. That fight looked pretty strong for 1990X. They had so many options in that last fight. They had a small ultimate advantage. They had positional advantage, however. Gedoa losing the duel to Bastion Main, and from there it kind of went down south. And what are the craziness of NA Void? They just stuck the Symmetra teleporter randomly on the point. Anywhere on the point, they'll just stick the Symmetra teleporter up to the high ground, and Bastion Main is just able to get up there for free. That's something 1990X realistically should be punishing, but it's not something you really expect at this level. You know, someone just randomly sets the Symmetra teleporter on point. You're not going to expect that to be used, but Bastion Main and Dyslexia working that perfect.
I was just thinking that same thing. If Dyslexia wasn't on the Symmetra, Bastion Main wouldn't be able to perform at all to the level we've seen so far. And I'm wondering, are they going to teleport up into the window here? Because if they do, it's going to be super difficult because Dyslexia will A, have to use the teleporter, and B, it's going to put Bastion Main in an incredibly predictable spot. But no, Bastion Main rotates around to the high ground with a Mercy Pocket. Teleporter maybe just used even as a bait, as nobody on the team used it. They're going to rotate around the back line. A massive sleep dart mid-air from Gorilla. Doomed is gone. No resurrection available. The main damage dealer now gone for 1990X. This first map looked so good, but the second and now the third not looking great.
They did get a kill in the Bastion Main, so that main damage threat is gone whenever. It's resurrected, so that threat is well to be back on the field. The whole duel is won, and I think it's best for 1990X just to get out of here and try and regroup.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to regroup here as Impunity almost goes down. Hammond made already 70% of that minefield, but Lost Soul Dragon's all online already. So a lot of damage is ready from both teams to come out. Hammond main now just dealing some damage to 1990X from the mid-air slot. And with the Symmetra and the Bastion, NA Avoided's pretty much got a stranglehold on this point.
Yeah, nice fucking Dragon Strike there from Lost Soul, forcing position away to still get a sideline. However, it's not quite enough.
Yeah, the pressure being put on the Bastion main in the back line, but honestly, the attention isn't going to the right spot as James picks up a double, possibly a triple, but no, he is hooked out of that whole hog by Immunity. Fantastic timing as Immunity would have paid his life for that opportunity. Gets a double kill onto Dyslexia and James. Bastion main now committing an ultimate. This late in the fight, a risky thing to do. Picks up a very valuable kill onto Voltaire, who's going to be the Zenyatta, excuse me. Mercy now picking up an elimination onto Lost Soul, and just when you thought NA Avoided was out of the fight, they are down but not out, almost coming out on top, excuse me, not officially coming out on top of that fight with a team kill.
It's damage limitation now for 1990X. They actually managed to capture the point, which means that they'll get rid a lot of the percentage that NA Avoided could be climatizing right now, so that's fine for them. And ultimate's still in their favor as well. They'll have Barrage as well as Valkyrie and a couple of their time ultimates, so they've got a slight ultimate advantage as well. Can you see what right now?
I noticed Gorilla, I think, got 3, if not 4 eliminations in that last fight, so not something you see from an Ana every day, but a lot of damage being put down is a very important thing to see. Gorilla now taking a lot of damage, just Doomed is back on that beloved Pharah, trying to put in the works, and we might see a possible barrage here, but it's gonna have to be a big one to say the least. There goes James, whole hog off the point by his counterpart. Barrage doesn't even have to be big as James was able to pick up a triple kill.
I don't really understand that. I feel like you're really good at controlling space with your composition, and I Avoided showed this on Legion Garden until they lost, that they're really good at controlling space. And they just decide to try and set Bastion Man up on the flank, and it just doesn't work out. They aren't able to control the space. They give up the point for free, and 1990X will be extremely grateful for that.
Absolutely, Gravitic Flux coming out from Fidel as well as Barrage picks up Bastion Man straight away. A lot of damage being put out in the Mercy, even going for the res, knowing this Pharah is right there. Risky, but it pays off as Bastion Man is alive once again. Drops to 4, but with the Mercy pocket, it's going to be impossible to take that Pharah out. That's not where the attention should be, though. Doom not paying attention to the point. It looks like NA Avoided is coming out on top of this fight. Gorilla now has a nano boost as well. A mid-air hook from James onto Fidel. Fantastic timing, and now Bastion Man just looking to put in the work and do the damage here on this Pharah Mercy combo. But honestly, Bastion Man wins this fight no matter what, because he just spent the last minute distracting 2 of the 6 players on 1990X.
I love the Mercy versus Pharmacy duel. Good attempt with the Valkyrie. However, not going to pay all too much. And I Avoided are going to get this fight back. They're going to make a switch over to Devo on the side of 1990X. So they're going to get an early pick as well, heading into this last side territory for NA Avoided.
A very early and possibly incredibly valuable pick. The Lost Soul taken out by a Hammond main mine, so it's going to be 5v5, a DPS missing on both sides, and a Resurrection pretty much impossible for the both of them. Fidel finds Dyslexia, but Hammond main and James both find ults respectively. Impunity on the point in critical condition. Hammond main punches, hits Impunity in the kisser there, takes him out of the fight. The Mercy lands the res, but now it's just the Roadhog on point by himself in a desperate attempt to keep the point alive. We see a Tracer swap from Lost Soul, but pushing in his Tracer into a 1v6 is a Herculean task. Doomed has that barrage, but I don't think they're going to find the opportunity to use it here.
They're going to use it, but it's going to be to no avail. NA Avoided take their chaotic control map, and a chaotic, beautiful victory, and take a 1-0 lead in this series. And 1990X, they showed us some decent effort there. They got to 99 on Control Center, they won Legion Garden, and they're pretty good for the most part on Night Market. It's just, it's not tied to suit the chaotic style, and NA Avoided are thriving right now.
Yeah, absolutely. NA Avoided, talk about chaotic. I mean, NA Avoided, they run a Hammond, they run a Bastion, and they run a Sim almost the entire time, and they still come out on top of the fight. I mean, that shows the skill level of these players on these heroes is just top tier, to say the least.
Yeah, but we had to talk about it because there were a few fights that did kind of seem like NA Avoided kind of threw them away, where they were trying out some unique stuff. They were almost biting too much into their chaotic style, and it just didn't work out. They were losing fights because of it. And I feel like if they could get a little bit more discipline into this chaotic style, they would be in a lot more better of a place. And we didn't been talking about 1990X even showing up on Control. That definitely would help them, but 1990X's efforts can't be faulted, and they should have a definitely better chance heading into the other maps of this series.
Absolutely. 1990X got danger close to winning both of those maps. It wasn't a 99 to 99, but I think it was a 99 to 80 or an 85 both times. So they were very close. It was always a one fight difference, and it just happened so that NA Avoided came out on top.
Yeah, and of course, we were just saying that 1990X will have a theoretical advantage because they're able to play different compositions. The other maps should suit them better, but that's all an opinion. And funnily enough, we're sponsored by an Opinion Outpost, one of our lovely sponsors for this event. So if you want to make some money and spread your opinions and express yourself, that's an awesome idea. If you want to do that, there'll be some links in the Twitch chat, and that's going to be awesome for us. Very nice of them to sponsor this tournament.
Absolutely. And speaking of opinions, my opinion is that Dorado is a great map, and that's the map that we're running into next. Dorado, a map we've seen once already tonight. I'm not surprised to see it again. And I think it really is going to give 1990X a mild advantage, especially if we're going to see NA Avoided stay on that bastion.
I like this because, in particular, like this gives them a bigger advantage than Ro32, because Ro32 is like a crazy chaotic map as well. So Dorado was kind of their only choice in terms of escort maps, and it will definitely limit the value of the Wrecking Ball. So that's some positive for 1990X. I think this is a good map choice.
Yeah, I think it really is too, because Bastion Sim, Dyslexia, and Bastion Main running that comp on Route 66 would be, I think, just a game ender against 1990X. The places you can put teleporters, the mobility available to run that Bastion would be something that I'm sure very few teams would be able to contest. But with Dorado, there's a lot less long sights and a lot less opportunity to put like cheeky teleporters, so to speak. So I think NA Avoided at a mild advantage or a mild disadvantage, excuse me, as we move into Dorado.
Of course, they still have other players they can bring in, like Aquamarine, who can show off the Junkrat here. We saw some Junkrat play here in our previous matchup between Selfmade and Saturn. We saw some Junkrat from Misfit in particular. So we'll see if we see that Junkrat again from Aquamarine if they do come into the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, to see a swap coming out because Bastion Main. I think Hammond Main as well. I didn't get a good look at the roster for NA Avoided, but they might want to sub in a different tank, as this is not necessarily the greatest Hammond map, at least not until the end of the second and beginning of the third point.
They don't really have too many other options in terms of tank players. They have some other options, like in the off tank sort of situation, but there's not many options for NA Avoided, so they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here with the map pick that 1990X has thrown at them.
Most definitely. I think it does put them, like I've said, at a mild disadvantage, but not a game-ending one. I think Bastion Main has experienced and shown us some incredible comprehension of the hero himself and just the ability of playing an uncommon hero at this rank. We've seen some very impressive feats from both Bastion Main and Hammond Main. They've done a great job so far playing almost niche heroes. Hammond a little more common. You don't really see a Bastion past Plat normally, but to see one played at a high level and this well is just a phenomenon within itself.
I just love it. I just love the chaotic nature. Like, again, I cannot believe that it's throwing some extra teleporters on point and using them to their own free will. I love that. That's crazy. And I mean, 1998 it did throw them off. However, I feel like the other maps are definitely going to help them out just in terms of the style. The other points we talked about earlier in the broadcast, how Control is kind of the outlier in all these maps. It's not a set style. It's not a set dynamic.
Right.
And that definitely gives NA Avoided an advantage there. However, if we pull it to 5 maps, you only realistically need to be good at Control on one other map, and 1990X will lose that series because you only need to win 3 in this first of 3, and our last map would be Control.
Yeah, it could really look out for them in a positive and negative way. And there's the answer to our question earlier. President Guillermo Portero, as I did guess earlier and was correct. So just so everyone can see there is our confirmation. Worst part is, I didn't even think they were talking about that statue. I now realize what I was thinking of. Yeah, I was going to say, the statue I'm thinking of, I now realize is not that one. It's instead the statue on point A, which is just a fountain. So that's also twice as embarrassing for me. I thought that was a statue this whole time. That's a fountain. Don't ask me map trivia because I'm clearly not very good at it.
Ooh, I thought the same. That's not looking good for either of us. Anyways, 1990X on the offense, showing that's the pool. Look, they're going to be looking at this Ash Echo offense. They're going to look for the Holt hook of the start. That's not going to be the composition they run. No arresting Holt here. And on defense, it's the usual same forward.
The Holt from Fidel, mere inches above Bastion Main. That could have spelled disaster immediately. With Doomed on the Echo, gonna struggle a lot. Almost died straight away. Bastion Main ready for the the hover up, and it looks like they're going to stay there, teleport back in a moment. Massive dynamite from Lost Souls going to put 20% on the dynamite, or on the Bob, excuse me, already, and that's going to be really difficult for Bastion main to run Bastion here with both an Echo and an Ashe putting insane amount of pressure down.
Yeah, this fight a little bit of a stalemate. Both teams trying to engage, trying to pressure the opposing DPS. Not quite happening here in Community and side, so has to be careful. And this fight a little bit slower than both teams would like.
Absolutely. James lands the hook on Impunity, but the hook breaks in a moment. It's able to get the kill in the end there. James finds the elimination onto Impunity. Hammond main now gone, so we're in that 5v6 as Impunity did get that resurrection coming through. Bastion main in a very prime spot to dump insane amounts of damage out, but not find any eliminations quite yet. Teleporter from Dyslexia is going to be caught out in just a moment. We hear the whole hog come from James, putting in insane pressure, but giving the life for it. Right now, Bastion main has to carry what James could not. Gonna have to put in a lot of damage, and it's not working quite yet. NA avoided, excuse me, putting in the damage, but they've burned an insane amount of time off this clock for not really winning this fight.
Yeah, it's a bit of weird how 1998 are trying to approach the situation. They don't really want to put resources into destroying Bastion. They're just trying them to go at it. And some cases it's working, some cases them to go is losing their skills. And now they're reaping the benefits because they've now got Lost Soul in the right position at the right time with the right space. It looks like they're going to have to
Yeah, they're gonna cap point A after a very elongated fight. There really wasn't many fights. It was just one continuous. But Gorilla finds a nade kill onto Impurity that late in the fight. It's a good opportunity here for NA Avoided to push in, but I don't believe all 6 of them are ready to fight. So they're gonna push back, maybe get a little more aggressive when they round the corner here.
If Lost Soul can pick up this high ground, it's gonna be extremely dangerous for NA Avoided to deal with. They don't really have too many tools apart from this Magic Teleporter and a Wrecking Ball to really get rid of that Ashe on the high ground. And Doom Patrol trying to find that space for their fellow DPS. Don't quite working on that, we'll get back to that.
A big photon barrier coming through from Dyslexia gives the team an opportunity to get very aggressive, as I predicted on the corner there. Doomed is going to try to fly up. Bastion main in the back line, just dumping in very much damage into that Echo, taking her out. A very quick 5v6. Tries to find the Mercy, but wasn't quite fast enough. Stood up at the wrong time. Hammond main taken out by Impunity, so now we're in that 5v6. And wow, a massive hook from James onto Impunity into the back line. Not going to be able to find the kill yet, but a big anti-nade came through from Gorilla. There just wasn't enough damage to follow through. Fidel looking hungry, going to eat Bastion main's ultimate here. Not able to find any damage again with those Hail Mary shots. Not able to find what they needed. Going to make it around the corner just barely. A lot of damage coming in from Fidel, and even a whole hog committed from Impunity here. And make that 2 whole hogs, one from Impunity and one from James. This is a confusing fight, to say the least.
Yeah, both teams kind of a stalemate now. Both teams making some resources, Bastion main getting set up in this corner a little bit weird. Of Lost Soul's ball, but now we're kind of looking at Hammond man's mind, Dupito as Echo Duplicate to see if he'll close out this fight.
They're looking to close up point 2 here pretty quick. Doom took out Dyslexia, but as long as Bastion main is alive, this fight is far from over. As soon as Bastion main gets a prime opportunity to set up, he can find an insane amount of eliminations, but nope. Here comes Fidel, able to take out Bastion main and the Mercy Pocket as well, so that's now 2 gone. It's going to be a 4v6, and they're just going to cap the second point essentially for free. 4 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock. 1990X looking much better on Dorado than they did on Lucian.
They don't even need to use that because they shut down James immediately, and that means they'll get a lot of space and a lot of progress on point C, and they're talking about rapid time back here on Dorado. Them to go on the high ground, trying to pressure on Dyslexia and Bastion because if they get that Bastion on the high ground,
Yeah, I think that's the 3rd fight in a row somebody on NA Avoided has been killed immediately at the beginning of the fight, which has made it impossible for them to push in as a team. NA Avoided, they've got the cheeky symmetric teleporter once again on the high ground, putting a lot of damage out, but the Bastion just cannot find the same value we saw in the Zhang Tower. A mid-air snipe shot onto Doomed, the Nano Bastion, finally finding the value. Bastion main picking up a triple kill this late in the fight. That's a disaster for 1990X. That fight burned a minute off the clock, and Bastion main here to show that Bastion is a very viable hero.
What did I just witness? Bastion main just went on the high ground configuration type, not always did he kill 3, a Valking Mercy, an Echo.
Wow. A Valking Mercy, a mid-air Echo, phenomenal accuracy from Bastion main.
Mine too low on Bastion main winning that fight. And if something starts coming in, not gonna get too much value, or he's responded to by the photon barrier.
Photon Barrier is going to come out. Kind of an unusual time to use it. Bastion main can't really use it very much as he's not set up completely on that Bastion in the area. Hammond main also dancing around the back line, but finding such little value this whole time. I believe that's the third time we've seen Hammond main in that back line and just get immediately eliminated without finding a kill. The transform does come through from Doomed, but doesn't find any value quite yet. Bastion main still on that Bastion, gonna find Doomed in the sky across the map there. 17% off of another ultimate here. Bastion main looking to make sure that 1990X isn't able to cap the third point here.
When Bastion main got stuck there by the whole sticky bombs, I think when they teleported, the sticky bombs didn't actually have any effect. I think they actually might have stuck to the teleporter. Teleporter acting like a shield for Bastion main. A little bit of an interesting way to do things, but it's a way to do things nonetheless. And 1990X are really relying on that Bob and Transcendence in this next fight, but I avoided have their own support ults themselves.
And as we've seen, every Bob that's come out from Lost Soul has just been immediately ripped to shreds. Starting with an early Transcendence, able to take out Hammond main once again in that back line. Oh, another mid-air shot from Bastion main. Absolutely phenomenal performance. Not able to make it up onto that high ground with the shot. Gonna have to commit the teleporter to a Bastion main being body blocked into the stairwell. Fantastic positioning from Fidel. Gonna be gone once again. Doomed gets the resurrection out and looks like finally going to get that vengeance onto Bastion main after just an embarrassing performance so far against this Bastion. Being shot out of the air twice in a row cannot feel good for anyone. James now has the whole hog on point, but here comes the Diva Bomb. That's going to do some damage as well, as James is not able to make it out of the fight. 1990X, after 2.5 minutes, have finally turned this fight back around in their favor.
Yeah, Dugador is struggling to deal with Bastion and Gorilla on the flank, and this fight's going to get extra chaotic. Dugador actually going to copy the Bastion. If you can't beat him, join him, and this is going to be a crazy last fight.
Couldn't have said it better myself. If you can't beat him, join him, and Doomed is going to do just that, transforming into this Bastion here. Doomed is just playing the Bastion as we've seen all night. They're going to get a third point cap. Nobody able to touch with 1 minute and 2 seconds left on the clock.
1990X dominating Dorado at the start. And Avoided finally got a rhythm. They were finally able to get Bastion main on that high ground of point C, and they were able to shut down 1990X here a little bit. However, that's not going to matter at all. 1 minute on the time bank for 1990X, and I avoided. It's going to be even more difficult then for her to get a strong attack, especially when they are so prolific on their heroes, but they just don't quite fit the map type.
Yeah, Bastion really not finding nearly as much value, albeit other than that insane Nano Bastion play, but not finding a lot of value at all until that third point. I think Bastion main maybe had 2-3 eliminations all the way up until that third point. So it's really difficult to see how they're going to find value on the attack. They can run like an old school pirate comp here, but I really don't think it's going to work out for them.
I mean, they could try it, but I don't think that's their style of play. They want to get flanks going, they want to get pixel, and I mean, you're really relying on Bastion main to do that because Dyslexia's not going to get into Ashley's face to get that kill. Maybe get a little bit of damage onto the tank, so that's just not point how that's going to work out. You're really relying on Gorilla and Bastion main to get these picks, or Hammond main in the old circumstance. James, yes, has the pick potential with the hook, but it's difficult to hit those hooks when you've got a Sigma in front of your face, a Doom Kadoa flying around. Yes, though not an Echo. We may as well name the hero after that performance in the last round. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, Bastion main just giving a great performance, cannot praise them enough. It's just insane to see how they've done so far, but we can't keep talking about it as we see that it's not really working out for them as much as they were hoping. Even James is just the hog, not working out nearly as much as we saw last map. Right now, Lost Soul putting in the work. Oh, the hook connects but breaks as James falls just a couple pixels lower. Hammond main now in that front line once again. Dyslexia still playing that just that random teleporter bot. That's the only cooldown we've really seen them use. Occasional turrets, but right now, I mean, NA avoided just relentless.
Yeah, a bit of a stalemate in the fight once again, so we look to set up their flanks, look to set up their DPS to get as many kills as possible from the flank, looking for a hook. Hammer man trying to get out after hitting this quarter. Really crazy fight right now in Dylan.
Yeah, an insane fight. That's a very, I mean, you see Hammond main diving into the backline, crit condition, the odds of making it out very, very low. Oh, with the Roadhog misses the hook, and the Hammond main now in the air helps find a double elimination with the help of Bastion main, who I don't even think was in turret mode there. I think it was a double recon kill. Getting very, very aggressive in the back line, trying to find early value, but at the Echo flying in the sky and Lost Soul somewhere in the back line. It's very difficult for Bastion main to poke their head out. It's gonna be a first point cap, 1 minute and 17 seconds, or excuse me, 58 seconds faster than 1990X had. Doomed takes out Bastion main with a res right away from the Mercy, almost before the Bastion main even fell. Impunity takes out Dyslexia. 5 minutes to do this, and they avoided looking better than I expected.
Yeah, and looking at this, I mean, like that dive, that crazy, almost suicidal dive from Hammondman to try and open up the fight. It did open up the fight. If they don't do that, we're sitting there for another 30 seconds waiting to set up this fight. Bastion able to get into kills. However, now 1990X able to set up on the high ground. And it's really difficult for NA Avoided to dislodge.
Absolutely, and NA Avoided gonna get dislodged themselves here. It's gonna be difficult to push into this, but they're gonna keep trying with the Bastion and the Symmetra. They've got a couple ultimates moving in, a sleep dart onto Impunity this late in the fight. An unfortunate thing to see. They've got almost 5 ults, but so does 1990X, so this is really gonna be a difficult fight for our attackers here.
That's the down, because that's exactly what 1990X are doing, because they're just holding this high ground and Avoided trying to find a way to deal with it. They've got Hammerman on the line trying to get up to that high ground, but I don't think it's going to be enough. James trying to poke and have the pink presence. They're just getting dwindled down by the Discord room, and it's really difficult situation for Avoided. However, they should
Hammond Main now high up in the sky, trying to take out the Ash Mercy combo. Bastion Main finds Doomed, and Doomed is just doomed every time Bastion Main shows up for that fight. A big minefield comes out from Hammond Main, but the Transcendence from Altair is going to completely negate that minefield, so both ultimates now off the table for these respective teams. Hammond Main finds an elimination onto Fidel. Resurrection onto Bastion Main. Lost Soul finds a kill, but at this point, does it really matter? As Bastion Main getting a bit of a free reign once again, finds Altair that late in the fight, but I think the Resurrection may come through if it's online. Bastion Main now taken out by Doomed in that back line. At this point, these fights are just who gets the elimination first, Doomed or Bastion Main.
I mean, this next fight, that critical kill from Duke onto Bastion Main and Dyslexia now means that their team could get back out in this point to test point B, because there's no Resurrect available.
And they're even going to commit the Bob to this fight, committing Nano Hog now. He's going to pop the whole Hog, just trying to keep the enemy team off the point. But the whole Hog not going to last long enough for them to walk into it. Hammond Main eliminated by the Bob. Lost Soul gone, or takes out James as well. Bastion Main returns to the fight just to be eliminated once again. That's going to be almost a complete team wipe for 1990X here.
1990X showing their skill. Doom Godzilla and Lost Soul. 2 quick plays from either of the DPS and a late stack under Gorilla is not going to help NA avoid its cases. And now we're back at stage 1, because Lost Soul is going to be up in this high ground. NA avoided, going to struggle to deal with that. And then after that, after you're just thinking about getting rid of that Ash, Doom Godzilla's on the flank, trying to get those kills and duplicate online.
It's going to get super aggressive, but Doomed is just constantly in that back line. Things are not working out at all. They've got the transformation, they've got the photon barrier, but right now, neither team can really afford to put in the work. They're both so afraid of what the other team is going to do that we're not finding any eliminations or anything. Bastion Main now putting the pressure onto Doomed once again. Altair now gone, Impunity gone, Bastion Main finally coming back to life, able to get 3 eliminations. But Doomed goes for the transformation right on top of Bastion Main, gets the kill confirmation. James takes a kill, Hammond Main takes a kill, and Doomed is just relentless, finds a double kill. Bastion Main comes back to life, Fidel and Altair dancing to the point. Transcendence committed once again to stall for 1990X to return, and this is probably the most confusing fight we've seen all day. I'm not even sure which team's on top at this point. Bastion Main gets that Vengeance kill, pops the ultimate, and now the damage has to start flowing. Finds the elimination onto Altair, looks for the elimination onto Cybertech, can't find it quite yet. Gonna find that elimination onto the Mercy. This is Bastion Main's fight to win it right here. Goes back into that turret transformation, picks up a triple, make it a quad. Bastion Main walks that call in the second point.
Bastion Main popping off, and just after getting bested on the Bastion by Doom Godzilla right in his face, comes back, gets resurrected back to life, and comes back into the fight to kill 5 and bring NA Avoided back into this. And now if Bastion Main can get onto this high ground, it's extremely difficult for 1990X to dislodge it. Yes, they have tools like the Hulk and the Devo, but other than that, you know, the DPS are going to want to kill Bastion Main up there, and that can get extremely difficult for 1990X. They have to stop Bastion Main getting to that high ground.
Yeah, getting Bastion to that high ground, I think that could be the end of the game here. That could really give them a very easy cap, but it looks like they're going to rotate all the way around, almost to the end of the 3rd point, just trying to find cheeky early kills. They're not going to be able to quite yet. Oh, Bastion Main might be caught out on his own here. Everybody left Bastion Main, so the Bastion was eliminated. That was the #1 person they needed to keep alive for that fight.
Yeah, Bastion Main down, and then I avoided left to Scamper. They're going to try and make something out of this, but I don't think it's going to happen.
It's going to be a super difficult fight, but without the person your entire team comp is built around, your team comp is essentially useless. The Bastion did get caught out on their own there, and they've got a couple ultimates to work with. The 1990X has been stockpiling since 2nd point cap, and speak of stockpile, here they come. They're letting the gates open. That's both a bomb and a Bob. We got the Bob-Bomb combo coming out here. Bob will be eliminated, and the bomb picks up none. There's the Transcendence Ascendance, a little bit confusing on that. And the Valkyrie, 1990X drops every ultimate they had online to win that fight, and they still haven't even confirmed the fight win.
I think their point now is to try and stop any progress going to NA Avoided. They don't want to get into last fight territory. They don't want to give up any sort of time. They just no nonsense want to throw their ultimates in there and win this game. They want to get it over and done with, and they've got some ultimates left over, the duplicate and the whole hog. However, they're also missing their Ash, so there is a chance and a window of opportunity here for the offense.
When the Ash goes down, this is the moment NA Avoided has 10 to maybe 15 seconds to really push in and find another elimination, because Spawn is right there. So they have such a small window to get in there. They're gonna find Whole Hog committed from Impunity, who's taken out. There's the elimination they needed. Now back into another 5v6. There goes Bastion Main once again on the absolute brag. Finds the elimination onto the Mercy and the Baby Diva with the help of James. Now it's Doomed in the back line. Critical condition, but hugging that Mega. They will be eliminated by Gorilla in the back line. This is NA Avoided's fight to win. They win it right here or they don't win it at all. 30 seconds left. They need to find these eliminations, and they are going to. One after another. James finds 2 eliminations. Bastion Main picks up another. James finds a 3rd. That's going to be another elimination for Bastion Main as well. 20 seconds on the clock. They need to cap with time left, or this will spell disaster. They will get a minute on the clock no matter what here. They're 0.9 meters away. Make that 0 meters away from capping 3rd point Dorado. We are going to go into complete extra rounds here.
Yeah, both teams capturing all 3 points on Dorado, and what a thriller of a map we have here on our hands. However, 1990X have 49 seconds extra on the time bank, which means NA Avoided will attack first and set win conditions for 1990X. And I think that 45-second mark is really important on Dorado because you're able to set up your fight. You know why Hammer Man had to dive in, had to get aggressive to set up an angle for Bastion Man? That setup isn't possible with just a minute on the clock. However, with minute 49 on the clock, you have so much more variation to what you could do on your offense, and 1990X in a better position right now, but with the chaotic and crazy match we've had so far, and the chaotic and crazy style of Avoided, we have no clue what to expect.
Yeah, absolutely. NA Avoided is in the definition of a high-stakes, high-reward scenario. A single slip-up from any of these 6 players, and it will spell disaster. They have 60 seconds on the clock to make or break this fight, this map. And if they slip even a moment's notice, if a single player uses the wrong cooldown, that could be the end of NA Avoided on Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out in this next fight. I'm really curious to see this, and I have no clue how this is going to happen. I mean, I think it's going to be all about that DPS duel. Doom Godoa versus Bastion. This is the storyline of this match. Whoever comes out on top is probably going to bring back a map victory for their team.
Absolutely, and if it goes into 1-1, we will really see how close this is. Both of these teams have just been neck and neck continuously. But last time when NA Avoided was at this spot, they ended up losing the initial engagement and had to regroup. So if they do that again here, that will most likely cost them this push. They're going to set up Bastion Man on the high ground just early looking for Doomed. He knows he's up there, but he can't find him quite yet. The Doomed Mercy combo, the Echo Mercy, a dangerous combo to run into. They're going to put the teleporter up so Bastion Man can dance between the high and low ground. Going to get super aggressive on both sides, but again, there's such a respect for the enemy team at this point that neither team wants to make that initial engagement. Hammond Main walking the cart. There is 13 seconds left, and there goes the Zenyatta! 1990X has cracked this fight wide open. The off support now missing for NA Avoided, and Bastion Main takes out the main support for 1990X. Dyslexia now gone, the Diva mech gone. It's going to be a 4v4 essentially. Bastion Main on the hangar, but nobody's on the cart. They're going to have to find another elimination, but Doomed takes out Bastion Main in the back line with the help of Lost Soul. Bastion Main now gone, and they don't have a resurrection online to take him back up. The Nano Boost now online, going to be committed to James. They're going to have to find kills very quickly. They need to cap this first point as with 2 minutes left on the clock. It's going to be much easier to do for 1990X. James finds Impunity, but Doomed finds James. It's going to really still end in either team's favor.
Resurrection goes up, but Doom Godoa has to do it. It's going to be really difficult for NA Avoided.
NA Avoided, they are down but not out. Dyslexia taken out by Lost Soul. The Lucio now gone as well from Doomed, who's copied the Hammond, playing that spin to win classic. Takes out Hammond Main as well. Timer ticks away before we can blink, and NA Avoided does not cap first on Dorado.
When Godoa goes for a duplicate, do you reckon they just target whoever they duplicated and try to take the mirror matchup because they're so flexible and that's just what they like to do? You know, we saw the Bastion duplicate right on the Bastion main's face, and now they took Hammer Main. They're just trying to take all the mains. That's what they want to do. That's what they're doing.
Doomed,
that's what they're trying to claim.
Doomed looking for the 1v1 with anyone they can find, transforming into any hero that they think they can take out. And it's worked so far. Transformed into Hammond, took out Hammond. Transformed into Bastion, took out Bastion. Right now, Doomed on this Echo is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, we can highlight that all we want. However, if we want to keep calling Doom Godoa's Echo phenomenal, they're going to have to win this map and get back in this series and get into the last 16 of Trial of Champions. I almost forgot what I was casting here. I'm losing my words because of how crazy this matchup is. It's so awesome to watch. Also, going for a little bit of a different look, we're going to see the Toriorn, just to try and shut down the angles that maybe Dyslexia or Hammond may want to take. Not the worst idea. I know. We're going to see another switch. Also over to the Junkrat. Same as normal for Anna. Avoided on the defense. We'll see if they want to change what positioning they want to have now. It's just been standard Dorado defense with the chaotic composition for Anna Avoided.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing to say the least, but NA Avoided in a better position on the defense than they are on the offense. Bastion Main can set up a turret early, or a teleporter early with the help of Dyslexia, and maybe get a couple more viable strategies. The symmetric turrets are going to be destroyed just right away. They were there for a simple moment's notice, not able to find any eliminations. They're going to be super difficult to move in here, but 1990X, they're going to get a lot of free space as Bastion Main has to play so carefully. A single elimination for NA Avoided here is going to get them out of this fight and will give 1990X the win on Dorado.
So let's see if they can live up to that.
It's going to be a slow burn fight. A lot of teams just looking to do the damage. We talked about this earlier. This is one of those fights where it really comes down to which team gets that first elimination, because that first elimination makes or breaks this fight. A minute left on the clock, and 1990X Impunity found in the back line. He pops that breather and is possibly going to survive this. At 80 health now, no breather online, and the Diva losing the mech as well from 1990X. But no, Hammond Main falls instead. The peel from 1990X just too good. Doom swaps onto the Roadhog, takes out Bastion Main. They're now seconds away from winning Dorado and putting us to a 1-1.
Yeah, Dude Godoa pulls out 3 on the full hog strip to get my over Nanobase out from the defense.
You said it before, and I'll say it again. Doomed Godoa, the player to look out for this match. Right now, just relentlessly finding these insane eliminations. Hammond Main back on that spin to win strategy. The resurrection onto Dyslexia comes through. The whole hog from Impunity trying to do damage, but NA Avoided somehow coming back at this fight. Doomed Godoa is resurrected, and Dyslexia falls once again. There goes Lost Soul to the melee kill from Bastion Main now on Tracer. A desperate attempt to keep this point alive. Lost Soul's Bob takes out the Mercy. James is gone thanks to Doomed Godoa once again. The damage is coming out from NA, and NA, oh my goodness, NA Avoided, but they're not able to find this elimination in time. The pulse comes out. Hammond Main picks up a double kill. Just when we thought 1990X had this in the bag, Hammond Main is here to show that they do not. NA Avoided come out on top.
What happened there?
A miracle happened there.
1990X, they had the fight in their hands. They were about to win. I was about to get my analysis ready for 1990X winning that map, but Bastion Main and Hammond Main, they come into the fight on Tracer and Wrecking Ball, kill 3 each, and it's over. It's
Bastion Main breaks the streak, swaps onto Tracer to keep the map alive, and that is what made the difference. Had they stayed on Bastion, they would not have made it to the point in time, and they would not have been able to stall. And that really did make the difference, and that gave them the opportunity to win the game.
That's crazy.
Phenomenal.
That's crazy.
Phenomenal, to say the least.
I had my notes ready. I was writing down some stuff about 1990X and how they were playing. I was going to talk about that, but and I avoided. That crazy and chaotic style just got even wilder in that last fight. Bastion Main, Hammond Main, they link up and take us to a 2-0 lead in the series. 1990X, they are promising, but they have to get back into the series if they want to get into the top 16. What a match we have on our hands. You don't want to go anywhere. We're going to head to a quick break.
I'm just feeding because I don't want Jaya to be alone.
Yeah. Every time I feed like nothing, we chatter nothing. We just chatter.
Just make it look like we're trolling on purpose.
Misery
You know?
loves company, man. Misery loves company.
Or make it-
Didn't even notice the punches that you roll with. You got to keep it focused. You wanna say
Nothing, man.
so.
I have a question.
Yeah?
You use Spotify?
Yep.
Please do not say you have the playlist TikTok songs favorited.
That's such a good idea.
You didn't answer my question, dog.
He's not really supposed to talk, I don't think.
Oh, really? Oh. No. Can you flash your mic?
Damn, I really hope that goes into a clip.
Alright.
Quick head count. Magic.
Yes.
West.
Yeah.
Sealder.
Yup.
Lyric.
Hello.
Queso.
When I say Ryan, you say Ryan. Ryan.
Rhyme.
Ryan. Ryan. Ryan.
Wait, you papaga, I'm mute.
Yeah.
Leave Diva.
Leave
I'm healing her. Don't worry.
Yeah, heal her.
I'm healing her.
Yeah, heal her. Keep going. Good heals.
I can bin maybe.
Make her drown. I see you guys won this game 3-0. It looks like it went pretty well for you guys. What were some of the issues that you had in the middle of the match, and what could you say about the other team that you saw was happening during the match?
Okay,
Honestly,
so
I just didn't.
So Beacon was jumping in the back line. Feeding. Our Reaper was shooting a Diva defense range the whole time.
Okay.
Our Moira was holding right click the whole time.
Okay.
Diva was only using her pistol and baby form the whole time, and then Muffin Man was booping him. Speed only.
Big! Uprising Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh, and asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha debajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost.
Winnable!
grind and random teammates? Want to put your team to the test against opponents of similar SR?
Go.
Ever been told to get good, but felt like you were never given the chance? Introducing our Get Good tournament, open to PC and console teams in NA and EU region. Our goal is to provide you with an environment that will push your team play and individual skills to new heights and an opportunity to make new friends along the way. Our divisions range from beginner to unlimited, and the tournament will start off with a 5 to 6 week group stage in Swiss format, ending in a 2-week-long playoff bracket. You can even be showcased live as we stream matches with talented casters every week on Twitch. The winner for each division is crowned champion and will get a fancy champion's role. Get Good signups will start on October 5th, with the tournament starting on the 23rd for PC and the 24th for console. And if you don't have a team yet, but would like to experience playing in a team, fear not. Solo player signups is a team building service offered by Elohell Esports in preparation for our Get Good tournament. Sign up on your own and you will be put into a team of 6. Solo player signups are open right now. Go to elohell.gg/getgood for more information and to sign up for the real 6v6 experience.
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elohell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh, kill! Let's go.
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need help. I'm with you. Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elohell Pickup Games Discord and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Everybody, Big Hungry Phil here with a note of thanks to Opinion Outpost for sponsoring the Trial of Champions. Want to make some extra cash? Well, earn money through Opinion Outpost by just sharing your opinion. All you've got to do is fill out some surveys. You can make money while watching streams, queuing for a game, or even waiting for your teammates to group up for one final overtime push on the point. Use Opinion Outpost to get that skin you've always wanted. There's nothing better than treating yourself to some well-deserved loot boxes after a long competitive grind. Visit the link to start making money today.
Welcome back, everybody. And the first thing I want to say is whoever voted Kings Row on that quiz question, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I've got to say about that. But I am stoked to jump into the rest of this series.
You're mad at the people who voted Kings Row?
I mean,
5% of you voted Eichenwald. I'm sorry, but what?
I think it was 17% voted Kings Row, which is a nighttime map. And the picture's taken in broad daylight. Like, come on, guys. That one was a pretty easy one for you, and you still blew it. 17% of you.
Like Sap got it right. Like you should be doing better. So
yeah, I got it right. Like that's really saying something. So you guys should feel pretty sad about that.
If you want to get more controversial opinions out there, like voting Kings Row, which are on a nighttime map on a picture of broad daylight, you can do Opinion Outpost. Make some money. For having opinions, whether good or bad, express them, do some surveys, get some cash. Opinion Outpost, lovely sponsor, and it's awesome to work with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we've seen so far today has been nothing but amazing. We had our phenomenal first game. We've had this insane second game, and the score could not tell less of the truth in how close these games have been. It looks like a 2-0. You think, oh, wow, NA Avoided is demolishing. But 1990X every single time has been mere moments from greatness on these maps. They have always been 1 kill away. They have been seconds away from winning these maps, but NA Avoided has just always been able to come out on top.
Yeah, as I said, at the end of Toronto, I was getting my notes prepared for Doa, how they're playing, why they're playing like it, why 1990X are going to work their way back into the series. But NA Avoided, they've got the clutch factor, they've got the chaotic factor. they've got the surprise factor. And if 1990X don't find a solution in those final fights where they need to punish those mistakes and punish that chaotic style, then they're going to lose this series. And it's so unfortunate because these two teams are great. I would love to see both of these teams in the top 16, but unfortunately, that's not how it works. And one of these teams will have to go home.
Absolutely. And I was speaking to a couple people before the matches this evening, and I do know that a couple of people have NA avoided pretty high on their list in regards to who's going to make it pretty far in this tournament. So I know NA avoided absolutely a team to look out for. Like I mentioned earlier, a friend of mine he's the manager for 1990X, and I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for them because, I mean, phenomenal is not even the word at this point from what we've seen from these two teams. But we are going to be moving into our hybrid map, which is our third and possibly final map.
Yeah, it could be our final map, and hybrid's a unique one because when you're playing hybrid, dependent on the map in particular, or in our map we got Hollywood and Ike involved. Both maps they do favor a bit of momentum, and Point B in particular on both of these maps is important to take the high ground. And again, 1990X on Point B of Dorado, we're getting a lot of leeway by taking that high ground. So again, this is going to be another matchup of on Point B who could take better advantage of that space, Bashamin or Last Soul, and that's the matchup we're going to be looking at. Of course, Doom Gatoa, and actually not Dyslexic anymore. We will be seeing beautiful Aquamarine in the lineup. So we have got a lovely matchup of DPS here, and who can claim that space on Point B? Who can claim that high ground? That's going to be the matchup we're looking at today.
Yeah, absolutely. I know a lot of people were excited to see Aquamarine in that fight, so that's going to be something eager. I'm sure the chat might pop off a little bit for that, as we have seen quite a few people mention that they were very excited to see them perform tonight. So I think, I mean, it could be something as simple as swapping out a single player. Could change your team's entire tempo. It could change the way your team performs as a whole. So that really could make quite the difference here on our next map, which is going to be Eichenwald.
The downside of putting up is they're going to play a lot of Junkrat, and Junkrat's kind of hard countered by heroes like Ashe, Pharah, Echo, and that's the heroes that 1990X tend to play on their DPS rules. However, when it gets to Point C and even Point A, you have a lot of chokeholds where that Junkrat can get a lot of value, can get a lot of damage, and Outward can get their value there. Of course, they are quote-unquote one trick, and of course they will know how to get value out of their heroes. So we'll see how that works out for NA Avoided. For 1990X, it's about stopping NA Avoided's momentum and getting back on the consistent train and helping Godzilla and Last Soul bring you into the series.
Absolutely. I've always preferred the term specialist over one trick. I think it sounds a little more polite. It sounds like something that you should be proud of rather than embarrassed of. And with how we've seen Bastion Main and Hammond Main perform, they have nothing to be ashamed of. They have played just phenomenal all night. They have both been at the absolute peak of their gameplay, and it has been nothing to be ashamed of. And 1990X, they're going to get a little bit risky. They're going to have Doomed back on that Pharah in Eichenwald, which is a very open map. So I'm surprised to see that Pharah coming out this early, but who knows, it could work out very well for them.
They're just going to let this spam as much damage as possible, force some rotations out, put the damage on, and also on the Soldier 76, that recently buffed hero we've seen a lot more of today, so let's see how this DPS matchup goes along.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, but Doomed now in the back line already gets to put a lot of damage out. It's going to be an elimination for both teams. Soldier versus the Hog now both missing, and it's going to be difficult for NA Avoided to deal as much damage as they want to right now, but Aquamarine on the Junkrat going to fill in for that damage until that Roadhog gets back. Bastion Main and Aquamarine both playing very unconventional heroes here, but if they can make them work, it will be alright. But wow, a massive full distance hook comes out of Impunity, and that's going to cost Bastion Main their life on that one. Aquamarine not too far behind. Doomed right now, just on a bit of a frag, finding a double elimination, both DPS missing. James not quite returning to the fight, getting caught off guard, a little bit off to the side. Hammond Main flies in, dealing a lot of damage, but not able to pick up anything quite yet. Hammond Main and Gorilla both go down. James goes down as well. A minute and 2 seconds off the clock. 1990X caps first point.
Doom Godzilla kills 4 in that last fight, really taking the jewel back to Bastion Main, of course. As soon as I say that, commentator's curse comes into effect. However, will get resurrected. And that this battle between Bastion Main and Doom Godzilla is deciding the fight. Of course, Doom Godzilla got a little bit of help from Impunity there. They make sure that hook goes off and put a lot of pressure onto the opposition Bastion. And now, Point B is going to be all about who has that high ground currently in favour of NA Avoided. But 19X push them off of that high ground.
Yeah, getting pushed off the high ground definitely going to spell disaster for NA Avoided here. Bastion main 14%, make that 12% away from that Bastion ult, but Doomed, Lost Soul, and Altair already have ultimate to their own, so NA Avoided farming ultimates much, much slower than 1990X.
Zero finally picking up that kill on the Moira. And now, high ground available for 1990X. They have positional advantage here, and they have ultimate advantage. All 6 of their ultimates will be online, and as I say that, NA Avoided will build up to all 6 thirds. However, theirs aren't quite ready to go, so it could be a proactive approach from 1990X to give them the advantage.
Absolutely, we were getting danger close to an old apocalypse, and Impunity, the first one to press Q on that. All 12 ultimates were online, but now it's only 11, and it's really going to be who presses Q first. Every team has so much opportunity here to use these ultimates and find a lot of value with or without them. If a team could win this fight dry, it would be immensely important. But Bastion main gonna pop the ult, gonna bait out one more. Fine, we're gonna see Nano, Whole Hog, Coalescence, and Minefield come out, as well as that Barrage and the Transcendence. Somehow NA Avoided looks like they may have come out on top of that. But no, there it is, the boop off the point. Doomed is able to secure that second point cap. 5 minutes and 15 seconds moving into Eichenwald third here.
Look at Gorilla on the flank on Ana. Gets a couple kills, however, will get staggered in the end by Impunity, and this point just keeps on rolling for 1990X. They've got to making the switch over to the Ashe, so just high-profile damage from the offense here. They still have the Valkyrie there to enable that as well, but now it's Aquamarine territory. Lots of chokes, lots of small, narrow corridors for that Junkrat to spam into, and the Riptire is online.
Riptire is online, and this is a great spot to pull it here. If Aquamarine can find a cheeky tire, which they will, that's going to be an immediate double kill into Altair and Fidel. 2 now gone. This is the first time NA Avoided's had a chance to win a fight in nearly 4 minutes at this point. James finds Impunity as well. We're now in that 3v6, and that's going to force 1990X to tuck their tails and get back to their spawn here as they have to wait for their teammate respawns.
Yeah, both of those teams only have one ultimate in their previous fight, both of them using them, and NA Avoided getting the better value, so they'll take a little bit of an advantage in the ultimate economy. Of course, they now have that advantage of having that Junkrat in that chokes. What is going on here? Nolan in the backline with Common Main trying to get the kills on the Doom Kadoa, not liking this Ashe player, however. I think they're on the back off here shortly.
You know, at the beginning of this map, I almost commented that I believe Nolan is an infamous damage Moira, a DPS Moira, but I didn't want to say anything in case I wasn't thinking of the right person. But that play right there may have just confirmed that for me. Able to pick up a single elimination before Impunity finds the hook. A big grab comes through from Fidel. The grab Whole Hog combo, a lethal one if executed properly. And it looks like it is going to be important, just enough to do damage. And Nano Hog came through as well for NA Avoided, but they couldn't find the eliminations they needed, the survivors. Now returning to their own spawn. It's going to be a 4v6 moving in. Doomed almost has the Bob, so we're going to be in a 7v6 scenario here, unless NA Avoided can really turn this fight around.
Yeah, even matchup right now, however, it's going to be up to Altair to get up to that Transcendence. That's going to be the X factor here in this next one.
The Bob is gone, but so is Bastion main. Here comes a tire, but it is immediately taken out by Lost Soul. Fantastic Storm Arrow, and nobody's even on the cart quite yet. 1.91 meters. Lost Soul gonna send the Dragon straight down main here, just trying to open up the space for the cart. Hammond main dismissed very early on. Lost Soul swapped to the Hanzo and absolutely carried the team there with a 5K at the very end. 3 minutes to the dot on the clock. 1990X is able to cap all 3 points of Eichenwald.
That's not what you want to see if you're NA Avoided. Make some changes to the lineup. Yes, it's more suited to the map. However, nothing is really functioning. Yes, you're able to claim the point B high ground for a little bit, get some kills, get something rolling, but other than that, you know, you didn't really win a clean team fight. Maybe one. On 1990X, they continued the momentum beautifully. If it wasn't Doom Kadoa, it was Lost Soul. If it wasn't Lost Soul or Doom Kadoa, it was Impunity, popping off. And of course, this is all possible because of their supports. Cybertex and Altair, sorry. Almost mispronounced that one. Altair popping off, of course. Altair with the Transcendence in the last fight. In the previous round, and Cybertex has been on the Mercy all round, popping off. And both these teams, you know, they have a very, you know, concise identity. Both of them not really switching up what they believe in, and it's working out for both of them. And 1990X reaping the benefits currently.
Yeah, 1990X, like you said, absolutely reaping the benefits here from NA Avoided. Right now, Bastion main on a Widowmaker, not something you'd expect to see from somebody titled Bastion main, but it could really work out here. This is a pretty good Widowmaker map, but running the offensive, possibly just for an early peak, or, you know, maybe they'll even swap before they get out of spawn, but it could be big for them. NA Avoided maybe need to be a little more flexible with what they do. 1990X, we've seen 3, 4, 5 different team comps, but NA Avoided, I mean, their supports and Bastion main and Hammond main, James included, I don't think he's been off Roadhog this whole time. I think they just need to be a little bit more flexible to find the opportunity to win this match here.
Yeah, Bastion main goes for the peak on the water. I'm not sure if they're still on. I think they're gonna go back and touch this guy. They're gonna go back to their trusty little Bastion Aquamarine, trying to get some kills on the Duke though. It's not gonna quite work out in the CPS matchup as well, in truly sense.
Absolutely. NA avoided. They're playing such a damage-heavy comp that they are going to have to explode with damage here if they want any attempt at taking this first point. Half a minute already off the clock, so they're down to 3.5 minutes here. They're going to have to dump just insane amounts of damage if they want to poke this point open. 1990X, they're ready for it, though. They're playing far back, so the NA avoided has to push way past their comfort zone. Lost Soul going to take out Hammond main as well. Aquamarine in the back line. I'm a little confused on how that's about to go. Just desperately trying to get in the back line. Bastion main found impunity, but a massive bubble from Fidel is going to keep Cybertex alive there. Find the resurrection. Lost Soul picks up a double kill. Aquamarine in the back line. All that did was waste time, not able to find any eliminations. Halfway to a grab, Fidel is going to push very far into this Bastion, popping a bubble in the Ana, trying to make it out. Nolan just barely makes it out with the skin of their teeth there, and it looks like they're going to have to reset. We're down to almost 2.5 minutes, and NA avoided haven't even touched the point.
Yeah, a minute and a half down in that first fight. Not getting too much value out of that fucking Junkrat in that first fight, and I think all Zarya mains rejoiced at that bubble, keeping the Mercy Resurrect up, trying to get Infinity back alive and ready to go. I mean, it's a highlight of the DPS ultimate to the defense. Barrage and Tactical Visor, James already going.
Absolutely. Impunity takes out James very early on, missing the Roadhog. Gonna be dangerous for NA avoided to do really much of anything. Nolan just getting shredded by the soldier there, but the mine from Aquamarine does keep the Ana alive. They're going to commit a lot of ults trying to take out Impunity in this tunnel, and it will work. Bastion main finds the kill onto the Roadhog, but now they have to find that soldier as he's got the sight on the aimbot has been activated. Going to have to put serious amount of damage down here, but the Transcendence is going to make that impossible. Doom Kadoa takes out Gorilla, but Aquamarine finds Doom straight away. It's going to be a double kill for Aqua. We're now in a 4v4 scenario. It's going to be really difficult for either team, but Fidel even going to commit the grab here. No, Terra is able to be eliminated by James, but Lost Soul picks up an important double, and it's going to be all but impossible for NA avoided to cap this point here.
That's a clutch thing by Nolan on the game. It means that Bastion main is going to stay alive, and that means that there's no real chance for 1990X to get back into here on point A. So point A is going to be captured, which is positive for the offense. However, point B is going to be claimed on the high ground for 1990X, which makes it difficult for NA to get any sort of traction, any sort of space, and they're gonna, before they do anything on point B, try to knock Doom to go out of the sky or knock Lost Soul out of the high ground. Otherwise, James is gonna get picked up exactly like that.
Absolutely. Nolan hitting that sleep dart actually completely won. NA avoided that fight there. It was going to be the 1v1, the Hog versus the Bastion, and the Bastion was all but doomed to lose. But the sleep from the Ana came in, gave the Bastion time to reload, and they were able to find the elimination onto the Hog. Bastion main pops another ultimate, going for those cheeky plays, always looking up into the sky rather than looking down for the free eliminations. Not able to find anything quite yet. Aquamarine holding onto this tire for quite a while as well. Going to be eliminated by Soldier with the eyes once again. The Visor coming out in heat here. Going to be 2 eliminations for both sides. The Visor does come to an end. Doom Kadoa only 8% away from that barrage. A lot of ultimates from NA avoided, but they can just not find the opportunity to use them.
Yeah, quick fight there, but nothing really damaging for either team. Both teams just gonna reset up, self-disengage, and get ready to go again. High ground still belonging to 1990X, which can make things extremely dangerous for the supports of players like James who don't have much mobility. Aquamarine going for the tire here.
Gets eliminated by Doomed Godot once again. Aquamarine not finding a lot of value. No Junkrats today really finding value with these tires. James pops Whole Hog. I'm honestly not sure why, but he's putting in the damage onto Impunity, who has a Whole Hog of their own. I thought able to take them off the map, but it ends just a couple of frames early. Keeps Impunity on the map, but gives Bastion main plenty of time to charge this pulse bomb. Now 5% away, and they get the recall back out. It's going to be a full pulse charge, and they're going to get out of there very quickly. Aquamarine now on the Soldier, so a full DPS shift from NA avoided here.
The Bastion main goes down, and that means that they don't have that flank potential, they don't have that Tracer creating space. Not only types create space, but DPS can too, and that's a big part of the competition and the offense missing.
I don't want to sell NA avoided here short, but right now 1990X has a stranglehold on this defense. I said that same thing right before Bastion main decided to 1v3 on point and cap, but it really looks like 1990X just has a much better position and a slight ult advantage here, and they may be able to stall this for what bound to be maybe 2 more good fights from NA Avoided.
They don't really have an ultimate, but okay, that's some high kill fashion. I was about to say they don't really have an ultimate advantage anymore, especially after that self-destruct goes down. And Altar's going to go down, however, I think they're pretty much easily res that. And that's actually going to be huge. That's a boot off with the high ground. Lost Soul is going to go down.
Lost Soul now missing, Gorilla taken out as well, so both Zens currently off the battlefield. MMA dancing on the cart, just trying to walk it in piece by piece, but the entire enemy team knows he's there. The C9 will not be coming anytime soon. Putting a lot of pressure down. A minefield here, maybe the call. Bastion commits a full spawn, doesn't find anything. Speaking of the devil, he shall appear. There is our minefield. Impunity caught smack in the middle. Both tanks now missing from 1990X. 3 ultimates left online, almost Forest Transcendence. It's only 7% away. Right now, NA Avoided finally coming back to life. Less than a minute on the clock. It looks like they may be ready to cap second point here.
Yeah, FedExL making the switch over to the Zarya because of the more linear point C. D was better on point B because you're able to, you know, contest the high ground, you're able to keep the high ground and control the high grounds, whereas Zarya, it's a lot more linear on point B, and you're just looking to do as much damage as possible. Think Adele is going to get this up as well. Over to the Ashe, and that's a nice kill.
That's a fantastic kill, fantastic coordination from 1990X. They all collapsed on the soldier right away. Every single cooldown went into taking them out, but now the Roadhog missing, Hammond Main gone as well. Valkyrie's been popped from Cybertext, and there's a lot of ultimates online left for NA Avoided. They've got 3 ultimates under their belt. 1990X has 1 left, or excuse me, 2 left after this whole hog comes to an end. James booped off the map by the whole hog, as well as Nolan moments later. Lost Soul picks up Bastion Main back on the Widow. A minute and a half left on the clock. If NA Avoided has any hope of capping this, it's gonna be in overtime.
Yeah, and that's critical. 1990X, they can just play for overtime. However, I think they're going to want to play for it now. Lost Soul was attacked by their Ultra as a Transcendence. Why not just go for them up win? Assert your dominance in this series, and that can definitely give you some momentum on the way back.
Absolutely. 1990X, you know, they really were not looking good on those first 2 maps, but Eichenwald may have been the map they needed. They get to put in a lot more damage here. They get to play maybe their own tempo versus the tempo NA Avoided has been forcing on them up to this point. Card's going to be rolling in less than a minute on the clock, so they're getting danger close to their last fight here. We're going to see the Transcendence and the Nano committed straight away. Bastion Main in the back line, just holding that left click, trying to deal as much damage as they can, but not able to confirm any eliminations quite yet. We see Impunity drop critically low, but he makes it out of the line of sight just momentarily. A lot of damage being put back onto Doom, who really has just been playing the Ashe role in this fight. There it is, the headshot kill onto Aquamarine, and Bastion Main finds the kill onto Fidel, putting damage into Impunity as well. Hammond Main and James gone. It's going to be all the tanks offline for the time being. Right now, it's going to be all but impossible for NA Avoided to cap this 3rd point.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult. Not only are they at an ultimate disadvantage, they have to get to the point and win a fight against Doomgadil on the high ground. That's going to be extremely difficult for NA Avoided.
Absolutely, they're going to be able to touch, but to cap will be hard. Bob and Grav are online sites, only 20% away. James already about to lose the mech. Here comes the minefield in the back line. Might be able to do some damage, but won't confirm any elimination. The Graviton Surge off the side of point picks up Bastion Main and Nolan and Hammond Main. And just when we thought this was going to be a 3-0 shutout, it looks like 1990X has finally come back to life, and they are going to be able to hold 3rd point Eichenwald, which will take this series to a 2-1.
Wow. 1990X, if you wanted to assert your way back into this series, that was one heck of a way to do it, and that's exactly what they did. They needed that sort of map. They picked the correct map, and now, and I avoided. They get a map choice here of Anubis or Volskaya. My feeling says Aquamarine will stay in the lineup, and they will go for Volskaya. Otherwise, I could. Sorry, Anubis. I don't mean that. Sorry, Anubis will be a lineup that suits Aquamarine because Junkrat is on a sort of pick on Temple of Anubis because there's so many chokes, so much damage to be done in Temple of Anubis with Junkrat. So they could go for that, or they could go to Volskaya Industries. I was thinking of the other way they could go for this, and they could go and put Dyslexic back in on the Symmetra and run some cute little teleport shots. That's another option on Volskaya Industries, but NA Avoided. They've got to work themselves back into the series, find some momentum going again. Otherwise, 1990X, although they're behind in this series, that momentum could keep the win train going.
Yeah, absolutely. They are down but not out. And I agree. I don't think Dyslexic's going to come back in because it's going to be really difficult to play that sim strat now that 1990X has gotten so familiar with it. They're going to really struggle to find those eliminations early on, and the cheeky teleporters now that 1990X is always looking behind them for those teleporters. Bastion Main just wouldn't get the value we've seen so far. I think now that 1990X is a little accustomed to that play style. And I guess that's kind of the downfall of running that Bastion sim is your enemy can get used to it very quickly. So they can be ready for that that play a lot. I agree. I think Aquamarine's probably not going anywhere. Temple of Anubis, obviously a great Junkrat map. Volskaya, not a bad Junkrat map. There's definitely better picks, but Junkrat definitely still viable, especially on first point.
Yeah, the only reason I really see Dyslexia coming back into the lineup is Bastion struggled to get value in the last map. Was kind of getting outshone by both Loso and Doom Godoa on the last map. Yes, their DPS picks suited the map better. Yes, they had the high ground a lot of the time, but you still had the capability to fight for that high ground and really didn't show any promise. So that Symmetra was enabling Bastion a little bit more. But yeah, you're right. It's probably a lot easier for them to shut down. And I avoided they could be in a little bit of, they could be stuck between a rock and a hard place here. It could be difficult.
I agree. NA avoided in a wee bit of trouble, and I think a lot of that trouble can be dedicated to Bastion main's, niche of being a Bastion player. Is Bastion is one of those heroes that the more you play against him, the less viable he becomes, in a sense, to where 1990X can really start taking advantage. I saw a lot of hooks coming out early on, specifically for Bastion main to take him out of the fight. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, Bastion main actually being subbed out. We're going to see Aquamarine and Dyslexia as the DPS starting line. So our discussion there is going to be correct in regards to Aquamarine staying in and Bastion main not getting the value that we saw from NA Avoided earlier on. So Dyslexia will be subbed in instead.
Didn't really consider that part. The Bastion main could be subbed out. They're not stuck with Bastion main in the lineup. They can sub them out as well. And that's exactly what they've elected to do. The way to go on that map choice. I'm assuming this is a Temple of Anubis, Symmetra Junkrat based composition. And it just seems like, they're going for an aggressive chokehold. That just makes a lot of sense. However, if you're thinking 1990X, spam compositions are going to be good into this. And also on the Ashe and Dogodo on the 4, they could do a bit of damage here.
Yeah, I agree. It's funny, neither of us even considered the Bastion main being removed from the team comp. We neither of us really thought about that. But I do think this is the proper call here for NA Avoided. I think it's going to be important that they don't run that Bastion, almost to put 1990X back on their toes. And we have just confirmed that Temple of Anubis is going to be our next map, which I'm not surprised by that at all. You put your Symmetra player in, you put your Junkrat player in, any other map is just not going to be your best call. And I think this gives NA Avoided that mild advantage. So far, I think I've been pretty correct. I gave them the advantage on... No, actually, I gave them the disadvantage on Dorado, but they hardly won that. So I think Temple of Anubis could be NA Avoided's map, but 1990X, they are by no means out of this game.
Well, if you're going to go that way, I'll go the other. I'm going to go 1990X to try and reverse sweep this series, but they're against NA Avoided. This looks like their home territory. They're amazing at these creative, chaotic, and wild compositions. Can they keep it up and finish off this series? That's the question.
Finishing off the series, much easier said than done. They've been given a run for their money every game, and I'm sure the palms of all 12 of these players are incredibly sweaty this far into it. And it's going to be tough, but like I said, I think NA Avoided mild advantage here. They've got the Junkrat for the spam, and they've got a Symmetra for the spam. It is going to be very difficult for 1990X to find value on this.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to come down to first fight on both point B and point A, on both offense and defense for both of these teams. I feel like everyone's first go at it on point A is going to be important for building a time bank, and then also snowballs are always important on this assault game mode. If you don't know what a snowball is after you capture point A, you unravel that momentum and positional advantage that the defense won't have on point B, and also the ultimates that you will gain from your fight 1 on point A. Of course, you're doing more damage to win the fight, you're going to have more ultimates available to go and try and win point B immediately, thus creating a greater time bank and what we call a snowball effect, kind of like how when a snowball rolls down a hill, it gathers more momentum and more snow.
Couldn't have explained it better, and that's exactly what both teams are going to be looking for here. Each fight the attacking team loses completely decreases their chances of capping both points. Even not considering the time bank, you need that early momentum, you need those early picks, but every time you lose an initial fight, your chances of capping just get so much worse as the enemy team can reposition, they can build ultimates, and it's just going to become harder and harder for you to cap point A before you can even try to cap point B. So it's really going to be a struggle for these attackers here, but NA Avoided, I think if they can give us a rock solid defense, which I'd by no means be surprised, they could take Anubis home pretty easily.
And one thing that's interesting to me is 1990X, I believe, are defending first. And this, if they fold or get solid defense going and set a win condition nicely for themselves, that puts them in a great spot heading into our final control map. But enough about that. We've got to stay focused on the present. 1990X defense defending first. Does that give you any thoughts?
I'm surprised to say the least. I think it's going to be an interesting thing to defend, but as we talked about last game, defending first gives them the opportunity to know just how far they have to push themselves on that attack. It gives them their win condition, it gives them their end game. So I think, honestly, I think it is the strategic call here. I think in Overwatch specifically, defending first does give you a mild strategic advantage, as you'll know exactly what needs to be done in order to win the map.
Yeah, it's interesting. And actually, looking at the lineup here, Hammond's not in the lineup either.
Oh, wait, look at that. They have a support player playing their Zarya right now, so that must be a flex player. I didn't catch that either. They're going to run Hog Zarya as their initial offense, but with a Sim Junkrat, I think that's probably the perfect play.
Yeah, that's interesting because you gave a lot more offensive utility with those particle barriers to your DPS. However, you're playing the Zarya Hulk matchup, which has been 1990X's game all day. So we'll see if that benefits them or screws them over in the long term.
Absolutely, and hopefully it does benefit them as the clock will begin to tick away. Doomed back on that Pharah as well. They're going to TP straight and around through the choke, and this is where they're going to get a lot of advantage here. Both the Symmetra and the Junkrat can start their spammage, and this is exactly where they need to do it. Junkrat's still kind of caught in the back line here, and the hook in early is going to be huge. They aren't able to secure the elimination yet, but there he goes. Impunity will fall straight away, and it's going to be a huge pick as there's no resurrection from Cybertex either, is flying in that deep. Would be all but lethal, and James is going to get aggressive now as well, knowing there's no counterpart to put the pressure down. There goes Dyslexia, there goes Aquamarine, Doomed on the absolute frag right now. It's going to be a 4v4. The main damage from NA Avoid is missing. They can still secure the point, but it's going to be a challenge. They're going to move in aggressively, and there goes the Zarya. James on a rampage right now. Picks up a very clean double kill, a triple, including his enemy Roadhog. Doomed picking up a triple of their own in the back line, finds Gorilla after eliminating both DPS. Impunity now returns to the fight, but will be eliminated right away. Soul is able to find the Junkrat again, so Aquamarine not able to make it out of spawn. Doomed finds Dyslexia, and just when you thought NA Avoided was going to cap this point, 1990X is not going to give up quite yet. Dyslexia gone, but James does take Dyslexia out of the fight. Ultera finds the Zarya, and now the whole hog comes out just to keep them off the point. 2 minutes or a minute and 10 seconds already gone. There's the whole hog onto Lost Soul. The Bob onto point to stall is going to be a big one. They're going to have to hook him off there if they want to cap this soon, but it's going to be a slow burn. They're going to try to dump the damage in that they can. Aquamarine just flanking on that back line, going to be taken out again in a moment by Doom, barely even getting to play the game. Here comes the barrage, and this fight just will not end. 1990X are relentless.
Cybertex has to have major kudos on 1990X, not only giving Dogadoa the resources early on in the fight to get 1990X back in the fight, also giving it the muscle to finish off the fight. Cybertex popping off with their DPS, and currently 1990X holding on point A. The downside is they don't have any ultimates as of yet, but that pick and the fact that they're close to their Graviton Surge will take them a long, long way.
Absolutely Doomed on the Pharah right now. Just relentless. A clean triple kill. Not even contested in regards. Did not take any damage there. Cleans up half of the team. Halfway to another barrage already. A minute and a half left on the clock, and unless they can do something about 1990X, I don't think NA Avoided's getting any further.
You have to stop doing the double on this Pharah. With offering Dyslexia on the line, you don't have too many options. Dogadoa running around.
That's going to be a massive grab coming out from Fidel. Going to take the Zarya out of the fight right away. NA Avoided, they took a risk putting their support on the Zarya here, and honestly, I'm not sure it's paying off. If they don't get rid of Doomed, I mean, nothing is going to change here.
Yeah, they have some ultimates online in the offense. Graviton Surge and all Slow Tank online. And you will probably have a whole 6-pack of ultimates, but can you even touch the point? We've only got a minute to set up this fight, and Dogadoa has the barrage, also has the bullet. There's so many tools in 1990X. Not only to get kills like this.
Oh, wow. What a barrage. A third of the team, half of the team gone to Doomed once again. This Pharah is just the best of the best. It is Pharah's world, and we are living in it right now. Doomed Godoa, we talked about him earlier. We'll talk about him again. That's going to be a 4K in a fight that should have been over ages ago. 30 seconds on the clock. Aquamarine hasn't gotten a single tire this entire time. Here comes the Photon Barrier. Impunity commits the whole hog to eliminating the Photon Barrier. With another ultimate down the drain for NA Avoided.
Yeah, Ultra has that transcendence as well. That's going to be the critical ultimate in the next one.
Here comes the grab. The Transcendence is big as well. It's going to have to be a massive tire. Impunity now gone, but Dyslexia gone as well. Aquamarine's tire all but out. They know where it is. They're not going to be able to find the damage. He's going to commit it to the Bob, trying to take Bob out of the fight. James picks up a double kill, but is taking a lot of damage to pay for it. We're in overtime now. They are seconds away from capping the first point, but it's going to be a tough uphill fight once again. They're slowly confirming the eliminations they need to cap this point. Lost Soul falls, and first point finally breaks open for NA Avoided.
They've got to go 9, they've got to go fast, and they've got to try and build up that coalescence. Otherwise, the snowball potential isn't on, and that time bank is going to get dwindling lower. So they've got to try and think about that snowball, and then afterwards think about the more long-term game.
Absolutely, they commit every single ultimate they had. Nolan almost has that coalescence as well. It's going to be really tough for them to continue moving forward. 2.5 minutes, hardly any time to farm these ultimates. Aquamarine needs to find another Rip Tire as well. They've only found one this entire game, so they're really going to have to get aggressive here. Just when we thought NA Avoided had this in the bag, at least when I did, Doomed Godoa picks up another double kill. Absolutely insane. They need to do something about this Pharah, or they will not be able to cap this second point. Doomed Godoa has not been contested for even a moment.
Doomed Godoa needs to stop. I'm going to lose my voice. About Doomed Godoa on the Pharah all day long. It is absolutely insane how much value this Pharah is getting. It's actually going to make a switch over to the Torio to try and limit that value, but now the damage is done. You've already reset your ultimate, Connor. You're switching over to the Torio one. And look at the ultimates from 1990X. They'll have a Transcendence, they'll have a Graviton Surge, and with the defenders and how long you can extend fights on Anubis point 2, it's going to be a really mad uphill attack for the ultimate.
Absolutely. Aquamarine finds an elimination onto Impunity and unreversible one at that. Dyslexia now on the Torbjorn. Grab comes out from Vidal here, but he pays his life for it. James finds an elimination. Doomed Godoa takes out Gorilla and Dyslexia in the back line once again. This Pharah is quite literally unstoppable. 1.5 minutes on the clock here. And Doomed Godoa, I think, has died only one time this entire game. Gets another elimination onto James. It has another barrage already.
Yeah, I was about to say, look at that barrage again. Available. Aquamarine and Gorilla, as well as Hangman Fowl, are gonna have to. I think I got that right. I didn't read the pronunciation card. Maybe I should have done that. I didn't anticipate the name. I have to be honest. And now Doomed Godoa with Barrage online is the key to victory for the defense. However, Trolls online for NA Avoided. They've got to get the trip turnaround.
We see the whole hog and the barrage online, so it's going to be very important. But here comes the tire, and if it is a big one, it can be a game ender. Hits the damage onto Doomed Godoa, but does not find the elimination. Dyslexia now 60% to an ultimate as well. If they can combine the Torb ultimate with a grab, they can win the fight. But right now, they are just being ripped apart. Speaking of grab, here it comes. Zarya commits the grab. Impunity will be eliminated, but the grab not being big enough. Pharmercy's still alive. There goes Lost Solo with a fantastic combo from Aquamarine. Fidel now gone, but as long as that Pharah is alive, this fight is far from over. They need to get her out of the sky. Cybertech's now gone. The Pharah alone on her own. Going to be 10 seconds left on the clock, and they avoided the Overwatch factor here, kicking in. They finally get the play as the timer comes to an end. Dyslexia takes out Voltaire. There goes the Roadhog as well. Overtime timer will begin to tick, and they are mere inches away from capping this second point on Temple of Anubis.
And Godoa has the barrage here. That's going to be key.
Doomed Godoa has the barrage, and it better be a big one if they have any hope of winning this game. But no, it's going to be swept out of the air. Finally, an elimination comes through for Gorilla, who finds that sleep dart. The damage being dumped out from Dyslexia now. Molten Core covering the entire point, and the second point cap comes through 30 seconds into overtime.
I was really worried for NA Avoided there. Once that Rip Tower got nothing, I didn't really think there was a way back into the fight. However, when there's a will, there's a way, and NA Avoided, they found that way, and they got both points of Temple of Anubis. However, the win condition is set. 1990X, if they can cap both points Temple of Anubis with 1 minute on the clock, they will at least get us to a 5th map, and if they win this map, they'll take us to 2-2 in this series, and whoever wins map 5 will take us home. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a series we have on our hands.
A series, to say the least. All 12 of these players, all 15 of the players we've seen tonight have put it on the line. And we have seen that incredible performances from all 12 of these people. But right now, 1990X has a stranglehold on Temple of Anubis. What a phenomenal performance from Doom that last map. Or last round.
So say the Overwatch gods have kidnapped you, right? They've kidnapped you. Jeff Kaplan has kidnapped you and asked you to pick the winner of a theory. Who would you say is the winner of this series?
Oh, that's going to be a tough one. Honestly, I want to give it to NA Avoided because they performed so well on those first 2 maps. But this new 1990X we've seen here and that last map is just, they're insane. Like, honestly, I could flip a coin and probably still be wrong. It's so close. It's a 50-50 chance. It really is just baffling how well both of these teams have performed today.
My own response would be, I don't know, ask Doom Godot, because that's the player we need to highlight. That's the player we're going to watch. That's the player the viewers are going to be watching. Can Doom Godot guide 1990X to this victory?
Doom Godot back already, but Dyslexia this time on the Torbjorn early, but the anti-Pharah turret, I'm sure, laid out somewhere. Lost Soul takes Dyslexia out of the fight. The turret not too far behind. It's doing a lot of damage to Doom Godot, but the rocket finally comes through. Aquamarine takes 3 direct shots from Doom Godot, and the Moira as well has to use the fade to get out, but will be eliminated with the help of Doom Godot. Altair and Fidel just dumping in the damage. 3.5 minutes on the clock, and 1990X has already capped first point.
Yeah, I told you to ask Doom Godot, and Doom Godot says, yes, this will be 1990X's Anubis victory. Will they confirm the victory or not? We'll find out, but that barrage is at 86%.
This is one of those moments, it's just, if Doomed Godot didn't exist, 1990X would have been set packing ages ago. But James is going to make sure they don't get too free of a win yet, finds the double kill on the Pharmacy before being eliminated by Fidel with a massive spawn advantage. Now, NA Avoided has to give us a 6-minute stall. That is a Herculean feat, to say the least.
Yeah, and yeah, that's crucial, because NA Avoided, they weren't set up on point B, they prevented the snowball, James coming out with the clutch flying.
No one can
But now,
hide
this
from
is
my
the ultimate
sight.
test. Transcendence, Barrage, Infrasight online. Can they
Oh,
deal
wow.
with the pressure?
What a shot. Dyslexia first dismissal of the fight once again. The turret gone. Committing nano boost onto James with the whole hog. He's going to push the enemy team away. The Transcendence going to eat a lot of it coming from Altair. Doom Godot picks up a double. Lost Soul makes it a triple. And right now, 1990X is pretty much all but got second point capped. A tick already down the drain here, and they avoided, just cannot get back in time. The ultimates flying out from 1990X. They're just relentless, and it really looks like they might already have Temple of Anubis round 2 at an end.
Yeah, there are kills on for the defense, and that's a base on advantage could help them.
It's going to be difficult to do much here. Hammond will be eliminated. Torbjorn has the ult, but is taken out by Doom Godot straight away. Impunity 15%, but it doesn't matter. 4 minutes and 46 seconds on the clock for 1990X here.
Wow. So at least we know we're going to map 5, but will we be going into map 5 with a 2-1 scoreline or a 2-2 scoreline? I would suggest, if you were a betting man or betting woman, suggesting that you put the bet on 1990X here. But it's not all but sealed, and I avoided. They have the chance to at least secure a draw here on Anubis, but that's going to be a very difficult time.
Absolutely. It's going to be difficult, like you said, difficult to say the least, but hopefully they are able to come in clutch here. And I mean, the NA Avoided would have to give us the defense of a lifetime, much better than the one we just saw. 1990X, in all honesty, probably has Temple of Anubis 1 here. We're most likely going to go to a map 5. I mean, we go to a map 5 no matter what, but we most likely go to a 2-2 map 5.
Yeah, and now you have to wonder about Nemtigan for NA Avoided, because, you know, if you lose this, you were 2 up in the series. You had opportunities to win the previous map on point B, and you just didn't do it. You had opportunities to win this map, and then your defense got completely shut down by Godot, who you knew was a threat. You got to be feeling pretty angry with yourself. You're going to be kicking yourself heading into your last control map. And despite the fact that control suits NA Avoided, despite the fact that they like their chaotic playstyle, despite the fact they won their early control map, you have to feel the momentum is shifting in this series.
Absolutely. I think the momentum is shifting, yeah, to say the very least. Dyslexia back on the Symmetra, though, so now they once again have nothing to deal with Doomed Godot. I'm really not sure that was the proper play. They have one hit scan, and it's their Ana, and wow, what a shot from Lost Soul. Takes Sigma out of the game, and just immediately Doomed picks up another elimination. Temple of Anubis all but over. Lost Soul not dropping a shot so far. There goes the Zenyatta, and that's going to be it. 33% already on the clock for 1990X. We're going to go to our 5th and final map.
And we will go to control, as I mentioned earlier. And they avoided, that's their favorite map type. That's the map they won earlier in the series. But they were 2-0 up, and now it's 2-2. The momentum has shifted. Godot is here to play. And 1990X bring it back. I don't know, just my opinion, but I think they might. And if you want to express your opinion, you can, play with our lovely sponsor Opinion Outpost, I think I'm actually rolling these efforts, by the way. If you want to express your opinion, make some money, Opinion Outpost, that's the app for you. It's quick, it's easy use. I'm able to buy my fruitellas, that's all I need. It's my castle snack, gives me the energy to keep doing this. And wow, what a match we've got on our hands. Map 5, here we come.
Absolutely. Map 5, our 5th and final guaranteed map of the evening. Like you said, we're going to go back to Control, which NA avoided one earlier, but they were running those sneaky Bastion strats that 1990X is over and done with at this point. So I'm sure 1990X, they've got to be on top of the world. They went from a full sweep to a possible reverse sweep here. So things could be really exciting, but either team, one team makes it and one team doesn't. This is the moment where it's all put on the line.
All right, it is all on the line, but unfortunately, we're not quite ready to get into some action now, and we're going to have a quick break.
I'm just feeding because I don't want Jaya to be alone.
Yeah. Every time I feed like nothing, we chatter nothing. We just chatter.
Just make it look like we're trolling on purpose.
Misery loves company, man. Misery loves company. Didn't even notice the punches that you roll with. You got to keep it focused. You wanna say so.
I have a question.
Yeah?
You use Spotify?
Yep.
Please do not say you have the playlist TikTok songs favorited.
That's such a good idea.
You didn't answer my question, dog.
He's not really supposed to talk, I don't think.
Oh, really? Oh. No. Can you flash your mic?
Damn, I really hope that goes into a clip.
Alright.
Quick head count. Magic.
Yes.
West.
Yeah.
Sealder.
Yup.
Lyric.
Hello.
Queso.
When I say Ryan, you say Ryan. Ryan.
Rhyme.
Wait, you prepared to unmute.
Yeah.
You leave D.Va, leave D.Va. I'm healing her, don't worry.
Yeah, heal her.
I'm healing her.
Yeah, heal her. Keep going, good heals.
I can bin maybe.
Make it drown. I see you guys won this game 3-0. It looks like it went pretty well for you guys. What were some of the issues that you had in the middle of the match, and what could you say about the other team that you saw was happening during the match?
Okay,
honestly, I just didn't.
So Beacon was jumping in the back line. Feeding. Our Reaper was shooting a D.Va defense range the whole time.
Okay.
Our Moira was holding right click the whole time.
Okay.
D.Va was only using her pistol and baby form the whole time, and then Muffin Man was booping him. Speed only.
Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh,
and asking.
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the...
Tired of the competitive grind and random teammates? Want to put your team to the test against opponents of similar SR?
Go.
Ever been told to get good, but felt like you were never given the chance? Introducing our Get Good tournament, open to PC and console teams in NA and EU region. Our goal is to provide you with an environment that will push your team play and individual skills to new heights and an opportunity to make new friends along the way. Our divisions range from beginner to unlimited, and the tournament will start off with a 5 to 6 week group stage in Swiss format, ending in a 2-week-long playoff bracket. You can even be showcased live as we stream matches with talented casters every week on Twitch. The winner for each division is crowned champion and will get a fancy champion's role. Get Good signups will start on October 5th, with the tournament starting on the 23rd for PC and the 24th for console. And if you don't have a team yet, but would like to experience playing in a team, fear not. Solo player signups is a team building service offered by Elohell Esports in preparation for our Get Good tournament. Sign up on your own and you will be put into a team of 6. Solo player signups are open right now. Go to elohell.gg/getgood for more information and to sign up for the real 6v6 experience.
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elohell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh no! Kill! Let's go.
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played, competitively.
I need top. I'm with you. Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elohell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are going to jump into, as we mentioned, what is our 5th and final map of the evening. A series that started 2-0 has now become a series at 2-2. One of these teams will win it all, and one of these teams will have to pack their bags and go home.
Yes, that's right. And not only will one of these teams go home, but the other will rejoice and get through to pretty much week 2, you know. The second part, you know, double elimination, top 16. They'll have the opportunity to play for a little bit of extra money as well. And of course, the main goal to get into contenders trials. We started off on a control map, and I avoided, dominated at the end of that control map. They made sure that their win conditions were set in stone. 1990X, they look so close. They look so good on Toronto, but NA avoided again. Take that victory. But then, since the break, it's been a different story. It's been dominant from 1990X. Godot in stride. But now, the matchup has returned. Bastion back into the lineup for NA avoided. They will have the duel of the Trial of Champion century. I don't know how long this tournament's been going on for, but it certainly isn't a century. But we'll make it the century.
Absolutely. This has just become a nail-biter of a match, and I'm very excited to see both Bastion and Hammond Main subbed back in. So NA avoided going almost right back to the roster we saw earlier, but Nolan will stay in over the other support that we saw earlier tonight. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see, and that single support difference could make or break NA avoided here, as I'm sure they're mentally boomed at least a little bit.
They haven't won a map with Nolan in the lineup, and that's something to think about going in to our final map, which I believe is what are we heading into for our final map? Except why don't you tell us?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I can tell you that it's Control, but I'm not sure that we have been informed of the map quite yet. I'm excited to see what it's going to be. Busan, a personal favorite map of mine once again. As a Rhine player, I love this map. As a Lucio player, I love this map. I just love this map. I love the aesthetic. I think it offers a lot of viable positioning and a lot of viable ways to play multiple heroes. I think a Widowmaker could come out. Probably a Bastion. I know, crazy thing to say. But I think we may see a Bastion, maybe even a Tracer from the Bastion main, as they've got very, very good value on that so far.
My favorite thing about this is now, you know, there's Busan and Nepal. Nepal, you know, there's a little bit more leeway to play the Fora, but I think NA would have played this quite smart. Picking Busan, you know, downtown, you're almost certainly not going to play that Fora. You don't have the option to. There's too many high buildings for that Widowmaker, or even just Bastion men on the Bastion to get a sightline on you. So that's not really an option. So that's definitely going to help NA avoided when it comes into this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I really don't think Busan offers the best possibility of playing Bastion other than maybe Mecha Base. Downtown's a very open, versatile area, so a single hit scan or single sniper coming out from 1990X will negate that Bastion as a whole. Mecha Base, much closer quarters, a lot of more places to put that teleporter, and I think that could really get them that combination. That's assuming if Dyslexia runs that Symmetra. So I think Busan could, if they can avoid downtown, I think NA Avoided can come out on top of this. But if downtown is one of the maps played, they might be in for a challenge here.
And every single time we play Control, I always feel it's critical to mention whoever wins the first fight on each point has such a significant advantage. And especially in map 5 in a series like this, whoever wins the first fight in this entire Control map is going to have a significant advantage, not only because it suits the map type, it suits how you're playing, but the momentum is going to be riding. The nerves are going to be shaking. This is map 5. Whoever loses goes home. The next will win and go on to the top 16. The stakes are set. Both these teams know what the stakes are. Now, who will claim them?
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. The stakes are set. The game ends here. I'm sure all 12 of these players are shaking in their boots, cracking their knuckles, and they are ready to get this show on the road. This is really a massive thing for both of these teams. One of these teams makes it to our top 16, which starts tomorrow, and the other team gets sent home. And I'm sure neither of the teams tonight want to be that losing team. NA Avoided and 1990X, they both know it really comes down to this.
Yeah, and did you know this is one of the last team opportunities for you to grab an NI Trials slot this year? And it is the last opportunity. We will have one more Contenders Trials for the entirety of 2020. I know it's sad, but the most important thing to look forward to is 2 Contenders Trials slots are up for grabs in this Trial of Champions tournament.
Absolutely. Those 2 spots, arguably more important to these players than the prize pool itself. That is the place for these players to really put their names on the map. And speaking of maps, let's jump into ours. Our first map going to be Busan Sanctuary. NA Avoided on the Bastion. Not a surprise there. Hammond made on the Hammond. So they are really going to go for the identical comp that we saw earlier today. Lost Soul and Doomed Godot now on the Ashe and the Soldier. So it's going to come down. We've talked about it 100 times. We'll talk about it 100 more. It's really going to come down to which of these 2 teams finds that first elimination.
Yeah, Doomed Godot and Lost Soul going back to that Ashe towards the Soul. A little bit on ice, but we'll see if it pays off.
And it looks like it's really just going to be a trade back and forth between these teams. 2 now gone on both sides. Make that 4 in the favor here of 1990X. NA Avoided being ripped apart player by player. Bastion Maid drops to 14 health for a moment, but is able to just barely make it out. The sole survivor of NA Avoided during that fight. Teleporter's still on point. Kind of surprised they've left it up for so long, but I think it has now been destroyed. 1990X, they have that initial cap, and they are now in a much better position than NA Avoided.
Altair turning that fight around single-handedly on the Zenyatta. What the Zenyatta pick for 1990X has done is every single time NA Avoided makes a mistake, Discord Orb there, and it makes it so much easier to punish. And that Zenyatta pick is almost single-handedly winning this Control map so far.
Yeah, absolutely. The Zenyatta and the Discord Orbs making a big difference. That Mercy Zen maybe offering a little bit less healing, but doing a lot more damage. Bastion Maid pops the ultimate, doesn't find any kills yet, takes out Fidel out of mech and out of game. And it's going to be not going to find a lot of value otherwise. Doomed Godot going to find the kill straight away. Resurrection comes through on a Bastion Maid. It looks like they committed the nano boost onto the Mercy, who still wasn't able to survive thanks to that Discord Orb just putting in the work. Right now, 1990X, they have been hot since 2 maps ago, and they are not getting cool anytime soon.
And now, with NA Avoided's composition, it's really difficult to take any objective. And pushing into this red hot 1990X team with Doomed Godot having the ball one line, Altair having the Transcendence, and on a Control map, it's almost an unbeatable task. It's going to be so difficult for them, but if they can do it, it'll be well worth it.
Absolutely, they're really going to struggle here on this map, and they're already almost in last fight territory. Impunity does miss the hook, but has the whole hog. Here comes the photon barrier. Going to commit the whole hog to destroying it once again. A very smart play, in all honesty, as it makes it impossible for NA Avoided to get aggressive. Impunity somehow took out Hammond Maid with the whole hog. I'm honestly not sure how that happened. Lost Soul right now on the Soldier, not missing a beat, not missing a bullet. Putting in the damage, 80% to another visor already. Valkyrie online as well. There's 10%, 10 seconds left of this map, but right now 1990X is just looking unbeatable.
What a hurt Bastion Man down. They also will trade their life, however. That's going to get razzed up, and the advantage is all to 1990X.
Absolutely, the point flip does come through, but it's a bit of a cheeky one. They've already lost the initial engagement. Fidel finds the elimination onto Bastion Main. Here comes the visor once again. Hammond Main gone as well. Lost Soul, absolutely the MVP of this fight. Found an elimination every single fight, if not several. There's going to be no touch with the bomb coming out from Fidel, and that's going to be first map to 1990X. They are now on map point, game point of our first to 3 series.
Wow. That was a dominant performance on Busan Sanctuary. If you need to make a statement in a final control map, that's one heck of a way to do it. 1990X now 1 point away from victory and heading to the top 16. Wow, what a series we have on our hands.
A series to say the very least, my friend. It has been an amazing one. I've been entertained, you've been entertained, and I sure hope our audience has been entertained. It's going to be fantastic here in 1990X. I mean, they have put it all on the line. They have played their hearts out tonight, and they are not ready to give up anytime soon.
Anyways, we had to a little bit of a different map Busan downtime, but no changes in composition. From the 1990X Gorilla on the Zenyatta here, looking to punish mistakes from the opposition. But will his mistakes even come into play?
Like I said, I really think NA Avoided loses downtown, and it is going to be the map point for 1990X. They're going to be able to put in a lot of damage. Speaking of damage, here's Doom to Godoa farming 25% of ultimate off of Hammond Main alone. Now dropping onto the lower high ground, just trying to find an early pick in this fight. It's going to be, I mean, Doom to Godoa practically just has to look and click. They haven't missed a shot in ages. It's going to be a very quick pick onto this Lexi, but Hammond Main will not let Doom to Godoa live much longer. With the help of Bastion Main, going to take a lot of damage from Lost Soul above, but the resurrection gonna come through fast, gonna come through quick. Bastion Main now right below Lost Soul and Doom Godoa. That's gonna be a very good pick for Ultera onto James. NA Avoided, they have capped the point, but for mere seconds, as it looks like 1990X is gonna flip it right back around.
No, Lost Soul loses the jewel to the turret. And I think NA Avoided are swinging it right back around as well.
From one swing to another, we might as well be in a playground with the amount of swinging we've seen today. Absolutely phenomenal between these two teams. Dyslexia picks up another kill on Impunity with the turrets. Are you kidding me? This late in the game, the Symmetra finally working out. That's going to be a free 30% for NA Avoided, which should have been practically, I mean, maybe 10%, but they flipped it all the way up into 35.
Yeah, and what's causing 1990X so much bother is because the amount of point control that this team has, and I avoided. They're just set up on the point, symmetric turrets, flash, everything. That's so difficult to grasp on this.
Impunity finds Hammond Main. Bastion Main gonna commit the ultimate early on. Not able to find any damage quite yet. Can't even get a hit marker on this. The entire ultimate gone to waste other than a little bit of damage onto Fidel. Here comes the Transcendence from Gorilla and the Valk from the Mercy as well. 6% off his Photon Barrier, but losing the fight to a Baby Diva here in the back line. It looks like Fidel is able to confirm the elimination with the help of Doom Godoa. Now on that Tracer, Hammond Main dancing around the point. They are 70%. They're getting danger close to last fight potential. Just when we thought NA Avoided was down, they are not out. Gorilla picks up Doom Godoa, and it is going to be another fight win for NA Avoided here.
This is looking almost dominant. This is a different team. And NA Avoided finally managed to control the point and play the, well, control game type. And that's exactly what they're doing. Doom Godoa going over to their favorite forward and try and make some magic happen.
And making magic happen indeed. They're going to set up the Symmetra nest right behind Bastion Main so nobody can get close enough to deal any real damage. Going to set up on the teleporter. Doom Godoa finds Hammond Main, though. That could spell disaster. Here comes the Photon Barrier. The Bastion going to hide himself inside, just deal damage after damage here. Find the Resurrection onto Hammond Main. Doom Godoa takes out Dyslexia. The Photon Barrier doesn't go down quite yet. There goes Doom Godoa after picking off Gorilla. The Resurrection will not come through. Bastion Main takes out the Mercy as well. And that's going to be a full point cap. We are now on map point, game point for both of these teams. The stakes could not be any higher.
Wow. Dominant victory on map 1 for NA Avoided. They win map 2. 1990X, map 3 and 4. The first point, Sanctuary to 1990X. And NA Avoided fight right back. I know it all ends here on Busan Mecha Base.
Busan Mecha Base, the place for it to end. In the map I predicted NA Avoided to have the advantage on, but they took the advantage on a map that they should have never had and were able to secure that win on Busan Downtown. This is going to be an absolute chaos show from both of these teams. It is all on the line. Not only the prize pool, not only the contender spots, but also the honor of winning this insane fight. And it's going to crack open right here, right now. The teams go for the initial engagement. Bastion main on the far flank around the right side. A very early hook onto Fidel too. We're going to see the teleporter come in from Dyslexia into that back line. Forces Impunity to turn around. Bastion main dumping in damage, but not finding any eliminations quite yet. Make it 1, make it 2. There goes the tank line, thanks to Bastion and Hammond main respectively. Dyslexia going to set up an early point cap, and NA avoided. They get the first engagement cap again. They are looking to end this right here, right now.
They're going to try and control this point as well. That's what their composition excels at doing. The worry I would have for NA avoided is if they lose this point at any point in time. Them can always close that Dragon Strike. That's going to be the tool they will look to dislodge NA avoided with.
Honestly, just all fighting aside, the fact Doom Godoa is 80% to a Dragon Strike on a lost fight is just a feat within itself. Very impressive to see. And it looks like it's going to be coming out any second now, 10% away. The pressure being put onto the back line here, and Lost Soul will be eliminated, as will Altair. Bastion main in the front line here, just demolishing. Doom Godoa finds the Mercy. There goes Cybertex. Both supports offline for 1990X. The sole survivor being a Zenyatta for NA avoided. Bastion main takes out Fidel and has the minefield online with Hammond main 40%. They are now 2 fights away from taking this.
It's looking desperate for 1990X. 50% already and counting on the point, and I avoided also have their support ultimates online. Gorillas, I mean, a little heal will get that eventually.
Altair trade with the res coming through onto Altair. This is 1990X's fight to win. Bob in a fantastic position to deal lots of damage. James gonna go for the tactical reset, not look for any eliminations there. It's gonna be a full reset from the team unless they also go for the resurrection. Dyslexia is going to be rezzed as well, but now they're down their main off tank. It's gonna be very difficult to win this fight. There was another double elimination, but they have baited a lot of ultimates out of 1990X. And they avoided, they have 3 ultimates, make that 4 ultimates online against 1990X, who will only have 1. And NA avoided now on their final fight if they can cap the point back.
Yeah, NA avoided. It seems like the communication error when they wanted to reset. James jumping off the map, but then they resurrect Dyslexic, and a little bit of a mess there, and they don't get it to 85%, which means it's not exactly last fight territory. It gets very difficult to take another fight, but not quite last fight territory.
James finds the elimination onto Impunity, but they're going to find the grab and Transcendence as well. Photon Barrier and Transcendence is going to be 5 ultimates now offline. Only 1 person falls with 5 ultimates being used. Make that 2. Gorilla finds Doom Godoa in the back line. Dyslexia's turrets are making some damage here. Fidel falls as well. Now at 85%, this is officially our last fight potential. There's 1 ultimate online, 1 support missing from both teams. It's going to be a tough fight for both teams here.
Yeah, Lost Soul, if you wanted to make your name like the DPS show has this game, you're going to have to do it now. You've got the ball.
You got the bomb, and it is gone. Bastion main rips it apart, eats a pulse bomb as well, and somehow continues to survive. Doom Godoa is going to find the elimination with the help of Lost Soul. Overtime is now up. They will have to stay on the point. 1990X need to win this fight. It is overtime for NA avoided. They have no ultimates to push in with.
Yeah, they have no ultimates to push back in here, and here's the problem with NA avoided's competition. It struggles at getting aggressive. It struggles at taking positions. It struggles at taking space, and now this is where 1990X, they have the advantage. They have to keep this advantage, otherwise they don't deserve to go for the last 16.
Oh wow, Doom Godoa with a very early and valuable pick onto the Zenyatta, but he gets rezzed and the Mercy survives. The pick goes to waste there. It's not going to be able to find as much value as they were hoping. Teleporter goes up early. It's going to get close and personal. Possibly a bait to force the rotation around. Bastion main flanking into the back line of 1990X is going to possibly be able... Oh, mere bullets away from taking Altair out of the fight. Gorilla on the flank as well. Not the flank team you expect to see often, but they are getting danger close to a last fight potential of their own. Hammond main in critical condition. Dyslexia takes out Altair. Here comes the Bastion ult. This late in the fight, Doom Godoa finds James. It's going to be now or never. Bastion main hits Cybertex out of the sky. Doom Godoa finds Hammond main. Impunity finds the Mercy as well. Bastion main takes out Lost Soul. It is going to be elimination for elimination. They are neck and neck. There goes Dyslexia. Bastion Main tucked in the back corner. Doom Godot is going to have to look for a very healthy pulse bomb. 10% left, and Bastion Main and Gorilla gets killed. There's the pulse bomb. Doom Godot is going to win it all. It's going to be a double elimination from Doom Godot. 3 seconds left, and just when you thought NA Avoided was going to win, the overtime timer ticks away. There is no time left. They need to touch right here, right now. Here is the photon barrier. Here is the whole hug. Lost Soul takes out the Mercy. They are running out of time. It is going to end right here, right now. Doom Godot finds the Roadhog in this fight. It's a 6v1 on the point. Hem and Main returns, can just barely touch. Cybertex takes out Dyslexia. It's going to be now or never. We're in a 4v3 on the point. Overtime timer ticking away. Transcendence can just not do enough. It is going to happen. It's going to be the longest overtime we've all ever felt in our souls. We are on the edge of our absolute seats here. Lost Soul picks up a double elimination, making a triple. Lost Soul on fire. The overtime timer ticks away, and 1990X takes the win right out from underneath NA Void.
1990X reverse sweep.
The complete reverse sweep from 1990X. A phenomenal performance from both of these teams, but 1990X in that final moment is able to take it out right from underneath NA Avoided.
And how poetic is it that Joe has been talking about all series long? Godot lands the stick at the end on the Bastion Man, and the reverse sweep has been completed, courtesy of Doom Godot, postage stamp 1990X.
Honestly, that last map has left me at a complete, I am at a loss for words, and that does not happen to me often, but 1990X has absolutely clutched that out. They could not have done a better job. Doomed Godot with the double kill onto the Zen and the Bastion, and Lost Souls picking up a quadruple kill in that final fight. Just absolutely carried his team to victory there.
I'm shaking. My feet are shaking. I've got pins and needles in my feet right now, and I cannot deal with this. 1990X had to the last 16, and I avoided, sadly, head home, but not without making their names, not without making a story, not without letting us be graced with their presence. Thank you so much for such a show. 1990X, congrats, and move on to next week. And now it's time for, well, your opinion outpost, MVP. You can vote in the chat. We have some nominees for you, and I think you know what we would say.
Our opinion outpost based opinion, they have given us the opportunity to share our opinion on who the MVP should be for the evening.
It's Doom Godot, isn't it? Like, it has to be.
We've talked about loving to share our opinions, and in my opinion, the opinion outpost MVP of the match is without a doubt Doom Godot. Just relentless every single map, completely flawless performance, but Lost Souls should absolutely be up there as well. Lost Soul and Doomed Godot just absolutely neck in neck for their performance there.
Terror as well on the Zenyatta, getting those Discord orbs ready to go. Oh, that series was magical, and I'm so glad we were able to cast it.
My blood is pumping, my heart is in my throat, but wow, could not have been a better series.
Yeah, I mean, wow. And whoever wins that opinion outpost MVP most certainly deserves it.
Yeah, I cannot express enough. Every single player that played tonight gave it their all, and it showed. 1990X, they started rough, but after they got warmed up, they were absolutely relentless. That came down to as close a wire as it possibly could. That is the closest you can get in a series in Overwatch, and they really took us that final moment. But before we jump into anything else, before we bring in our outpost opinion MVP, we are going to jump into a short break. So we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, at the end of what was a painstakingly high stakes game. We were all on the edge of our seat for what felt like an eternity. We are here with a MVP candidate, and I'm going to let Ocean take the lead here for the rest of this.
Yeah, we have the amazing Cybertex here to talk about all things Overwatch, and we're gonna start with the positives first of TOC. How do you feel, entering TOC? You got top 16 in Open Division prior. What do you feel TOC benefits for the community?
Oh, it's like a second chance. Like, one of the most difficult things about the new Open Division format is that it's tournament style with double elimination, which is nice and all. But like the last Open Division, you had like, what is it, like 12 weeks to like prove yourself. This Open Division, you have like barely 2 weekends, so you have to like concentrate a lot, and if you lose 2 matches, you're done, you're out. I feel like TOC is really nice because it gave us a second chance to potentially become contenders trials. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing here.
Alrighty. So we're starting on a little bit of a negative note because first 2 matches of the series, they're very close. And you just didn't quite get the wins. Was there a down of motivation, or how did you fix that up at halftime?
It's actually really funny. I coach my college team, and one of the things that I learned from the coach that coaches me is that like meditation and like concentrating between like before a match or after a loss or right before you end up winning 3 maps in a row is like just like being quiet, closing your eyes, relaxing, breathing in and out, focusing on like what you could do better and what your team needs from you to win. And as soon as I it was after that Dorado match, the very close push on there that we ended up not getting. I had my team be quiet, take a couple deep breaths, and start back up, and we didn't lose a map after that. So I guess that works.
All right, okay. Hopefully that's the secret formula. And coming back into this series, we'll talk about after Anubis in particular. How did it feel? I mean, not only are you putting off a fulfilling performance, but you yourself are enabling our our opinion outpost MVP for the day, Dave Godoa. So, one, comment on how Anubis felt getting back into the series before map 5, and 2, comments on how you were able to enable our MVP for today.
All right, so I don't play much Mercy because Mercy's a really boring hero, but it's like a really important hero when you're running like a spam comp or anytime you run a Pharah. Doom's Pharah is insane. This guy could be in contenders tomorrow if someone scouted him this tourney. Which is why I guess I'm well no. I don't know what to say about that, really. I don't want him to leave, but it would be nice to see him in contenders like soon.
Yeah.
One of the nice things as a Mercy player that I can do is damage boost the right people at the right time and res the right people at the right time. I'm really trash at resing people. So I try to focus on damage boosting people. I've got killed a couple times going for like really risky reses during Anubis at least. But like enabling the carry is like the job of the Mercy. So that's what I tried to do.
You feel good about it. I remember watching Digito back in the console days, so it'd be special for me to see that rise as well. And going into the final map, you've got to tell me what the comms were like after you finish off that long and hard series with the reverse sweep as well. Tell us what the communication was like.
Absolutely, everyone was screaming their heads off. Like there was not a quiet person. We were screaming Lucio, Ball, Symmetra, Tracer, Peel Zen. I was amping heals because I swapped to Lucio, my favorite hero, the very last fight. Didn't really do much, but that's kind of the issue with that. That just comes with the Pharah being so strong against their team. But I mean, comms were like on pace. Everyone was talking. We were communicating pretty much perfect. I guess I'll look back at the VOD later and just realize that everything went wrong and try to fix that for the future. But I mean, everyone just felt like we were pulling it all, and we ended up pulling through. So I'm very happy about that.
All right, my final question before I let you go, and then I'll let you plug some stuff. But final question. Now you're until the last 16, the double elimination section of TOC. Do you feel like you have a good shot at making contenders trials?
If I said no, I'd be betraying the team. We've got this in the bag.
I love the confidence. That's
perfect
awesome.
Mindset. Perfect mindset.
Now, before you go, I'm going to let you advertise some stuff. You can advertise team socials, you can advertise your own socials, advertise whatever you want, anything that makes you happy.
You can advertise that sponsor, Opinion Outpost.
Yeah, Opinion Outpost.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Go Opinion Outpost. Our Twitter's our name with OW on it, 199XOW. Go ahead and follow that, and go ahead and just follow all the players on our pinned tweet. We're all cool people. We're all friends. Actually, you said you recognize Doom Godot from console. All these players, except for me, are like top
Yeah, I recognize the Goodies as
top
well.
ladder Xbox players, and they were like, we need a main support. Reverse, good friend Reverse, recommended me that I trial, and they took me. So I'm the only
That's
PC
awesome.
player, and I just make fun of them for not being able to aim.
I mean, Doom Godot is certainly today, and got our Opinion Outpost player of the match. Do you want to advertise your own Twitter as well? You said you
Yeah.
wanted to do that beforehand.
Yep. Well, I really just wanted to advertise the team Twitter, but my personal Twitter is just @Cybertext, my name.
Awesome. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for that awesome performance and showing us what you guys can do at the highest level. It's been an absolute pleasure casting your game and talking to you in person. But for me and Septilence and for Cybertext as well, I think that pulls an end to our show.
I think we are just about ready to call it a night. I could not have said it better. Thank you so much, Cybertext. Everybody be sure to keep an eye out tomorrow because that is when our round of 16 double elimination truly begins. We have made it down to that round of 16, and that's where things are just going to get more intense. So make sure to keep an eye out for that. Starts tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Same channel, same place, different crew, different cast. So it's going to be an interesting one to say the least. But that's going to be it from us tonight. On a more personal note, I could not have asked for any better games to cast, and I could not have asked for a better partner. So thank you so much, Ocean, for that. Tonight's been a great one, and we could not thank you all enough for hanging out with us and supporting us. This is Septilence and Ocean signing off.